The soul.
Okay. Alright, so I have a few more videos I'm gonna react to, talk about, and just check out. Of course, gonna be from Asmin in a few videos, not from him, but... So, first video is gonna be the worst of Classic WoW. The original video is by Will E. with Asmin, so let's take a look.
Let me see if I can watch this. The worst of Classic WoW.
Is that loud enough?
There was a lot of pretty dumb things that happened with Classic WoW, I'll be honest. It was nuts. The worst of Classic WoW.
Yeah, that's true.
Video. I was going to watch this yesterday.
Classic WoW was a time when things were simpler. Leveling was a journey, gear upgrades were a bigger deal, and everything took a bit more time, leading to that much more satisfaction when you crossed the next big hurdle. Everything was just right. Or was it? Recently on the channel, we've talked about some of the more memorable things in Classic, such as the opening of AQ40 or the PvP system. And today I thought it might be fun to remember some of the more...
This was a pretty interesting... This was a pretty interesting time, man. Like, I'm glad that I was there for this. It was so cool.
System. And today I thought it might be fun to remember
I mean, it definitely was pretty cool.
How can I put it?
Because, like, when it happened, or... It felt really new during that time. I don't really remember anyone or any other game doing something similar. Maybe there was, I just didn't play them, but yeah, it was pretty cool.
Meaningful things about this version of the game, stuff you can look back.
It's kind of thing like you probably will never forget.
At and say, oh yeah, that was the thing, wasn't it? And don't get me wrong, each of these in their own way added to the game and made it what it was, and some people will prefer Classic because of these gameplay differences, not in spite of them. Classic had so many unique, fun interactions and features which set it apart from any other version of World of Warcraft, but
I mean, it definitely does set it apart, but it's not like a huge difference, I think, between Burning Crusade and Vanilla.
On the other hand, it could certainly create scenarios that brought out the worst in people.
At least in terms of like the leveling up, obviously the end game was going to be pretty different. but at the same time, vanilla endgame wasn't that good. Like, it was okay, but it wasn't like crazy good.
Sure did.
Naturally seemed to cause problems between loot, PvP, guilds, and player-made drama. This has to be
like classic WoW, like the way that they had the honor system done, and also the world buff meta.
The honor system was just trash. Like, it was for only, like, if you wanted to get high up there, you basically couldn't be working, going to school or anything, playing game all day.
I think contributed to a lot of toxicity, and it just made the game worse. I don't think there was any benefit for it for it to exist the way that it did.
The worst of classic WoW. Speaking of the worst things to happen, you know those spam texts and emails that you keep on getting? Well, with 68% more data breaches in 2021 compared to the year before, it's not about to improve anytime soon. But Incogni has the solution. Data brokers are aggregating your personal information and selling it on to unknown businesses for their own benefit. Now, the good news here is, as an individual, you have the right to request the deletion of this data from brokers. The bad news is it's
too bad that most of the politicians don't know what a cookie is besides the thing that you eat, or we probably wouldn't have
pretty much, yeah.
Going to make this as long-winded as possible because your details are their paycheck. This is where Incogni comes in. It's as simple as signing up, informing them whose data they will be removing, granting the right to work on your behalf, and then you can kick back and wait for the results. They'll know where to look and how to handle the inevitable objections. You can even try free for 30 days too, so there's really nothing to lose. Keep your online anonymity the way it should be. Go to incogni.com/WillE to check them out. The first 100 people to sign up also get 20% off using the link below. Many thanks to Incogni for the sponsor today. Back to WoW. So let's see.
That's a smart sales technique to have the first people getting a percentage off. I haven't seen one of these groups use this before. That's smart.
Yeah,
going
more
right
and
back
more
to the
using
basics on the Sears catalog. It worked in 1994. It'll work in 2023.
Where can we start on things from Classic which were more than just a bit inconvenient? How about this little addition called spell batching? A phrase that will cause nightmares for...
You know what? I'm gonna go ahead and skip this video for now, only because I feel like I've seen this one before. Because as soon as he said spell batching, I'm like, I'm 90% sure I've seen this, so I'm just gonna move on to the next one. If I didn't, I'll just come back another day and rewatch this. But I just have a feeling I've seen it. I don't want to rewatch something, at least on stream, off stream, like it's fine. Alright, so next video is going to be Warcraft's Mightiest Hunter with Platinum WoW. He does a lot of, like, really good WoW videos. Take a look. Vanilla WoW.
Let the hunt begin!
Oh, Rexar. Rexar was really cool when you first ran into him in Warcraft 3.
Now then, time to carve a trophy. I was born on Draenor. As war broke out around us, my people, the Mok'Nathal, remained peaceful and unprepared.
The war on Draenor had destroyed the resources on this now dying world. The Mok'Nathal, a once enslaved clan of half-ogres, half-orcs, were led by Leorox, father of Rexar, who insisted that the clan remain quiet pacifists in these conflicts. And yet, with each passing day, the hunt for resources became even more scarce. Rexar strongly believed that they'd need to join the Horde in order to survive, despite the protests of his father.
The Horde is mighty, They could crush us at any moment, just like they crushed the Draenei.
Not if we are quiet. The land sustains us. The beasts answer us. The mountains hide us. That is protection enough.
Oh, is this like prior to the Dark Portal? Like when the Legion was basically infected?
What more do you want?
The rise of the Horde changes everything. We must take a side.
We are half ogre, half orc. Outsiders will never accept us.
Our clan is too small. Our allies too few. I have proved my point.
You have proved you do not belong here. Leave me.
That does it.
I fear you are going down a dark path, my son.
I know if he becomes friends with like Thrall and stuff.
Thanks. I was banished from my only home. Unable to convince my clan to act, I would have to confront the Horde by myself.
The Horde's current leader was the war chief named Blackhand. He was a fierce leader, and his clan had gained a reputation for their strict military discipline. Blackhand rose to power with the help from a powerful warlock named Gul'dan. Look, also, there are two different versions of Blackhand. The main universe one, which doesn't have a unique model, and the alternate universe one. For this video, I'm going to be using the alternate universe one.
Why?
For no
Because it
other
looks
reason
cooler?
other than it's badass. Look, the point is, Blackhand was now the leader of the Horde and is currently wiping out any and all ogres in Gorgrond, with his sights on the Mok'Nathal next.
Yeah. That place was okay to level. It was good at leveling, so.
War Chief Blackhand, may I have a word?
You are one of the Mok'Nathal, aren't you?
Yes, it is on their behalf I come to you.
You're only a half-orc, unworthy of my attention. I could destroy your clan in a heartbeat.
You must spare them.
Ha! All's fair in war, boy. The orcs have sacrificed much.
I know you have, but my people could not endure that.
Power is the only law that all must obey. Defeat me,
What's he
and
doing
I'll
with, like, his neck?
consider
That was
your
weird.
request.
Then we fight.
For the Horde!
Oh, I think Rex
Wait.
was within,
That's
Could be
all you
wrong.
can muster!
but
If only your wisdom were as great as your temper. Always aim for the face.
Cease this! You've persuaded me. You fight well for your kind. I have need of champions like you. But in return, you must serve the Horde.
I swear it.
And so, Rexxar joined the Horde and charged into the Dark Portal, where the orcs would claim the resources they'd need to survive in the new world of Azeroth. During the First War, the orcs dominated the battle.
well, that wasn't like resources, literally just to take over the world. Like they wanted Azeroth. It wasn't to bring things back.
And pushed
I mean, I guess to a degree, yeah, but like I think the main purpose was to take over.
all the way up north and destroyed the city of Stormwind. This marked the end of the First War. During the Second War, they continued to push up into the Eastern Kingdoms, even though they had pretty much everything they would need to survive, and this was when Rexxar began to realize the truth behind the Horde. It was a faction ran by bloodlust, controlled from a secret cabal of warlocks, and no care for the prosperity of their people. This would be further evident when Gul'dan totally abandoned the Horde for his own pursuit for power, and the unification of human and elven kingdoms pushed the orcs all the way down back to the Dark Portal. Our story then continues in the book Beyond the Dark Portal, where Rexxar would face the deceit of the Horde firsthand when defending the portal from the Alliance. During the battle, an injured warlock attempted to drain the life from Rexxar, telling him that he was not a true orc and undeserving of having a place in the Horde. I will now quote the book directly.
Does it hurt? Do not worry. Soon the pain will be gone.
He raised his hand, slowly, deliberately drawing the moment out, and Rexxar stared as the green-lined flesh inched closer. Already, he thought he could feel his energy being drawn from him, and a wave of fatigue washed over him. A fierce snarl cut through the haze of torment, and a large black blur slammed into the warlock. Haritha, no! With the warlock's distraction, the spell broke, and Rexxar could move again. But he was too late. His devoted wolf companion had shoved the warlock away, but in the process, the orc's hand had touched Haritha's thick pelt. Rexxar stared, horrified, as his friend shriveled before his eyes, the powerful wolf shrinking in upon himself in an instant, and then collapsing, his body turning into dust. The wind carried away.
Jeez.
That feels better.
The warlock remarked, rising to his feet and brushing off his robes. The blood stain remained, but now he moved without injury.
Your pet just saved your life,
he told Rexxar with a nasty grin. Yes, he did, Rexxar replied softly, twirling both axes up and around. But who will save yours? Rexxar stared at his body, panting, then turned to look at the spot where his wolf had died. The rage still roaring through him and thundering in his ears, he knelt and placed his hand, wet with the warlock's blood, on the dust for a moment. You are avenged, my friend, he said softly. And then the Dark Portal blew up. Now Rexxar and the Warsong clan were left stranded on Azeroth with no way of going back home. They retreated back to their encampment called Stonard to regroup and tend to their wounds. While they were recovering, Chieftain Grommash Hellscream explained that they would be preparing once again for war. Rexxar cut in, asking, why? As far as they knew, they were the only remnants of the Horde left, and now they were totally abandoned on this new world. They had been betrayed and used by their leaders time and time again, and their homeworld might be totally destroyed. They were fighting on
Like, we're in this world that's completely hostile to us, hates our guts because of the fighting. So you want to... And we lost the war, obviously. And then with a much smaller group, you want to continue the war.
Azeroth to secure a new land to live for their people. But now it was just them, and fighting for their people was the whole purpose of this war, right? Look, the best course of action would be to find a secluded place to live where they would never have to spill a single drop of blood again. At this point, Rexxar was starting to sound like his father, who also demanded a peaceful course of action.
Yeah, but to be fair, with Rexxar's dad, I mean, that was long-term not a good idea. Like, they'd eventually die out, because it was a dying world, so...
But Rexxar was seen as being absolutely ridiculous. Instead of continuing to fight with these dishonorable orcs who just kept clinging to blatant lies for hope, Rexxar would become an outcast once again, wandering the wilds by himself with only the beasts that could be trusted.
Well, it's also because they were poisoned, right? They had like Manoroth's blood, so it's like they couldn't really stop killing, from my understanding.
Rexxar traveled across the world of Azeroth. He somehow found himself on Kalimdor. How he traveled to a different continent on the other side of the world is never explained. Did he catch a boat? Maybe he's really good at swimming, or did he befriend a dolphin? Who knows? Anyways, he's here now, and while Rexar is exploring this strange new land,
yeah, I guess it would make more sense if he was like in Stranglethorn Vale.
let's talk about the sponsor who helped make large-scale videos like this possible. Displate. Displates are high-quality metal posters that you can collect and bring a slice of Azeroth into your home. They have a wide variety of unique Warcraft-themed plates that you can mix and match on your wall with Displate's easily installable magnet mounting system that requires no drilling, just wipe, sticker, magnet, and then you're ready to go. With Displates, you have the strength to bring the might of the Lich King into your home.
Ravage the living minions.
Yeah,
To the tranquility of the Moonwell. But really, there's something for every Warcraft fan and their wide selection. Not only that, Displate also has 1 million officially licensed designs to choose from their nearly limitless library, all of which are printed in the EU and signed by hand by the master of production to ensure their quality. Ditch your basic standard prints and start collecting your passions, and visit my link down below and you'll get an automatic discount on your new Displates on checkout. Thank you to Displate for sponsoring this video. Back to the story of Rexar.
Fell before it and fell away. Or no, this is the Night Elf place, right? I'm sorry.
What a magnificent beast! You are the first civilized being I've met for a long while. You fight because you are scared. I am the same. We ought to be friends. I have no others.
Those emotes. It's just weird.
I knew you'd come around. I will look after you now. Neither of us has to be alone anymore.
Rexar traveled the untamed wilds with his new companion Misha. But his bear best friend wasn't the only animal Rexar had befriended. His owl Spirit, his boar Huffer, and his wyvern Lerock joined him in his travels in his many years of solitude. And yet, the savagery of civilization always seemed to find him.
With Misha at my side, we journeyed through the Kalimdor wilds. I was careful to always avoid the cities, until one day, I had no choice. What is that commotion? A battle?
Come, you Quillbore mongrels. Taste the steel of Mogren's axe.
Hold fast, stranger. You shall not stand alone.
They came out of nowhere.
You are badly hurt. Let me handle the rest of them. Nothing like a thrill of the hunt.
I mean, he's hunting freaking ogres. Like, I think Kobolds are gonna do anything.
This would be a good death, if not for my failure.
Failure?
I was to deliver a crucial report to my chieftain. I have lost my honor.
I will deliver your message. Your honor is not lost.
Seek out
Is this the part in
city
Warcraft 3?
of
It could be. I don't know.
Orgrimmar. Find War Chief Thrall.
I mean, obviously not like what's happening here, but I'm saying like this lore part of it.
Tell him.
May the winds bear you swiftly to your ancestors, warrior.
Is he holding him in like a princess carry? Like, what the heck?
Upon entering Orgrimmar, Rexxar realized this horde was not the one he once knew. The hunter had been living in solitude for 20 some odd years, and in that time, the horde had changed drastically. No longer were they the bloodthirsty warmongers Rexxar had detested. Now the horde only longed for peace and to atone for their past sins. I mean, they literally built their city in a barely inhabitable desert as to not antagonize the Night Elves nearby, and to punish themselves for their past crimes.
Oh, did they? I didn't know that. I figured it was like the only place they could build without, like, starting a war right away, with no defenses.
A message for you, War Chief. Mogren entrusted me with it before he passed.
I see. You have done us a great...
Stop. Okay, a lot of the voice lines I'm using come from the Book of Heroes Hearthstone Adventure, and for some reason, somehow, Thrall is not voiced by Chris Metzen, which is actually sacrilege since he's the creator of the Warcraft universe and Thrall is his most iconic role, along with Varian, Ragnaros, Nefarian, Zul'jin, Hakar, Scarlet Commander Mograine, Sand Fury Executioner, and Rexxar.
I don't know
Warcraft
about
3.
Sand Fury
You'd think that they could get him in the studio and read a couple of lines since he was able to during Shadowlands when he wasn't working at Blizzard, but now I'm getting sidetracked. I'm sorry. Back to the video.
Please, accept our hospitality here in Durotar.
Only if you'll let me carry my own weight.
At this point in our story, it follows the events of the Warcraft 3
Warcraft
game,
3.
which means that the story becomes kind of gamey. And Rexxar does a lot of chores around Durotar. He completes these tasks with his appointed guide named Rokan, and he kills thunder lizards, some harpies, and he meets Chen Stormstout, which is pretty much a joke character that would then have an entire expansion built around him a decade later. The letter Mogren had was...
Yeah, I remember when Miss Pandaria was announced and stuff, like, me and my friends who played WoW were like, why? What the heck, like, really? I mean, it was kind of cool, like, oh yeah, because Warcraft 3 had that panda, but at the same time it was always like, that's weird.
Was warning the war chief that there was a large number of humans forming to the south near Theramore. This was strange since after the previous war, there was an established peace treaty between the Horde and the Alliance.
This is Jaina's dad, I think.
Later, Thrall would get a request from the humans to have a meeting in the middle of nowhere, at night, alone. Obviously, this is suspicious, and Rexxar goes in his place and gets ambushed by humans and he kills them all. Okay, now here's a problem. These soldiers are supposed to be led by Thrall's close friend, Jaina, who also desired peace as much as he did. And yet, she had no idea who is giving her soldiers these orders. Together, Jaina and Rexxar would investigate and find out who was behind these attacks.
Whoa there!
Our future peace hinges on what we find here.
Peace is always fragile.
We aren't so different. I think our people want the same things. I hope you trust me.
Thrall does. That should be enough.
Surface dwellers are so
Oh, the
strange.
Naga, that's right.
Your petty disagreements mean nothing to me. We controlled the world once, and we shall again.
I kind of wish they had an expansion more focused on the Naga than they did the pandas.
The Naga destroyed our camp.
A human and a half-orc work together? What nonsense. We will reclaim our land.
Shut up!
I
The
was
Naga
not
are
expecting
gone.
that.
But
That's
who
funny.
were the humans attacking us?
I recognize that footman. I think I know what happened here.
Peace is like a dream. Beautiful, ephemeral, unobtainable. The Horde killed my son, my flesh and blood. I will never forgive them. A pity my daughter did not inherit my keen judge of character. Ah, Jaina. I found you at last.
Father, I knew this was
like
your doing. You have to understand. The Horde is no longer our enemy.
So naive, my dear. Step aside. You will never know what it is to defend your home, your loved ones. You abandoned your world to destroy ours.
Shut up!
An extermination is in order.
Rexar, run!
Savages! Atone for what you did in Stormwind, in Lordaeron!
A duck walked into an apothecary and he said, "Give me some chapstick and put it on my bill."
Thanks to Jaina, I escaped. But war was upon us. And worse, we were outnumbered.
Now the Horde knew who their new enemy exactly was, and an unwanted war was clearly on the horizon. They would need to amass a large number of soldiers if they were going to be victorious in this conflict. And Rexar helped bolster the Horde's ranks in rather unconventional ways. So what Rexar did was he traveled to Dustwallow Marsh to defeat a tyrannical warlord of the Stonemaul Ogres, and became their new leader so he could send the ogres in the battle.
Time for the meat grinder!
I think that's the name of his weapon.
Shut up!
Then he traveled over to the Barrens to help the Tauren chieftain's son, Bane Bloodhoof, who had been captured by the Centaur. Such a favor would convince the Tauren to join them in the upcoming assault.
We have never kidnapped a half-orc, half-ogre before. Do you think we are stupid?
Yes. Bane! Are you all right?
Yes, my friend. I owe everything to you. Whatever you wish, my father will grant to you.
Yeah, that... I think it was a little different in Warcraft 3, because I'm pretty sure that rescuing Bane was part of the Warcraft 3 gameplay, but like, I think that was a little bit different.
Then the armies of the
Because I'm pretty sure you do meet his dad first, and he's like, "Oh, my son's been kidnapped, can you go rescue him?"
Horde amassed at the gates of Theramore. Of course, conflict like this was never the ideal outcome, but Admiral Proudmoore was so driven by spite and revenge that he would not stop until either he or the Horde was dead. Even his daughter Jaina knew that.
Thrall, Rexar, I just want you to know that I had no part in this.
Of course not. Still, you know what we must do.
Yes, I will leave you to it.
We must put an end to the Admiral. Only then will the Horde be safe. You are the champion of the Horde. Our victory will come through you, or not at all.
Loktar Ogar! For the Horde! For Durotar!
I'm ready to try.
That's a good transition.
You saved us all, Rexar. I can never repay you. Will you stay with us?
I belong in the wilds, amidst the beasts and elements of the land. But I will always be there when you need me, brother.
Even after being champion of the Horde, Rexar still longed for the solitude of the wilds and returned to the nature of Kalimdor. When we find him again is in classic World of Warcraft, where he's wandering around Desolace and is a part of the Onyxia quest chain.
Yeah, I always thought this Rexar was a bit lame, but Misha was like freaking crazy.
Which then became non-canon as per the Warcraft comic. Then in the Burning Crusade, he traveled back to Draenor, where his home world was now twisted by magic and called the Outlands. Miraculously, the Mok'Nathal clan had survived this radical change in environment, and Rexxar helped his clan by defeating the ogres nearby and their Grand Master, with help from Sablian, an uncorrupted black dragon in the zone who hated ogres as much as he did. The Mok'Nathal clan was—
Wait, there was another uncorrupted black dragon? I thought that was just Rathion. What the heck?
appreciative of Rexxar's help in defeating their enemy, except for his father Leorok, who still held resentment for his son for deserting them, like, 30 years ago. Rexxar would then have minor appearances in the Legion—
Yeah, this Rexxar is the cool one.
and Battle for Azeroth expansions, where he suffers the same fate many Warcraft characters do. He's in the story and he's a character players interact with, but his own personal story really isn't progressed at all, and he's more just used as a familiar face and a tool to progress the story that doesn't really involve him personally. This isn't necessarily a bad thing, just a consequence of Warcraft's method of storytelling and a ridiculous amount of characters they have to juggle. The question is now, will we see Rexxar again? Rexxar is one of the core characters—
I mean, he's not dead. And the thing is, he doesn't really have much to do with dragons, so if maybe there was an expansion on ogres, then maybe?
Characters of Warcraft who has existed for 21 years. Despite this, his story hasn't really progressed much compared to other legacy characters from Warcraft 3, but Rexxar has one of the most underrated stories of a badass hunter who was outcasted from society, fought through numerous historical events, and became a legend in the Warcraft universe.
That was a good video.
Hey, real quick, if you enjoyed this video, consider checking out Display. Their support helps a lot when making these videos, and if you liked the video, a like and subscribe.
Shut up!
That was a really good video. Warcraft's Mightiest Hunter. That was a lot of fun. I've always liked Rexxar, and it's especially say if you've played like Warcraft 3, like he's a staple. Like, I don't know, I wish they did more with him. He's a really cool character. Alright, so next one is the worst area in every Dark Souls game. I think I can name like what the number one is. Was it Blighttown? I forget. It's like that dark area, right, where you just go down the well. Forget the name of it, but I think that one's like universally hated across every game. Like, it's still hated, even though like a new game comes out, like it's still the number one hated place. So
the Souls series has some of the most incredible areas in all of gaming, but it also has some of the worst. Last time we talked about the best area.
I don't know if it's like the worst in gaming, but definitely worst among the Dark Souls series.
Areas in each Souls game, but today I want to talk about the worst area from Demon Souls all the way to Elden Ring. As always, there are timestamps for each game if you need them, and this will not be including DLC because I have another video planned for that. Starting with Demon Souls, we have—
Is there even one for Sekiro? I can't think of a single one that I really hated.
5-2, the Swamp of Sorrow, and my goodness did it bring sorrow. This one should come as no surprise. This area is a classic poison
really
swamp and is
annoying.
undoubtedly the worst area in Demon Souls. Really, the thing that makes me dislike this area so much is the way the checkpoints in Demon Souls are set up. Basically, there's only one bonfire per area, so your run to the boss is the entire level. They obviously make this easier in most areas with the classic FromSoft shortcuts if you explore enough, but this area you pretty much still have to run all the way through every time, even with the shortcut. The swamp is super dark with annoying enemies left and right trying to poison you while you slowly make your way through it. The remake did add a ring that makes it to where you can walk through this normally, but I did not find this on my first playthrough, and even with the ring, it's still the worst area. You can really see how this inspired wonderful areas such as Blighttown and the Farron Keep in the future with its frustrating enemies and slowed movement, but it makes me smile knowing how much Miyazaki loves creating these areas. I know these are technically the worst areas in these games, but it really wouldn't be a proper Souls game without them. I think the pain we all endured through these areas made us closer as a community and gave us plenty of jokes to make about the games. Some people in the comments even told me these are some of their favorite areas, and while I wouldn't go that far, it still makes me happy knowing they hold a special place in all of our hearts. Moving on to Dark Souls, we have none other than the Tomb of Giants. Lost Izalith comes in a close second, but the Tomb of Giants is really the only area I absolutely dread each time I play this game. It's also one of those areas that even if you know where to go, it's still incredibly difficult difficult to run through and makes me despise playing through the second half of this game. I've said before that I think areas like this are BS because there's really no skill involved in the challenge. They just make it to where you can't see and throw a bunch of terrifying enemies at you. But I will say it does a good job of creating intensity because good lord, this area is scary. I think it's funny how Souls games at times can be scarier for me than actual horror games. Just try walking into a new area with 100,000 souls and let me know how that goes. I think the justification for the Tomb of Giants was supposed to be the fact that you can get the skull lantern or the sunlight maggot to help light your way, but they didn't really help that much. They help a lot in comparison to the darkness, but overall not really. This area almost feels designed to be sprinted through, and that fact alone would be enough for me to give it the worst spot. Luckily, it does have another bonfire before you have to fight Nito, but I still hate the fact that you have to run through the second part of this area every time you die to the boss. I think in theory this area could have been interesting, but it was clearly rushed, and it's not even bad in a good way like Blighttown.
Yeah, it just felt like really scarce, like not much to it. So I think it is, like you said, it's just something you would want to just rush through.
Next up, we have Dark Souls 2. I'm not gonna lie, this one was tough because this game has some horrific areas. And while I was tempted to crown the Black Gulch as the worst area in this game, I think it has to go to the Shrine of Amana. The Black Gulch only escaped this spot for me because it was pretty short and it does have an extra bonfire if you use the Fragrant Branch of Yore. The Shrine of Amana, on the other hand, is pretty much a culmination of everything Dark Souls 2 did wrong. The enemy placements, the magic spam that tracks your movement, the water that sinks you unless you're paying attention to every excruciating detail of the ground. This place is a nightmare. They even have a cave section with...
What's funny is, like, I completely forgot about this area until he fell in the water. I'm just like, oh god, not this place. Like,
enemies who spray mist that breaks all of your equipment. The ultimate get good moment. And unfortunately, Dark Souls 2 does this type of stuff a lot, and I still love the game, but the amount of areas I run straight through on subsequent playthroughs is absurd. When I did my first playthrough of this game a couple years ago, I was determined to kill every enemy in every area of every game. This area was by far the most frustrating for me as someone who just wanted to play through the level normally instead of running through it. And even trying to run through it now for this gameplay alone was such a pain. I ended up recording it on 3 separate days because of how annoyed I was getting. I'm really not a fan of areas that have random hidden death spots if you accidentally step on them, and I know you can just use a torch or pay closer attention, but it's hard to stare at the ground with 50 mages shooting magic at you. The only redeeming factor is if you're using magic, it's not horrible, but I really don't think that should be a prerequisite for an area to be halfway bearable. I don't think this choice will be a surprise to anyone, and I think we all know which area I'm gonna choose when I talk about the DLCs. Moving on to the amazing Bloodborne. Y'all are gonna destroy me in the comments, but it's the fishing hamlet. Just kidding, just kidding, just kidding.
I was gonna say, wait, what? There's nothing wrong with that. Bloodborne, bad areas. I think the only one to me that's not exactly a bad area, but the one that left the most impression in terms of like I hated it was probably the first area, only because like I wasn't really ready for that kind of combat. Yeah, and it just wrecked me. I had to learn the area like really well, and I got used to the game obviously, so I don't know.
It's the Nightmare of Mensis. Whew, I know everyone was so ready to unclick the sub button.
Oh, this place. It was super easy to get lost, and it wasn't obvious where you needed to go, so there was a lot of just backtracking.
Button right there. Anyway, this area's name didn't lie because the Nightmare of Mensis is indeed an absolute nightmare. And with a name like Bloodborne, I don't even want to know what they meant by the word Mensis. Ew. This area is basically a speed run while you slowly take damage and frenzy buildup, and not to mention some super frustrating...
I thought you were talking about the library place. No, actually, I didn't really mind this place. I mean, it was annoying, but I didn't bother
enemies along the way. Luckily, you can get past this part pretty quickly, but only to reach a gigantic spider gank reminiscent of my college dorm bathroom. Other than that, this area really isn't horrible, which proves how solid of a game Bloodborne is overall, but it's definitely one of the weaker ones. I do appreciate the actual level design though, with the cages and shortcuts. These definitely made it a much more interesting area, and I do think it's pretty fitting for the atmosphere of the late game. But the boss is where my criticism continues because good lord, this guy sucks. It's so frustrating too too, because I love the one-on-one fights with humanoid enemies in this series, and when you actually get to fight him, he's not that bad, but chasing him around in circles is such a pain in the ass, even if you know where to go. And I know there's gonna be someone that's like, oh, well, you know you can cheese him with poison, right? Yeah, bro, I'm not playing these games to cheese my way through. I wanna have an enjoyable fight and feel rewarded at the end. I think the other areas on this list make the Nightmare of Mensis look pretty good in comparison, but it's still a bit of a chore to get through. Next up, we have the game with my...
So I don't like when people say you can cheese them, but the cheese is something that is in the game that isn't like an exploit. You can poison him, you can bleed him. Like, that's not really a cheese. That's you playing the game, like as intended with your like a build that was allowed. It's not like it's a mod to add poison.
My least favorite areas overall, Dark Souls 3. They snapped on those DLC areas though, those are so good. The worst area in Dark Souls 3 was a pretty easy choice for me, the Farron Keep. Not only is it another poison swamp, it's also home to some of the most difficult...
Yeah, like really annoying enemies. I remember I had to take a break from Dark Souls 3 for a few days after like I don't know how many deaths.
Early game enemies in the series. And the difficulty of this area is fine. I just think it's a boring area because not only is it very dull and gray, it also takes forever to get through due to the poison slowing you down. Normally this wouldn't be that bad, but it's the fact that you have to light the fires while giant enemies that are way faster than you chase you down. And did I mention they have magic? This makes the area much worse since you no longer have the option of just running through it. You have to actually go light all the fires to progress in the game. The absolutely only redeeming factor of this area is the boss. The Abyss Watchers are one of my favorite bosses in the series and definitely attributed to my first click moment with Dark Souls.
Not me. I'll be honest, Abyss Watchers were just okay. Like I think I only took 2 tries to kill them. I don't know.
Other than that, the enemies are difficult, but in a really obnoxious way that makes me not want to bother with them. On the bright side, I don't think this area is too difficult overall if you know what you're doing, but let's be honest, most of the areas in Dark Souls 3 aren't too hard. Moving on to Sekiro, while I don't think they have too many horrible areas in this game, the Sunken Valley Passage was probably my least favorite. My main gripe is that there are just so many enemies shooting at you at once, it gets really annoying. And not to mention they're shooting at you with guns.
I was honestly thinking of this place when he was talking about it, but I was like, I don't know if there's a worse one.
I know you can grapple up to them, but that just feels kind of cheap that they give that many enemies ranged weapons and you have to take them out one by one. It's not like they're that hard, it's just unpleasant. And when you actually do fight the enemies, you can take them out in like 2 hits with no deflecting, so the whole give and take rhythm system when fighting enemies in this game just kind of goes out the window. The Snake Eyes mini boss here was one of my least favorites as well, just because it had like 3 attacks total and basically just spammed the kick move over and over. I will say I like how much there is to find in this area, and I do appreciate any area that has hidden spots or paths, especially with how much more rare they are to find in Sekiro. Overall though, I really don't hate this area, it just felt like you got spammed with a lot of annoying ranged attacks constantly without requiring much skill from the player aside from being able to run away. And now, the moment you've all been waiting for, Elden Ring. I want absolutely no debate on this, the worst area in this game is without a doubt.
I'm trying to think of what I would consider the worst area. I think the snow area is the most boring area. I think in general, like a lot of it is just empty nothing. But when you do find like places, it's good, but it's like the only area I'm just like, oh my god, this is like really boring.
The Lake of Rot. People tried to argue this in my comments when I ranked the Elden Ring areas in my shorts videos, but I'm sorry, there's no reason you can give me for why this area could rank any higher than dead last. You know how poison swamps slowly drain your health and we don't like that? The Lake of Rot gives you Scarlet Rot pretty much instantly, and it also drains your health so fast that you either need to make sure you have a bunch of preserving bullets.
I think it's because when I went here, I had a ton of these just from playing the game. I never used them for anything else, and it wasn't like, to me, this place was not a big deal at all.
A spell, or tons of heals.
Once.
I do think this area is cool, and like I said before, it wouldn't have been a proper From Software game without at least one horrendous...
Oh, you know what? The freaking cave that you get transported in. I freaking hated that. I was one of the people who, early in the game, I was just exploring, took that chest, transported me to the cave, and then these freaking guys just deleted me over and over.
in this poison toxic area.
Oh
I
my
really
God,
just
that's so
despise
annoying.
the fact that if you want to actually find all the items here and kill all the enemies, you're gonna have to accept a few guaranteed deaths unless you want to waste all your resources.
I never died in this area, so I don't know what he means.
Is because you're not gonna have enough heals to last you all the way through. I'm always okay.
Like I said, if you have enough of those preservatives, like, it should be fine. But I guess if you get there not realizing, well, I didn't know what kind of place it was. I just happened to have it. But
with death as a learning mechanic, but not with death as an inevitable thing, regardless of your knowledge or skill level. Overall, it's just not a fun area, but we knew something like this was coming to Elden Ring, and I'm not gonna lie, I got kind of excited when I saw it for the first time. Also, a lot of people have been mad because I don't do outros.
Hogwarts Legacy.
that guy doesn't care at all. That's funny. Wait, why can't you let me back up? That's really annoying. Alright, well, that was, I can't even go back. That is so annoying. Let me see if I can find the video. There it is.
The Soul series.
Give it a like. Worst area, I mean, I did disagree with some points. No, it's because it's like an opinion thing, obviously, so. Yeah. FromSoft games, man. They really do have, like, some of the greatest, like, views you'll see in games, like when you first stepped out of the beginning area in Elden Ring, you know, where the True Sentinel is. So, all right, so next video, and this is a game I'm really looking forward to, is the new well, I can't even think, Harry Potter game. So, and I guess there's drama. I didn't know.
Hogwarts Legacy boycott drama isn't real. Oh yeah.
I had no idea there even was drama.
We'll go ahead and we'll watch a few of these and get through them. Yeah, some people have been complaining about because J.K. Rowling like hates fucking women or trans people or something like that.
I thought she didn't hate them. She just didn't really agree with that a trans woman is a full woman or something like that.
People don't want to play Harry Potter. I don't, yeah, I don't really know.
I always find that weird that the main, like, to me, unless they do something, like say they murder, rape, or whatever, like a really hardcore crime, I actually don't really care about a creator's, like, thoughts on things are. You know what I mean? Like, the things they created, to me, are more important. It only matters when they're actually doing some really, like, evil stuff.
Like, I saw that people were complaining about it, and it seemed like a very common...
It's like Chick-fil-A. How they just don't like gay people because they're, like, super religious. But it's like, I don't care. Like, they have good food. That's all. Like, that'd be different if they told me they were hunting gay people. It's like, okay, I'm not ever supporting them.
Complex issues, so I just kind of ignored it. The truth is that, I mean... I'm still going to listen to Kanye West. So, like, that's where I stand on this issue. I don't give a fuck.
Yeah.
Yeah, if the game's fun to play, I'm going to play the game.
So-called controversies in the gaming... You know what's the best thing about all these so-called controversies in the gaming community?
They're not real and they don't actually matter.
All you have to do is shut your phone off, and they no longer exist.
Pretty close.
For quite a few years now, this has been the main struggle for me as a YouTuber as well.
Yeah.
On one hand, I enjoy getting to share my opinions with you all on gaming news when it's something that I feel really matters to me. But on the other hand, the realization kicked in with me a while ago that too much of this news is simply fabricated. We live in a world revolving around social media, where people have incredibly low attention spans and where any one voice can be elevated to appear like it's representing a much larger group than it is in reality. Meanwhile, content creators are in a constant struggle to gain their audience's notice, so we love nothing more than to make use of this and lean into people's emotions as much as possible.
Oh, I see this all the time. It's like whenever there's a news story and it...
Oh, this is like, when people say, oh, you're denying trans people, so you're saying, like, they're not real people. And it's like, that's not what people say. And they do it with, like, other things as well.
It's like social
really
media
annoying.
is on fire because of this latest change, and they show a few tweets, and one of the tweets that they show has 17 likes. Oh my god. Who cares? It doesn't matter. This is just like, what are you doing? It doesn't matter. Like, if people get mad about something on Twitter, you just ignore it for like 3 days and it goes away.
I say we.
Yeah, I don't use Twitter. Like, I've heard like a lot of people like who use it say they wish they could quit. So to me, it was like, why would I use something that sounds like you're on drugs? Like, the people I know who are like into Twitter, they're like, oh yeah, I can't help myself. And I'm just like, dude, it sounds like you have an addiction, like a heroin addiction.
Because I'd be lying if I said I didn't take part in it myself as well.
Oh yeah, I farm this stuff all the time because it's funny.
After all, here I am, making a video about the Hogwarts Legacy boycott, a topic which is bound to catch plenty of eyes, but otherwise, honestly, wouldn't be something much on my own mind at all.
Honestly, I didn't know about the drama, that's why I'm like watching it. If I kind of knew what it was, I'd probably still watch it just because, you know, about games, why not?
Oh. I guess what I'm trying to say is that I'm still in the process of finding the ideal solution to this problem of my own. I could never go back to making content on a daily basis on this channel like I used to many years ago.
Okay.
But I also really don't want to go months without making videos anymore because no topic really seems to suffice. Alas, for now, let's just skip my inner ramblings here.
Yeah, who gives a fuck? I mean, like, just do whatever you want to do, man. If you want to make more videos, make more videos. If you don't want to, then stop it. Like, yeah, overthinking that kind of stuff is always going to get worse.
And actually get to the point. With less than a month to go until the release of Hogwarts Legacy, there are increasingly larger calls for a boycott of the game. The main reason is because of J.K. Rowling, whose name is obviously attached to this product, being that she's the creator of Harry Potter's universe. In recent years, Rowling has openly expressed some of her views.
I think I see what she's saying, at least especially in this first part. If sex isn't real, there's no same-sex attraction. If sex isn't real, the lived reality of women is erased. I know and love trans people, but erasing the concept of sex removes the ability of many to meaningfully discuss their lives. So, I think what she's basically saying is, like, what... by trying to get rid of the like terminology of sex, you're also like in a way saying there should be no gay pride, in a sense, right? That you liking the same sex, like, actually kind of agree in that sex really shouldn't matter for most things. I think the only times it really should is when it's like biology based, so like sports, hospitals, like stuff like that, where it's like you're biology is coming into play, therefore now we need to address the fact that you are female or male. But in terms of like same-sex attraction, it's like, I know some people have their personality in terms of like being gay or lesbian. To me, I use that gay for both, but it's, I don't know, or just being a woman. Like some people have their identity, is what the word I was looking for, behind their sex. So.
In the ongoing transgender debate, which, suffice to say, a large number of people severely seem to disagree with.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of people that don't like that. I mean, again, you have to keep in mind that I'm not sure about all of the evidence, but with many people, they've come to the conclusion that Tolkien was like kind of racist. And, you know, like H.P. Lovecraft was like 100% racist. Oh, yeah. Basically, if you like anything that's more than 100 years old, the odds are that the people that made it were racist. And it's not like they were racist like, oh, well, you know, they just didn't understand. They're racist as in like, we like slavery racist. Like, that's just what happens. I mean, again, if you get upset about this shit, it's fine, but I think it's a little bit odd whenever people draw lines here, whenever there's so many other things that are problematic as well. There's like these companies that are making shoes using third-party labor, third-world labor. Like, is this really worse? Like, how are you boycotting Harry Potter, but
not
you're
Apple.
not boycotting Apple.
Yep. Yeah, especially when like the stories came out with Apple that people were jumping out of the freaking building to, like, instead of quitting, they had to kill themselves. Like, I don't know about you guys, but it's like when I heard that stuff, I'm just like, dude, I'm never buying an Apple product again. Like, that's what I said earlier, is like, I don't care about the creators, like, thoughts and stuff. Like, if it turned out, you know, Steve Jobs, like, hated, I don't know, Asians or something like that, right? Like, I wouldn't care, because it's like, whatever. But when you're actually doing things that are messed up, like, I'm just gonna stop supporting that product.
It just seems like a very distorted worldview.
Yeah. I always call it hypocritical when people like talk about that stuff and then they pull out their iPhone and it's like, okay.
Who recently published an article highlighting a heated argument taking place in a Reddit thread where Rowling's comments were repeatedly called transphobic, and she was named a so-called TERF, trans-exclusionary radical feminist. The thread, published on a popular Reddit, was named "A friendly reminder from your mod team that this woman is a TERF, and anyone who pledges to support her monetarily is also a transphobe."
Well, I mean, like, again, you got to keep in mind, you go and you look at this, it had 3,000 updates, okay? 3,000 update-a-rudies.
I would assume that's like nothing compared to like the actual fan base of Harry Potter.
You know what that means? No.
That's like one city.
Nothing. It doesn't matter. And on top of that, there's more comments than updates. And if there's more comments than updates on something, you know what that means? It means that the comments are mostly disagreeing with it. That's what happens. Yeah, they got unironically ratioed.
Yep.
And anyone who pledges to support her monetarily is also a transphobe. This same sentiment, not just about Rowling, but also ascribing her stance to anyone deciding to buy Hogwarts Legacy, is being repeated across social media in larger numbers with each day that Hogwarts Legacy's launch is getting closer.
I don't think almost anyone is going to listen to this. Like, the game looks amazing. I liked Harry Potter. Like, I'm not obsessed. I don't care what house people are in, but it's a good story.
Oh, if people don't want to buy it because they don't agree with what she said, I think that's totally their right to do it. That's totally fine. I think that every single person has to draw their own line in the sand and say, you know what? I don't want to support this. I don't like what it stands for, and I'm not a fan of it, and that's it.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like, I do it with some things like Apple products now. I'm trying to think of something else, but I can't off the top of my head.
It's their right to do that. I think where the problem comes in is whenever they try to guilt trip and shame other people for enjoying something. I would assume that most of the people that are going to play Hogwarts Legacy don't know what turf is. Turf is like, you know, the stuff that you run around on the track in PE class, okay? If you got no fucking idea about it, and in my opinion, anytime that you try to force people that don't really care about your issue to care about your issue and agree with you, you usually get them to care about your issue and disagree with you. I think it's a very counterproductive goal. And anytime, it's like these people, they just want to play a video game. They don't give a fuck. You know, this is a person, you know, they're a fucking school bus driver. And you know, they have to deal with shit all day, every day. Do you think they really want to come and, you know, after all of this, that they want to come home and read about how they're a bad person because they're playing a video game? Absolutely fuck.
They're playing a video game, and the creator of like said video games theme, they said mean things about your group.
Fucking not. Nobody wants to hear that. So, like, yeah, it's the same thing I said kind of with the recently with the World Cup being in Qatar. It's like, if you don't want to watch it because it's in Qatar, I think that's totally fine. It's your own prerogative. If you have a moral obligation not to do it, totally okay. But the problem is whenever these people are so fucking self-righteous and sanctimonious that they think that they have the fucking moral authority to sit around and tell everybody else what they have to do too. And then they try to shame other people for enjoying something. And
that, or they're saying like you're a bad person. Like, basically they're trying to soapbox you. Stand on their soapbox like, hey, I'm a better person and you're than you because you're doing that. And you doing that makes you now a bad person.
I think that I've never really seen an instance of this happen and it wasn't counterproductive. I've never seen an instance where people do this and it didn't backfire. All the time. People get so fucking tired of it, man. Sure, they're a bunch of losers. Yes, they are. And at the end of the day, I think these are people who haven't come to the realization that their opinion doesn't matter. Your approval of somebody else playing a video game, there's no currency value of this. Nobody cares about your approval because you're a loser.
It's not even just that you're a loser. It's like, think about it like this. Like, even the people they care about, like, say, your parents, sibling, or whatever it is. Like, if you're playing a game that looks cool and you like it, and they say, oh, you're bad for doing that, you're just going to look at them like they're crazy. Like, what are you talking about? And
that's it. And if more of these people realize this, they would probably stop doing it. But yeah, they think it's main character syndrome. They have no sense of perspective in the world.
Now, without further getting into any of J.K. Rowling's opinions or my personal views on the discussion yet, let's first talk about the theoretical implications that a major boycott could have on Hogwarts Legacy as a product.
Yeah.
While it's impossible to speculate about exact percentages, I definitely do expect a part of the game's sales revenue to go towards J.K. Rowling. Warner Brothers Games has basically been forced to make it clear she is not contributing in any way to the game nor its narrative, but
I don't know why they would even have to say anything. It was kind of dumb of them to do that.
But that she still earns royalties from any product based on a world is pretty obvious to me.
I think that they made a mistake by even addressing it. The more that you talk to people that are unreasonable, the more ammunition you give them to go off of.
Yeah, that, and because you're more bigger than they are, now people who weren't ever going to see what they were talking about now are going to wonder, well, what are you talking about? Why are you saying this?
You just completely ignore it, and it goes away.
Yeah.
While J.K. Rowling herself may already be filthy rich, and I honestly doubt that these sales will prove to become a noteworthy addition to her net worth, I also do understand that she apparently contributes to particular charities, not exactly in line with the views of those who are choosing to boycott the game. In other words, I actually think it can be a pretty valid point to assume that some of the money you'd spend on Hogwarts Legacy may go towards causes that could perhaps directly oppose those that would have your own support. So,
maybe, I don't know.
Perhaps you may be surprised to hear it.
That's a weird life you would live in if that's like how you saw things.
Come out of my mouth, but I really don't have a problem with people choosing to ignore Hogwarts Legacy for their own principled reasons.
Yeah, I think that's totally fine. Exactly. This guy, I like this guy. This guy's a good guy.
In fact, I honestly wish more people were this critical in their purchasing decisions, not just from a political perspective, but especially from the consumer side of things.
Yeah, that's never gonna happen.
Nope.
Yeah, the thing is that most of these people will they will not play the game for a while, and
so I'm gonna take a break because I really gotta go get something. So be back for a couple minutes. Let's just play this again. Okay, let's go back to the video. Should be this one, right? Yeah.
And then they will play the game after that. That's what's going to happen. That's always the way these things go.
Too often nowadays do I hear people complaining about games taking a direction that they aren't fond of remakes that they feel are completely unnecessary, of characters written in a way where they no longer appeal to them at all. But when push comes to shove, out of sheer desperation not to miss out on the current new thing, their money goes towards these products anyway, be it at launch or during a sale as, I guess, a best case scenario.
Yeah.
To a degree, I mean, he is right, but at the same time, I mean, Shadowlands kind of proved it. Like, you can take things kind of too far, and if you do, people aren't just gonna take it. Like, if Dragonflight really was leaning towards it again, like, just being that bad, honestly, I think I would have just given up on WoW completely.
Far too few of us seem to understand.
I can't guarantee it, but it's like I would have had way less interest. I would say that.
As the consumers, we are in control at the end of the day, and it's up to us.
This game
to
does look
voice
pretty
this
interesting.
Unhappiness.
Oh, that's very true. I wish more people realized that. Absolutely.
I didn't really catch that.
A sale as, I guess, a best case scenario.
Yeah.
Far too few of us seem to understand that as the consumers, we are in control at the end of the day, and it's up to us to voice this unhappiness.
Oh, that's very true. I wish more people realized that. Absolutely. Yeah, I really do wish that more people realize that actually, as a consumer, you do have a lot of power. You need to be able to, you know, put your...
A lot? I mean, you have all the power. Like, let's be fair. You have the power literally to make that company no longer exist. Like, that's the level of power consumers have.
Yourself out there and say, hey, I'm not going to buy this. But the truth is that a lot of people that are...
They just don't
as
care.
Video games, and this is just kind of like what happens, as people... As like these things evolve and they become more prevalent, like look at like pay-to-win games and gacha games. Like 10 years ago, they were very uncommon and people took a very principled stance and they did not play them. Nowadays, that's not really the case. Most people play these new games. Almost everybody engages with pay-to-win games on some degree.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, though, from the get-go, that shouldn't have been on the player's end. That should have been on, honestly, the government. Because it's gambling. I don't mind pay-to-win if it's, like, non-gamble mechanics, like loot boxes and stuff. Only because it's like, if it's pay-to-win and it's upfront, like, about it, it's like, okay, then just don't play that game.
Like, I can't, like, maybe I can think of some people that...
But it's the RNG of it that just makes it, crap.
Don't, but it's certainly a much larger amount that do. So I think that's just what happens, is that you can vote with your wallet, but I think with gaming especially, the real thing that matters and the only thing that matters is if the game is fun to play. And if the game is fun to play, it doesn't matter if it has gambling, it doesn't matter if it has transphobia, it doesn't matter if it has racism, it doesn't matter if it has anything. People will play that video game because that's all people want to do. They just want to play a video game. They don't care about any of these other issues. These issues are like invisible to them. They work at an office. They don't care about this at all.
Exactly. I mean, they're just there to enjoy the medium, or the media that they're trying to enjoy. Like a TV show, like whatever it may be.
Yeah, I mean, like, look at, I think FIFA is a great example of this. Doesn't FIFA, I mean, like, FIFA has gacha in the game, with, like, the fucking Ultimate Team thing. And yeah, I don't know, I heard that they airbrushed out and they took out some of the gambling sponsors in FIFA. Is that true or not? Because I don't want to go and say something that's not true. Are you able to see gambling sponsors in FIFA?
That's crazy. Because that's like, a lot of kids play those games.
So you can see gambling sponsors in FIFA. Okay. Well, yeah, there you go. So people are still going to be playing the game. They don't like gambling, but they're still playing FIFA. That's all there is to it.
Yeah, I mean, it's like I said, it should be at, like, long ago this should have already been at least this part of the gaming should have been regulated.
We don't do that through meaningless criticism, yet cowardly shying away from taking any action.
In some countries,
we vote with our wallet, and that is what brings across actual change. That being said, let's bring the discussion back to Hogwarts Legacy, and what I do take issue with myself. That's obviously trying to guilt-trip others, telling them that transphobes merely for having different priorities, and dictating that they can't possibly be buying the game merely for the desire of what it actually offers. Taking this approach is always gonna blow up in your face. I'll tell you this much, for me, it only achieves the opposite effect. A little voice...
Yeah, a lot of people say, fuck you, you're not gonna tell me what to do. I don't want you telling me that I can or can't play a video game. I'm gonna do it even more now.
I think it's also a case where, like, if they were gonna have sympathy for you, it's no longer there. It's more hostile now. So, like, even though they may not have been transphobic prior to that, they may like, oh man, is this how trans people are? Like, man, they're really annoying. You know what I mean? Like, it's just not a good look.
My mind would almost make me feel inclined to support the product now.
Yeah,
if it wasn't just to spite those who think they can assume things out of me and label me whatever they want.
Exactly.
It's straight up toxic, and I'll be the last to give in to your pathetic threats, no matter how many of you may try to coerce me.
And the thing is that they are pathetic threats, because there's nothing that these people are really going to do.
Nope.
Like, what are they going to do? Tweet at you? Just block them.
Yeah.
Another one tweets at you, block them. Like, after, like, probably 10 people that you block, you're never going to see it again. Like, that's it. It doesn't...
Or if you're like me, you know, you're not even on Twitter. Maybe I should get on there, because obviously I'm, like, streaming and stuff, but, like, I don't want to.
Matter.
I'll be honest.
Hell, do people honestly think they are, telling others what decisions to make?
Because I've heard, like, nothing but bad stuff.
I'm in no way a blind apologist for Hogwarts Legacy as a product. And to be honest, as of now, I haven't even made my mind up whether I'm going to be getting it or not. I recently made a video analyzing the gameplay, and I think I expressed plenty of reservations that I still have regarding the story, voice acting, and how satisfying the combat may turn out to be. Then again, like many others, I grew up with the Harry Potter books and movies, and I can't say that the promise of roaming around a rendition of Hogwarts this vast, expansive, and full of detail isn't appealing enough in and of itself.
It's cool.
All that I'm trying to say is that my decision to buy this game or not will depend, and only depend, on the quality of the game that is ultimately delivered.
Yeah, exactly.
Unfortunately, everyone seems to be expected to fall in line with the same one-sided political narrative nowadays. But
I don't think that everybody is expected to do that. I think that there is a very small, I would say 1 to 2% minority of people that are so politically extreme and, like, mentally fucking psychotic that they think the entire world revolves around them. Because most people...
Them and their causes, yeah. That when they find a cause, that the world should just stop and pay attention.
People give in to them because they just don't want to deal with their psychotic outbursts. That's really what the truth is. But also the truth is that nobody really gives a fuck. And I think more and more people are starting to realize this, is that a lot of people that are angry about something amounts to nothing.
Yeah.
It doesn't make a difference. It's not a big deal. Everything blows over. It doesn't matter.
Personally, I simply refuse. Don't get me wrong, I've never had a problem expressing myself and taking conversations about games beyond their basic talking points.
Oh yeah.
Honestly, as someone whose views admittedly lie mostly in the libertarian category, it's always been quite a lonely experience, refusing to go along with any quote-unquote side, and having that comfort of automatically knowing I'll be backed up by the vast majority of my viewers who fall in the same category.
But I think that this is what the real category is. Don't fucking tell me what to do, you stupid loser on Twitter. That's the real category that I think 95% of people fall into.
Yeah, it's not a left or a right thing. Or, like, honestly, I don't even really believe in the whole left and right thing, because I think a lot of people on the left and right, like, they're not, like, 100% on either end, so...
That's it.
But no one likes being told what to do.
This is the same with people that are like, oh, well, they fucking race swapped a character. This is a terrible fucking movie. Like, you should never see this because it's got woke agendas in it or something like that. Like, Dragonflight was like that because, I mean, they had like 7 or like, I think it was like at least 3 or 4 like gay marriage or like gay relationship quest lines. And you had...
Really? I don't remember those. Honestly, I skip quests a lot of times, so maybe that's why.
Had people that saw that and they're like, well, what the fuck? Like, this is just them trying to push an agenda. But everybody that plays the game is like, we don't give a fuck about this. Just shut up and let us play the game. That's it.
Yeah, that's true.
And so this is really, and the point that I'm making here is that it's just pandering. Well, the difference
I didn't even know
is that
about that. And I've done
nobody gives a fuck one way or another because
find.
It doesn't affect the game. Whenever it affects the game, then people are going to care. You can have Apex Legends release. It's got the only white male it has in it on release is a toxic one. Nobody gave a fuck. Nobody even talked about that because it's a good game. The people are talking about how the wingman was fucking overpowered and people are able to like snipe people with a shotgun. Nobody gave a fuck about these like weird, you know, like these like political point agendas. System that people that spend 13 hours a day on the internet have invented. It doesn't matter. It's kind of weird. There were 5 gay quests or a straight one, but they were good, all good. That's fine if you can say it's kind of weird. It's the same as I think people are like, yeah, it's kind of weird what J.K. Rowling said. We don't really agree with that, but they still play the game. Do you see what I'm saying? Yeah. I think there's a lot of people that are probably like, yeah, well, we don't agree with what she said. At least some people. I'm not going to say a lot, but I'm sure there are many of them who just, they might not agree with it, but they're not like...
That or they just don't care. Like, I'll be honest. Like, I know a lot of people who just don't care about trans issues. Like, it's just what it is. Most of the time it's like because they don't know anyone who's trans. So why would you care? You know what I mean? That's why... Do you really care about people in Africa? Like, you're not there. You don't know them. Care about people in Sri Lanka? Probably not.
Oh, I'm not going to play the game now. No, who gives a fuck? It is what it is. I'll be right back. Give me a second. Whether it's the complainers about gay... But yeah, anyway, people just don't like being told what to do. It's that simple.
Yep.
Whether it's the complainers about gay quests and Dragonflight or the complainers about J.K. Rowling being transphobic. Nobody wants to be told what they can and can't do and what they can and can't enjoy.
Yeah. I mean, I do agree to a point, but if like they do it to like a beloved character, that's a little different. Like, for example, maybe like what happens, let's say they make Rathian gay with the other dude who's like, they're fighting for, you know, who to be king of the Black Dragonflight. But what if it happens if they hook up? I think a lot of people would be pretty upset with that. I just have a feeling that would be the case. Or like, dude, Rathian's this cool person, and now you're making him like this guy's girl. Like, or maybe they're both, you know, neither is filling the role of male, the female, but it's like, it's how most people will take it because he's smaller than the other partner. So I don't know. Like, I would disagree in that. Like, a lot of people would be really, really mad about that. At least if you find like Rathian like as a character you like.
That's just all there is. So it doesn't matter what.
It's like when they were doing this stuff with Sylvanas. Like, I just stopped playing Shadowlands because it's not like I was doing any like the end game stuff. Like, I don't care about that stuff. Well, not care, but wasn't really interested like anyways. But I still would have played. I usually play throughout an expansion like till the end at the very least. Shadowlands was like the only one I ever like just gave up in the middle.
The situation is.
But what I personally value is to always try and remain critical.
Oh, and then being insulted whenever they don't go along with it.
Neither shying away from putting myself in the shoes of those I actually disagree with, nor staying true to my own beliefs at the end of the day. This is always what has been of most importance to me, and that will never change. Now, before I end this video, I felt inclined to save my last words for the situation around J.K. Rowling herself, because I wanted to speak out against the names that not only people, but even platforms like Kotaku are assigning to her. While I both understand and respect those that heavily disagree with her opinions, I believe that any labels placed onto people are nothing more than a simple-minded way to take any form of valid discussion away around the topics they speak up about, and to cast suspicion on anyone willing to go into a debate with an open mind.
Well, a lot of these people, their viewpoints can only exist inside of an echo chamber. I think that's really the truth.
It's also a case where they're not looking for discourse. They're not looking for a discussion. That's just how it is. That's not what they're looking for. That's why they can use labels like that to attack. Because they're not caring about the discussion of why J.K. Rowling would think that way.
So they don't ever engage with anybody who they can't shut down for disagreeing with them.
Yeah.
No, because I've also been the victim of excessive labeling in the past, being called certain totally unjustified names only with the purpose of trying to silence me and anyone even remotely agreeing with me into submission. Now, I have absolutely no desire to take part in the same conversation that she has started, nor do I feel it's a topic I have much of an opinion about at all. In the end, not everything is something that I have to care about. For now, I think it's time I shut my phone off again and take a walk. Thanks a lot everybody for watching this video with my thoughts on the Hogwarts Legacy boycott situation. I really hope you enjoyed it. As you can tell, I'm still going back and forth here a little bit between if I want to approach these videos from more of a scripted approach like I always used to do, or if I want to go back to doing more on-camera type discussions. But let me know what you actually prefer yourself.
Why not just do whatever feels right to you, you know? Like if you prefer the scripted stuff, you don't really like talking without it, then just do you.
In the comments, I would really appreciate that. Of course, you could do me a favor by first of all hitting the like button on the video, but also of course make sure you subscribe to the channel and hit the notification bell, as one thing I can promise you, and that is that I'm gonna try and actually deliver content on this channel again on a much more frequent basis. With that being said, I want to thank you all a lot for tuning in, and I hope to see you again next time.
That was a good video. I think that he made a lot of good points, especially how people just don't really want to be told what to do, etc. Just play the games. Who cares who did what? It's literally a turf though. Yeah, but like here's the thing is that nobody really gives a shit about that because they just want to play the game. The amount of people that are going to make a decision off of that is very minimal. That's just that's like whatever you think is important is not important to most people. You see what I'm saying? Yeah, I'll link you guys the video. Reddit neckbeard activists are so annoying. They sure are. Let's JK slides as an issue with what the term turf. I don't even know. I didn't read the whole message. I just read the response to it. I don't care what she said or did. The books are pretty good in my opinion. Period. Yeah, I guess. And the thing is, she already got paid for the game. She's not going to continuously get any royalties. Warner Brothers will. Bro, you're not going to reason these people out of it.
And it doesn't matter. It
like,
really doesn't.
Like, you're not going to explain it to these people in a way that they're like, oh, okay, now I understand. I'm not going to get mad at you anymore. No, they've already decided to get mad. You're not going to talk them off this cliff. They're trying to jump off of it as much as they can. It doesn't matter if you say, well, you don't have to do it. You can just go around. Nope, that's not it. You're going to jump off the fucking cliff. That's what's going to happen every time, man. I want this game to be good. I'm afraid it'll be trash. So here's the thing.
That's like with every game, man. Like, what game do you go in like, I hope this game is bad? Like, every game you play, you're like, I hope it's good. But maybe it won't be.
If this game is good, people will play it. If it's bad, people won't. That's the only thing that really matters. Everything else is just bullshit. Most people buy a game, but the well-adjusted people who don't like it won't, and that's it. Oh yeah, exactly. And that's fine. If people don't like the game, that's totally okay. The game playing in the same universe, yes, but not J.K. Rowling's work. The debate's so unhinged. Oh, I mean, I don't need to... Like, it just... I don't think that so many of these people have not come into the realization that their judgment on something is not meaningful. Like, you can say, oh, I don't like this, that's fine, But like the moment that you try to tell somebody else that, oh, well, you need to do this because if you don't, I'm going to call you like X or Y thing, that doesn't really matter to anybody. Most people, It's like, what's the, like, yeah, and then what? Like, who cares? So yeah, it's just people that live on social media all of the time, constantly, and they forget the fact that not everybody else does the exact same thing. They want their word to become law. They're totalitarians. Yeah, I think so. I hate people like this in general. Same with the people that are trying to tell people, quit Dragonflight because it has a gay agenda, because there's gay quests in the game.
I didn't even know about that. I'm like thinking back on my questing. I don't remember. You know, I think there may have been one, but I thought it was a girl, so maybe I'm wrong. Like, I just didn't care.
This is just, I'm not going to quit a video game because of that. That's fucking ridiculous. Nobody cares about this stuff either way. If the game's good, people play the game. If the game's bad, people don't play the game. It's that simple.
Yep.
If you make it any more complicated than that, people are pissed off at you. That's all there is to it. Let's move on to the next video. This was a really good video. Robin Gaming. I haven't seen one of his videos before, but this is good. I'll subscribe. Let's see here. Look at the Velma series. It's rumored it's already confirmed for a second season.
Ooh, Velma. That is looking really bad, which kind of sucks because I actually like Scooby-Doo back when I was a kid. And what they're doing with Velma, I'm just like, man, what is wrong with you?
Oh, the Velma series? I don't know if it's good or not. I have no idea. I think that there's a lot of times where like shows that are very contentious get popular at the beginning because everybody wants to see kind of what the buzz is about. Yeah. And then after like episode 3 or 4,
I was gonna say after like episode 2, people were just like, oh yeah, it is crap. I'm gonna stop watching this.
Nobody cares anymore because like it's already run its course in the outrage machine.
Yeah.
It's no longer trending. It's no longer a new topic, and it actually has no established fan base to begin with because it's a bad series. That's why it was so contentious in the first place, and then it just dies off. Joey said it was horrible. Everybody said it was horrible.
Yeah. I've yet to see anyone trying to defend Velma, so. Alright, so that was Hogwarts Legacy boycott drama isn't real. Yeah, absolutely. I had no idea this was even happening, and I don't care. Only because, like I said, I don't really conflate the creators with their creations unless the creators have done something like extremely bad. Basically killing people. So to me it's like, okay, she doesn't really like that trans people are saying sex isn't a thing. You know what I mean? Like the he, she, her and him kind of thing. Which, I mean, there's a lot of people who also agree with that. So it's, to me, it's whatever. Like, I don't care what you want to be called. Like, if you want to be called a doctor when you're not a doctor, like, I'm probably still not going to call you it. I just don't care. Because even when I'm talking to my own doctor, I don't say, hey, doctor. I'm just like, oh, hey, this is happening. Like, it's just, to me, it's weird. Like, unless I'm working, like I'm in a work environment, then I'll use things like sir, him, her. But, yeah. Okay, next one on here. The League of Legends team apologized for bad cinematics with Moist Critical. I heard about this, and I think I've seen the cinematic. It was meh. Like, it was the most meh cinematic I've ever seen from Riot.
You see, Riot made an apology video about the new cinematic? Wait, they made a whole apology video?
I didn't know
I saw
they
their
made the
tweet,
video.
or rather their statement. Where's their apology video? Is it our official Twitter?
Let me skip ahead. Oh, here it is.
I'm the executive producer for League of Legends.
And hey, nice to meet you.
Also known as Medler. I'm the head of League Studio, so I oversee game development for League of Legends, Teamfight Tactics, and Wild Rift.
Hey there.
We're here today to talk a bit about some of the mistakes that we've made. And this isn't just about the season start cinematic, although we'll talk about that a bit. It's just the latest example.
I guess maybe you guys don't know what we're talking about. Riot released this stinker Riot's known for super high quality animation as well as just like really high quality product in general.
Some of the best
when it comes to this kind
cinematics
of
in
promotional
gaming.
stuff. And they released this. I won't bother showing you the whole thing, but it's just a voiceover as they go through a completely empty world. They even have audio from like some LCS clips, I think. And they don't show any of it. It's just like random LCS audio.
Every mistake.
Like this is something you would see from like an
And that's
indie
the whole
game.
thing. So super underwhelming. Most people were reasonably questioning why the fuck they even released it. It's super stupid. It's a complete nothingness. So they got some pushback on it, and they have been kicking sand ever since. They already released one statement like apologizing for it. Now they've made a whole apology video all from this one bad cinematic they've had. But it was a super stinker, to be fair.
Especially when it's coming from League. I also think like with League, with the Riot MMOs still being in the works, like they don't really want bad press to build up because that could affect the MMO. I'm thinking about it because I'm like, why are they taking this so serious? As though just like doing a quick apology, taking the video down, and maybe like trying to release a new video as soon as they can.
The season start cinematic. The overall state of our events feeling a bit too formulaic. The lack of new game modes.
This is brutally honest. I don't think I've ever seen a game developer like of this pedigree come out and be like, "Look, guys, our shit sucks. Here's all the reasons that here's all the things that you are rightfully upset about. This fucking sucked. This was bad. This is really formulaic, so we understand why most people think it's bad." This is really honest. I've never seen this.
It's actually
343
really
did that?
cool.
When did they do that? 343 was like, "Yeah, we're just slow." I don't remember them ever saying like, "Yeah, we really fucking dropped the ball. Like, we suck." It was a few months ago. They had a whole stream where they said they fucked up. I must have missed that stream. Thanks to Resub Hale.
Or whatever. There's a bunch of places we should be doing better, and doing better in how we communicate that to you.
It's kind of all coming to a head now because season start is supposed to be this hype, epic, exciting moment that we're all looking forward to, and frankly, we missed on your expectations there.
I do think a lot of it just kind of boils down to people getting tired of League. I think that actually is probably one of the biggest components. I think just a lot of people in like the US are just kind of burnt out on League at this point. I don't even know. I haven't kept up in a while, so maybe.
Are they burnt out? I don't know. I don't think that's exactly it, but I do think they should do some things to try to shake things up.
Yeah, I'm wrong, but it feels like no matter what they do, most people are just kind of moving on from it. According to chat, though, last time I talked about it, it's doing extremely well internationally and is only growing overseas. It's really just kind of domestic that it's fallen off. Well, I don't think they're... I feel like the Valorant team isn't taking away from the League team. I think Riot is obviously putting a lot of stake into Valorant because that's the hotness right now. But I don't think by doing that, they're taking resources away from League. But I could very well be wrong about that. I just don't see why they'd be taking League team members and putting them on Valorant. They're two totally separate departments, or they should be, rather. So I don't think it's really Valorant that's eating League.
And we fully planned to have a cinematic like we've done in previous years for this year's season start, with the champion-focused, big epic moments, etc. sort of thing. We had the budget for that, we had the right team on that, but we failed to deliver. We're very much going to do one of those for next year's season start. I want to commit to that right now.
I have so many questions on that. So you allocated the budget, you got the team, and then you still delivered this. It's not a failed to deliver. This is like a failed on every front. If you had the budget, you...
Yeah, it sounds like whoever they hired to do it, maybe they tried with a new team, like a new, I don't know, company, or maybe they tried to make their own in-house one, and this is just what came out.
I had the team. Why did this come out? How did this come into fruition? Something must have fallen through internally.
Yeah.
And where did that money go? Because it didn't go to this. That's for damn sure.
Or maybe it did. They just were overpaid.
Budget fell to their pockets. I mean, I guess maybe. That just
like a company was like, oh yeah, we'll charge you this much, you know, and they just failed to deliver.
Doesn't really make any sense.
And I suppose any cinematic is better than none, but at the same, I don't agree.
I don't understand how this would have happened if they had already allocated the budget and team and everything, and as well as a champion-focused cinematic that they're known for. How the fuck did this end up being the result? Must have been pure chaos. Why are you criticizing a cinematic, man? Low effort criticism. This is what they're talking about, you dumb asshole. It's not a cinematic either, by the way. It's a voiceover going through an empty landscape. And this is the first one that's like this in fucking, 12 years? Even season 1 had an actual cinematic. So when this dropped, it showed a lack of care for the property, which made people doubt that they even put any effort into it anymore. That's what it all stems from. That's why they're making this video. Because people are losing faith in them having any level of passion left for League.
Exactly.
That's the whole point. That's what this whole thing is about. Because it feels like they don't really
release anything new with their League, like maps, modes. Like they just focus on new characters. I mean, obviously it makes sense because it is what makes the money, but at the same time, it's like if people stop playing your game because it's getting stale, they're not buying new characters.
And so you might have heard recently that Niccolo, the Riot CEO, talked about how League is going to have the biggest year of funding that it's ever had.
Huge.
And that's because it's true. And that's great. That's great for the game. And that reflects the level of long-term investment that we want to make. And one place that maybe we should start talking about more is the investment that we have in our underlying technology that unlocks a lot of things that we do.
It's super confusing though, because it feels like this is the lowest budget they've ever had. They just scaled back so much for the LCS in particular. One of Riot's focuses for a long time pre-Valorant was on making League the premier esport, the gold standard. When it came to events, there was really only 2.
Yeah, but I think esports are on the dying trend, unfortunately. I could be wrong.
That were fucking
It just
nuts.
feels like it.
It was Worlds, or pretty much any stage for League of Legends esports, and Dota 2. Like, that's really it. But it hasn't felt like that now. It feels like, and they're scaling back, like the LCS in particular, they let go of like Dash and all that. Feels like they have less money to work with than ever.
Well, it could be it wasn't making them any money, and because they did do it for quite a while, so there could have just been a downtrend, and they're just like, well, let's cut it now, because it's not only, maybe it was just losing the money, and there was no like scene on making it back. I would guess. I have no idea though.
So
but they're a company, so if it was making them money, they wouldn't have stopped. Is my mentality on it.
I want to know where all of those resources are going. Maybe it's all like internal building of teams and putting people in the right positions, but when the fuck is that going to actually start showcasing like results? I wonder.
Usually takes several months up to a year for most developers.
Counter-Strike events were pretty big. Well, yeah, but I'm talking like that massive world stage shit that they used to be known for. Fucking Imagine Dragons coming out and doing that song, having the fucking AR augmented reality dragons and all of that. Like, they were putting on Super Bowl level shit.
Yeah.
World's Still Massive got a new format. I know it's still massive. I'm not saying that it's dead or anything. I'm just saying it feels like it's walking backwards, like it's going in reverse.
I definitely agree.
He's the resub artist. Like, they're just running out of budget for it.
I don't think they're running out of budget. They're just not seeing it, like I said, like it's not getting the money back that they are putting in. And maybe they're trying to see, okay, well, if we scale it back, does that actually change anything in the market for our League of Legends? Like, do we get less people playing? Like, to me, that would kind of make sense. They went really big. Maybe just didn't expand the player base as they thought. So they're going to scale back and kind of see what the numbers say after that. Because let's be fair, if a company can do what for less money but get the same outcome, they're almost always they're going to do that. So,
which would make sense because now they're making so many other games. They have Project L coming out. They have the Riot Games MMO coming out. And now they also like games they have the games they already have out that they have a lot of resources for. Teamfight Tactics and Valorant. Like now they have a lot going on, so the focus isn't all on League. And
which does make
sense. Kind of put League in the back burner. Oh, they also have Arcane. True.
Arcane was really cool.
This is good. The LCS scaled down. You can buy into the LCS if there's an LCS left. That'd be cool though. Get Moist Esports in the LCS in the like most dead region there is. You do a Cyberpunk replay. Well, when the DLC comes out, I'll play it. LCS time slot now Thursday and Friday at 3 p.m. makes no sense for an NA audience. Yeah, it's one of the big criticisms right now of why people are assuming they're just slowly killing off the LCS.
Which also doesn't make sense. If it's popping off internationally, like you would think they would do it more. I don't know.
So both Andre and I are committing to having more regular communication with all of you. You'll also be hearing more from the dev team on what they're working on and what's exciting and what's in store in the coming weeks and months.
If you've got thoughts on what format you'd like to see that stuff in, is that high production videos every so often? Is that quick videos like this one? Is that blog posts? Is that social media? Please let us know.
I think like a round table kind of thing, like how WoW's been kind of doing it in New World.
Part of
I don't think you need to do a high production for an update video.
So
the dev
we want
team.
you to know that we are listening to you. And
just
we're
convey the
grateful,
information.
Honestly, that you're so passionate about League and making sure that we know what you want in terms of making League of Legends the best game it can be.
Very much listening to your feedback. We're working to incorporate that into game. We're going to keep both, sharing, our thoughts with you and hearing yours in return, of course. But at the end of the day, we also know that ultimately it's actions, not words, that matter here.
Thank you for listening to us today.
That's a good video.
Thank you.
I mean, for something that looks like it was literally done on the fly, which it may have been, it may not have been. Like, I think that's fair. That they're addressing, like, look, we dropped the ball here, we fucked up, and we may have fucked, it wasn't just this, we're fucking up. Yeah, I don't know if I was a League of Legends player, I mean, this to me would be okay. Obviously, it could be better, but it's not the worst by any means.
Overall, I think that was a pretty good response to the whole situation.
Yeah.
About as good as I could have possibly expected, to be honest.
Yeah, because it's rare they even mention that they fucked up. Usually they'll say, oh yeah, it was in the pipeline or something like with WoW's bull BS. I'm sorry, that was like, oh yeah, we can't make changes. It's like, you definitely can. Okay, I think everyone just accepted it like, okay, fine. You say you can't change it, but we all know you could have. So
they didn't really give the specifics on how the fuck this animation ended up, like I said here, but other than that, about as good as I was gonna get.
Hey everyone.
I guess we'll see. It still does really feel like League's kind of on its way out in the US.
Yeah, but to be fair, League hasn't really innovated like anything since coming out. Like, I kind of almost wish they had like a PvE thing going, because it, like, to me, it just got too toxic. Like trying to climb the ranks and stuff. Like, people just are really, really bad with that. But I think having like a PvE like focused area to the game would like be less toxic. You know what I mean? I'm not sure though.
I don't know how they salvage that. I don't know how you bring it back. People said game modes actually would save it, but I don't know. If they, let's say they do Dominion 2.0, bring out a new Dominion, who's coming back? Like, game modes are keep players that are already playing, I'm sure. Give them something else to do, but I just don't see it bringing in new people.
Yeah, no, they need to come out with something that's very fleshed out, almost as like a full-on DLC. Like, obviously not paid for because the game's free. Like, it'd be weird if you had to pay for DLC in a free-to-play game. But have something that you can have trailers for and stuff like that. Like, not just a mode, but maybe like a few maps, a few modes, like dozen characters, maybe. Like, that match the theme of those maps. Like, just a really big thing, like, all coming at once. Make you excited to come back.
Doombots were cool, yeah. But I wouldn't play League for Doombots. Doombots was just always something to do after I got fucking tired of playing ranked. What would I bring back? Well, I just don't think... I am personally of the belief that game modes wouldn't save it or, like, help it have this renaissance of players. Like, it'd give people that are already burnt out on the game but addicted something else to do, yeah, but I don't see people coming to play those game modes.
That's true. But then the right MMO could be what they're doing to try to get people back. He's like, I'll be trying it, that's for sure. And I'm sure most people who played League of Legends and aren't playing now will at least give the MMO a shot.
So it's just dead in NA? That's where it's mainly whittling, yeah. Apparently internationally it's still growing. But yeah, NA is very, 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 very much stale and on its way out. It's had a big fall off in the States.
I wonder what the numbers are. Or if he's just where he got those numbers, I'm not sure. But yeah, I mean, that was pretty interesting. I didn't realize that they actually released like a little video, so I kind of wish they would do more of those. Like in general, I wish more developers would do that. Just be honest. Like, hey, we fucked up. We're gonna try to do our best to make it better. Because at least that way they, like, you as a consumer is like, okay, so they know this was a mistake. Okay. Next video here. Oh, that's a bad look for Asmund. Is going to be Andrew Callahan response to allegations. So from what I understand with this one, he was accused of pushing it to the point where it would be considered harassment. I could be, maybe there's more to it, but from what I understand, it's basically a case of sexual harassment due to being very pushy.
Let's go back over. We'll watch this. Andrew Callahan got accused of a lot of sexual misconduct. I don't want to like classify it.
Oh, misconduct. Maybe that's what I was thinking, not harassment per se. I mean, technically it would be kind of harassment depending on the setting, but yeah.
Because I didn't read everything, but apparently he had an apology. I guess we'll watch this. Here we go.
I never thought I'd make a video like this, but
that's a good start for a YouTube apology. Okay. Yep. It's like, you don't want to change things up. Just go ahead and do the same thing everybody else does.
I think there's an important conversation to be had, and I just want to be fully accountable, honest, and transparent with all of you guys. So I'd like to start by thanking every single person who's came out in the past week to speak about different ways in which my behavior has made them feel uncomfortable or pressured during a sexual situation, and to people who said that I've made unwanted advances and had a hard time with rejection. I'm sure this was not easy to do. It's never easy to speak out, and it was hard for me to hear as well, because to be honest with you, up until this point, I didn't even really realize that I had this pattern that had affected multiple people. I'd also like to apologize for my silence. I think that when this stuff first came out, I was in a state of denial and shock.
Yeah, especially if it's like something like this, where it's like where you say he doesn't really know, he didn't know it was like a problem. It's like, oh, what are these people talking about? Like, I didn't like harass them or anything like that. Like, they said yes, so.
I was, just riding the high from my movie that just came out. And
so like when it happened, it probably was just like out of nowhere, like, oh, maybe they're just after my money. I'm actually like succeeding in life, and now they're coming out. I can see where he's coming from in that sense, like it just coming out of nowhere and it taking like a while to process. You should like definitely not make a video while you're still trying to process the situation.
And then within 48 hours, I was denounced by my closest collaborators, and my name was printed in 40 different news outlets. next to the words sexual misconduct, and I just kind of spiraled into a mental health crisis. I'm okay now, but I don't really think this is about me. This is about the people that I've affected. So I just want to express my complete sympathy, respect, and support for anyone who I've done wrong by. And I really want to do better and be fully accountable for everything that I've done. So that being said, I want to make a few things clear. I've always taken no for an answer. As far as consent, I've never overstepped that line. But you know, I think I want to have a more nuanced and important conversation about power dynamics, pressure, and coercion. Because, you know, like I said, I think for a long time, I was behaving in a way that I actually thought was normal. I thought that, you know, going home from the bar alone made you a loser. I thought that persistence was a form of flattery. And I thought that, you know, if at first somebody was reluctant, you know, they're playing hard to get.
Which is true. He is the problem with that is that there are women who do that. Well, they will not say yes at first. They want the guy to chase them a bit. So they do want him to be a bit persistent. I'm not saying every woman is like that. I'm not even saying most of them are like that. But there definitely are a few.
Just try harder. And if you think someone's feeling you...
I don't know where Andrew grew up. I'm not really sure. But like whenever I went to high school, people would say this same stuff.
You know, make a physical advance and see if they go with it.
Yeah, unless it was a hard no, like, no, ew, the fuck. Like, most of the time, guys would be like, okay, well, maybe if I try a bit more.
And I think that, especially I realized when so many young people, especially young men, rushed to defend me when this stuff first started coming out, that this type of sex pest behavior is normalized. And a lot of people think this stuff is normal when I don't think that it is. And I think that I want to be fully responsible for not having a fluid understanding of consent and what enthusiastic two-way consent looks like. That being said, a lot of the things that have been said online about me are not true. A lot of things are missing really important contextual information that I think would change people's interpretation of a lot of these situations, but I'm not here to invalidate anybody's lived experience. If you feel pressured, you know, that's just what it is. I hope that young people and young men in particular can use my mistakes to learn and move through life with a better understanding of consent. As far as what I have planned, I'm not really sure what comes next. I mean, obviously, you know, reporting is my one true love, and I'm 25 years old, and I have my whole life ahead of me. But I really think that I need to do some serious work on myself and figure myself out. So I'm going to start therapy sessions pretty much immediately. Also, not to blame alcohol, but I truly believe that alcohol was a contributing factor to my poor decision making. And
I would probably assume that is true. I've never known anybody who makes better decisions while they're drunk. That's probably true. Absolutely. It's not, and again, it's not like a thing like, oh, well, you know, because of this, it's okay, or something like that. It's not an excuse. No, it's not an excuse. I mean, how do we know that alcohol isn't an excuse? Because if you get in a...
I keep trying to pause it, and it keeps trying to go down. Sorry about that. Let me go back a bit.
It's okay, or something like that. It's not an excuse. No, it's not an excuse. I mean, how do we know that alcohol isn't an excuse? Because if you get in a car and you're driving and you're drunk and you hit somebody, you can't say, well, it wasn't really my fault, I was drunk. Well, then, bitch, you shouldn't have been driving. No, exactly. I obviously everybody understands this.
That, and I'll be honest, like, what he's talking about in terms of, like, being persistent and stuff like that, it's not exactly the norm, but it happens, like, a lot. I've seen it happen in front of me, and it's like, the biggest problem is that it works. It does. There are cases where you eventually wear the people wear them down, and they say yes, and that is the biggest problem. Is it's not illegal and it works.
But yeah, I would say this is many cases. People get drunk and they do stupid shit that they regret or they shouldn't do. I don't drink. I never have.
Well, they also call it liquid courage for a reason. Like, if you're going to be a dude who's just not going to accept, I mean, obviously you say he doesn't accept no's, but maybe like social cues, like her looking away, like not really want to make eye contact, like you're gonna need a lot more confidence than normal.
I think with alcohol in general,
I don't recommend people to drink either.
So I think I'm going to make the decision to join the 12-step program for Alcoholics Anonymous. And during this journey into sobriety, I want to take a serious step back from public life and, like I said, figure myself out.
I mean, if he's going to that degree, he's not just drinking socially. Like, he probably actually has a legit problem.
And I hope that this reaches the ears of anyone who's felt affected by me. I'd love to reach out to you, or you can reach out to me, even just for me to say I'm sorry, and I really apologize, and I appreciate you all. I also want to apologize to my closest collaborators, you know, my friends, my family, and people who will have to wear this stain on their career forever.
True.
You guys don't deserve this, and I love you guys. That being said, if you never want to watch Channel 5 again, I understand. I hope you remember the missions of radical empathy and media literacy that we have tried to put into the world through our coverage. All right, that's all I want to say.
Yeah, that's pretty good. Yep, sounds fine to me. I mean, like, it sucks. I mean,
at least he didn't get a dog. Like, at least he wasn't just saying, like, I got this new dog and therefore this is going to make me a better person. Like, he found out the issue. He's going to, you know, tackle the things that made it an issue, which was drinking and not really understanding that kind of pickup methods aren't morally the best.
It's like, this is one of those situations where I don't know why it's so hard for people to just, like, if somebody's not interested, just leave them alone.
It's like I said, I think it's honestly, it came about because of both men and women. Like, I don't think it was just men or just women or anything like that. And I don't want to say like a victim blaming thing, but like if it was more cases where women just would be straight up like, no, like, okay, that's what I'm saying. Like him saying, oh, I never like, he always took no, as like, okay, no means no. Like everyone knows that, right? And yet I have been in situations, or not myself, but I've seen it where the woman doesn't say no. She just like will ignore him maybe, or like try to talk to him about something else, like changing the subject over, like hooking up. And it's like, no, just tell him no. Like it wasn't that big of a deal. And like the problem is the ones who don't take no for an answer. Like those to me are way more serious than cases like maybe, I don't know about Andrew. Like he says he took no for an answer. So I'm just going off of what he said. If he truly did take no for an answer, this tells me that those women did not say no to him. And that's the problem. Like, if you're not interested, tell them, like, oh, you're not my type. Stuff like that. Or, no, I'm good. And obviously you will get guys who like, well, F you, you know, for not accepting me, like, whatever. But it's, yeah, you know that guy's a loser then. So you just dodged a bullet. So, I don't know. But because the problem, I think the biggest problem is there are women like that. They will play hard to get. You know, it's true. That exists. Like, it's not like these people are like fairy tales. It's like, no, that happens. And maybe because where I grew up, that is not unheard of. Like, I've seen it many times.
I don't understand this. Like, yeah, it's a good apology. It's fine. It's whatever. Yeah, I just don't, like, yeah, damage is already done. Well, no, I mean, like, you could talk about this guy, like, good or bad or whatever. I hope people know that, like,
it's like there's even one that's even worse than this one, and that's the guys who try to use pity. Like, oh, no one loves me, no one likes me, blah, 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 I have no friends. Like, those guys to me are way worse.
It doesn't stop, like, being creepy and weird doesn't stop whenever you touch people against their consent. Like, you can be creepy and weird without ever touching somebody. You can cross the line without ever putting a fucking hand on a person, ever. And I don't see how people don't realize that. The truth is that there are a lot of people that, and like, if you even go back and you watch like older romance movies, like some of them portray like, you know, ask me harder type, you know, like situations and dynamics. I find this to be very weird. Anytime that like, I've had like a girlfriend that did this. It was like, you know, playing hard to get. And she's like, well, I don't want to talk to you anymore. And I'm like, okay. And then she's like, well, you know, why didn't you try to message me? It's like, well, because you didn't want me to message you. Like, I left you alone. I gave you space because you said stop messaging me. And so I stopped messaging you. Like, what the fuck? And like, yeah, this happens. Absolutely. I don't know why it's so hard for people to do this kind of stuff. I think that really, you know, they just get in a mindset and...
I think it's mainly because it works. Like, if it didn't work, like after, I would say, like maybe the 5th time or how many times, eventually they're going to give up. They're like, okay, well, it's not doing anything. I need a new strategy, so to say. So it's like, yeah, like, it's met, what's the word I'm looking for? It's not a good thing that they're doing it, of course, but at the same time, if it wasn't working and women weren't just like, fine, I'll go home with you, which is just so weird to me, that like you can say they wore you down and so you said yes. I've never had that happen for anything. Like, when people try to sell me something, it's like, no, go away. Like, I don't care. It's like, they're gonna wear you down to have sex with them. Like, that to me is just like a whole nother level. It's like, how does someone wear you down to have sex with them? Versus you be like, no, I'm good, I'm going home now, I don't want to deal with this. Like, it's just crazy to me.
You know, they want to do what's good for them, and that's the only thing that really matters. Sure, right there, man. Women, yeah, but like, guys do the stuff that he did. So I mean, it's not like any side is coming out ahead here. Okay, alcohol equals doing stupid things. No, I mean,
not always. Alcohol does not equal do stupid things. Alcohol just means do not think before doing thing.
It is true that alcohol is like a force multiplier for bad decisions. Like, if you're kind of bad at making decisions, the odds are that whenever you get drunk, you get really bad at making decisions.
Yeah.
Now, every decision that you make while you're drunk, you're accountable for that decision. Aside from, obviously, like, there's like a few exceptions and a few lines, right? If somebody's blackout drunk, they can't consent to something, etc., right? So,
those cases,
of course there are, and they can't sign contracts. But in general, you are responsible for yourself whenever you're drunk. So it's not like, oh, I was drunk is an excuse, okay?
So I saw in his chat, alcohol brings out who you really are. That's not true.
That's it. It's a stacking debuff. Yeah. To be clear, technically did nothing wrong. He didn't rape anybody. Well, I don't think that rape is the only thing that you can do that's bad. I think that being creepy, being constantly persistent, messaging people consistently after they said they were not interested, I think that all of these things are also bad.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I say when he said he doesn't take no for an answer, it's like, or he did take no for an answer. That's what I'm like, based only on that. But if like he wasn't taking no for an answer, that's a whole different story. And he also brought up the power dynamic thing. So if he was doing this to like his employees, that's way worse.
But obviously there is a spectrum of things that are bad. They're all bad. Yeah. Don't do them. I don't know. Like for me personally, I've always found, you know, the lack of, I guess you'd say, enthusiastic consent to be a very large turnoff. It makes me feel very uncomfortable or like feel weird. It makes me feel self-conscious. So if that's not present, then I'm really weirded out, and I don't like that at all. Like that's the way that I feel on a personal level. I wish more people felt like that.
Wait, what do you say?
I don't know. Like for me personally, I've always found, you know, the lack of, I guess you'd say, enthusiastic consent.
The lack of enthusiasm. I would say to a degree, but it also depends on whoever the other like their demeanor in general. Like if they're not a very enthusiastic person, like I wouldn't expect them to like all of a sudden change how they agree or disagree to things. So it's, I mean, to a degree, I do agree with him in that if it's not like obvious that they're like into it, then yeah, like there shouldn't be like a guess on maybe they are. Yeah.
To be a very large turn off, it makes me feel very uncomfortable or like feel weird. It makes me feel self-conscious. So if that's not present, then I'm really weirded out, and I don't like that at all.
I'm not even sure what he's talking about. Like I'm trying to imagine the scenario of maybe he's in a situation where things could go the next level, and that are just like, yeah, okay, I guess we can do it. It's like that would freak him out. I don't know. Like to me, I'm like, all right, so they're not really that into me, but they want to still try something. You know what I mean?
Like that's the way that I feel on a.
Because it almost sounds like he's saying, unless they're head over heels for me, I'm not really interested, which is a bit weird too. So
personal level, I wish more people felt like that. Maybe stuff like this wouldn't happen as much. That's about it. Yeah, just don't touch people, respect people's boundaries. I don't know.
Yeah.
You know, it's such a shitty topic to have to go over. Stop virtue signaling, please. What part of what I said is virtue signaling, do you think, Fallen? Yeah, what part is virtue signaling? I'm kind of curious. Let's find out. Let's find out what part is virtue signaling. After that, we'll watch the Andrew Tate video. You're going to love that one, too. Okay, here we go. Why are you mad that I drank Pepsi?
That's a weird thing to be a like motherfucker drinking Pepsi.
Yeah, what the
like,
fuck,
you
man?
just like the taste. Why do you drink anything?
It's going to death. Yeah, it's good to have a conversation about self-respect. Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I mean, definitely it is. Like it's both. Like you said, it's like both women and men. Like, because there were cases where like I watched it happen where this girl almost gave in to pity sex with like this freaking grandpa dude. He was in like his 60s or something, all gray hair. And I remember she like came to me and asked me, and she's like, "Do you think I should do it?" I was like, "No." I was like, "Why should you feel bad for him?" And she's like, "What do you mean?" I was just like, "He put himself there." I was like, "He can make friends. Look around. Like, there's other old people here that he can make friends with." Because it was in a casino. And she's like, "Yeah, but he seems like really lonely." I'm just like, "Okay." I was like, "Does that mean you should sleep with everyone who's lonely?" And she's like, "No." And I'm like, "Exactly." I was like, she's like, I told her, I was like, "If you want to be his friend, that's fine. But it sounds like he's not even a good friend." And so I remember when she went to go try to just be friends with him, he like freaking blew up on her. And she told me later, like, what happened. I'm just like, yeah, exactly. He's not a good dude. He was just trying to pity you into sleeping with him. Freaking old man doing this.
Give me a second.
But the fact that she came to me and even consulted me,
that
like tells me that there was maybe a universe where she probably would have done it. And freaking, like, why would you do that? Like, it just never, like, it blew my mind that she would even consider it at all.
Enthusiastic consent is always needed. Every person is different, and I can't define what enthusiastic consent is for every single person because different people have different demeanors.
Oh, yeah. He's basically addressing what I was talking about.
So for one person, it might seem like that. For another person, it might not. Why are you, like, what is this? Yeah, how is this so, and it not being, so wait a second. So my own personal feelings are now virtue signaling? I didn't say, like, I was talking about how I feel. What are you talking about?
He wasn't saying, like, everyone should be like that. Well, he did say afterward, I wish everyone or more people were like that. So that's, in a way, I guess.
It's like, I think you're degeneracy signaling here. What the fuck?
It's
so weird. Fallen has below average IQ. I don't know, man. It's just so... I think a lot... This is what I think happens, okay? I think a lot of guys, they hear stuff like what I'm saying, and they feel like they're being attacked because they think back and there might have been a situation that somebody could maybe claim that they did this, or they put themselves in those shoes and they think like, oh, maybe I had this happen. And like, I don't know.
Yeah.
Like, I have no idea. Like, that's between you and that person. I don't want to fucking make a decision on that. It's up to them.
Yep.
Like, it's so weird. Are there any more of these? I'm just getting the vibe that you said that dude recently happened to his OTK. That has nothing to do with it. I go back 2 years ago, whenever all of the Me Too accusations happened, back in like with the Method and I forgot even all the people like that got fucking kicked off of Twitch. The Bless RNG guy, that not Hassan the streamer, but Hassan the guy that worked at Twitch. Like all these people, like go back, watch my videos from before I even made OTK. I said the exact same stuff. Like, when have you've been following since September? You don't even know what you're talking about. And now you're accusing me of this bullshit that's not even true. What the fuck, man?
I mean, to be fair, do you expect every viewer who joins early to go and watch your backlog from 2 years ago? I mean, it's not really expected, but no, I mean, to be fair, it's not like he was virtue signaling to begin with, so.
Holy shit. It's so annoying. Ban them and move on. Yeah, I don't know. Some women actually do play hard to get. Why is no one talking about them? Because they're not worth fighting over. If a girl is playing hard to get, she's playing with you. Are you a video game or are you a human being? Don't let some fucking girl play games with you.
Exactly. Usually the ones who play hard to get, like, this is weird. Like, I've never bothered with those kind of girls, so it's just like, which, like, annoyed me. Like, because there have been cases where, like, I'll flirt with them, they'll give me, like, a hard no, like, no, or really? Like, well, they'll say that, like, really? I'm just like, alright. Obviously, you're not interested. No, like, it's all good. Like, obviously no one's gonna be, like, you know, attractive to everyone, so it's, well, maybe like some people, but you know what I mean. So, but then later they would, like, at least in this particular girl, like later, like I think like a week later, she's like trying to flirt with me, and I was just like, no, you're crazy. Like, I'm not interested at all.
Have some fucking respect.
Like, you're cute, but no.
Move on.
Yeah.
If she's not interested in talking to you and treating you like a normal person, and she's trying to play these weird little fucking games with you because her ego is so fucking small that she needs to have a guy constantly simp for her, or she thinks that it's, oh, well, you know, he doesn't really like me, get the fuck away from her. What's wrong with you? You're gonna ruin your life. That will never stop. The attention seeking, the constant need of validation, you know, pulling away so you have to fucking try to do what she wants. These fucking constant power plays. It will ruin your fucking life. So the reason why I'm not talking about them is because I don't want to, and you shouldn't either. That's why. Fuck, man. It's crazy. You're banned, by the way. You're done. I don't like you. Let's see here. My brother's in the exact scenario. Yeah. Confirm this is manipulation tactic and a big red flag, fellas. Yeah, exactly. Are you degeneracy signaling? Is the funniest thing I've ever heard. Yeah, I know. Like, I don't understand why people come in and they try to say that stuff. Bozo? Yeah, fuck him, man. Like, it just doesn't even make sense.
Yep.
Like, virtue signaling. I try not to, and like, this is something that happened, like,
I was gonna say, if like anyone I've ever seen like has been like does the least amount of virtue signaling, like if ever.
What do you call it? It happened like 2 years ago, and I've tried to actually tone a lot of this down. Is like, I've tried to not, what's the word for it? Like, patronize people, and I felt like my stream kind of started going in that direction where like I was telling people things that they already knew. I was like saying, oh, don't do bad things, only do good things, and it became very repetitive and kind of just patronizing to people. And it's like, oh, you're preaching to the choir here, and that's why I've kind of stopped doing that as much. But I do think that some common sense is needed. Especially with, like, obviously, you have, like, the Andrew Callahan thing. Look, I mean, you had the Rich thing, right? You had the Crazy Slick thing. You had the fucking Andrew Tate stuff. Like, all of this stuff is really bad. And so, yes, stay the fuck away from people that make you play games to keep them in your life. Please.
Exactly.
For your own sake. She might be, like, really hot. You might think it's worth it. You might think, oh, this is the last time. It won't be. It never is. The last time is your decision whenever you stop trying to do that.
Yeah, it's the same when, like, you get cheated on. Like, if they're going to do it once, they're going to do it a second time.
Hit the moral ground to fool people into liking you? Well, I mean, I am a huge asshole. I do a lot of bad stuff. I'm not the best guy that you should take advice from. But also, I don't think that what I'm saying is very revolutionary. This isn't some fucking worldview-altering thing, and it's not like this fucking base take that's coming from, it's like divinely inspired. Just don't fucking violate people's consent. Listen to them whenever they're saying no, and respect that. It's not fucking hard. I just keep seeing people making excuses for this shit, and it's annoying.
Yeah, I mean, there's no real excuse to it. It's like I said, though. I mean, it works, and it's not illegal, so there are going to be people that are going to do it. It's really that simple.
I don't know, man. All I ask is, like, for you guys not to go and defend people. It's like you're defending somebody like Andrew, and Andrew's not even defending Andrew. Like, stop it. Like, people defend these people as if it's them in the situation. That's why they do it.
Yeah, Amber Heard, a lot of women were defending her.
They're like, oh, this
like
could happen to me.
Evidence.
It probably fucking won't, because in every single one of these stories, there's like 7 people that get affected. So, like, if you had one weird encounter with somebody, the odds are you might have had a weird encounter, you might have stepped over the line, you probably should apologize, and you should never do that again. Very fucking true. But don't go and think that this is about you. These people are like serial fucking abusers. Look it up, educate yourself, and I don't know. Stop doing things against people's will. Stop trying to make people do something they don't want to do.
Yeah, that's very true. I mean, I don't think there's anything wrong with being persistent in a sense, but only in the situations where it seems like maybe they're debating in their own head, like, should I maybe go give them a chance? But if it's like a hard, like, no, I'm not interested, or I'm good, like, basically if they just straight up tell you like no in one way or another, like, those are like, you should just back off. Just straight up. And if things change, and they're giving out mixed signals after that, I would just give it one last try. Like, hey, seems like you're kind of interested. And if it's still like a no after that, then at that point you just need to get away from them. Because this person's like weird. Or at least weird enough to give you mixed signals that they might be interested. So, because not every situation is going to be identical, so there's no way to give like blanket advice. But in general, yeah. If it feels like you're corrosing, can't even speak. Feels like you're trying to force yourself on someone, then yeah, it's not good. This video here, I'm not sure exactly. So I don't really like these kind of videos too much because it's like blanket statements that aren't exactly true. They have no real research done into them. They're just like, they're basically why critical thinking, like they're taking part on like the bad behavior in a way, like how everyone likes thumbnails. It's like, doesn't mean you're not a critical thinker if you base it on thumbnails. So we'll see. Actually, I'll save this for last, I'm not gonna lie. I think this is the one I wanted to see. Yeah. So Stadia. Actually, remember they gave me this for free because I think I had YouTube or something and why I got it for free. I forget what I had, but they gave me a Stadia for free. I just gave it away. But lies, broken promises, and the death of a Google Stadia.
Broken promises and the death of Google Stadia. Oh boy.
In 4 decades, gaming has evolved from a niche hobby to a multi-billion-dollar industry. Sony and Microsoft gained ground 20-plus years ago, cementing themselves as integral parts of the business. Recent years have seen other non-gaming enterprises enter the race too, hoping to cut themselves a slice of the very lucrative pie. But unfamiliarity with game development's myriad idiosyncrasies placed the likes of Amazon in a difficult position, thus resulting in canceled projects and layoffs. When Google threw its head into the ring with Stadia, the expectation was that the conglomerate had learned from its competitors' mistakes. However, Google's penchant for abandoning risky ventures left many to believe Stadia would constitute a yet another short-lived experiment. The company wasted...
I think the idea of Stadia is really good. It's just that we don't have the technology for it yet. I think they might have overestimated the technology, or the people that okayed the decision to do this didn't understand how important precision gameplay is.
Exactly. Like the connectivity, like the all that. Because it's like you said, the idea is just awesome. And in fact, like it would be really cool if they had like attachments that you could put a little screen on there. Similar to like the Steam Deck. So it's like, I think the Steam Deck is basically what Stadia should have been, in a sense.
That's it. It's like, you know, they don't get the difference between like 100 and 200 MS.
Yeah.
Because they don't really play online competitive video games in the same way. But I think Google Stadia and like the idea of like cloud gaming, this is something that will happen.
Yeah, it's definitely the future, but how far in the future is gonna really depend.
We're just not ready for it yet.
Yep.
No time proving the skeptics right. Stadia launched as a cloud-based gaming solution designed to lower the barrier of entry to AAA experiences. Yes. On top of investing on a technological level, Google also positioned game creation at the forefront of its vision. Ambitions of producing multi-million-dollar IP informed its lofty goals, engendering the establishment of the Stadia Games and Entertainment division that oversaw first-party studios. Unfortunately, pre- and post-launch missteps later revealed that Google put the cart before the horse, building advanced technology before partnering with developers who knew how best to leverage it. And when a team of industry veterans did finally come on board, senior leadership expected near immediate results without the necessary resources in play.
See, that like kind of goes more to my point where I think this happened. This was a decision that was made by people that do not spend a lot of time gaming. So fundamentally, the problem was that they did not understand the end user.
Or even the development process on the engineer side.
They didn't understand what the end user truly values. And because they didn't understand that, they decided to do something that was bad. Like, because if they understood it and they were part of that group, then they would have never done this. And again, like, you can see why I believe that, because they're putting, goals for the people that have just come in to be acting like they've worked there for 10 years. Of course, that's not going to happen.
Yeah.
But that would happen because they don't understand gaming.
The result, Stadia's
Which
quick
is
demise
crazy.
is
Yeah.
far from the only victim of Google's mismanagement. This is the tragedy of Google Stadia.
Bro, they make it sound like somebody died. Like, damn,
It's
bro.
super
Like,
serious.
listen, like, we're gonna be fine. It's okay. Like, holy shit. Like, I get, like, cloud gaming, they're not ready for it yet because the tech's not there. I think in 50 years, we're gonna have cloud gaming. It's gonna be no fucking problem. But
Yep.
we're not there yet. My condolences, yeah.
This video has been brought to you in part by Instant Gaming.
What's this?
Instant
seen this
Gaming
one.
is your one-stop destination for cheap video games. Shop here and get your favorite titles on Steam,
Thought that was
Origin,
G2G.
Battle.net, and Uplay for up to 70% off and delivered to you instantly. Follow the link in the description and use our unique
I might
code
check
with your
that out. Why
purchase to
not?
support the channel. Be sure to check out Instant Gaming's giveaway page as well to get a shot at winning all sorts of amazing prizes. Stop paying full price for video games and choose Instant Gaming.
Yeah, they should do a like a Pizza Hut collab where like you have to do like this for 10 seconds and then maybe people will use it. Be smart.
Only a handful of people led the charge on steering Google towards video games, an
Mhm.
initiative that
I
began
bet.
in earnest after Chromecast's July 2013 launch. Majd Bakar, VP of Engineering for Stadia, disclosed in an IGN sit-down that the beginnings of such interests stemmed from discussions about running games on Chromecast. Bakar and his colleagues felt the obvious answer.
See, like again, you know, they're reverse engineering a solution to a problem that a lot of people don't have or they don't have the tools to solve. So it's something that obviously Google wanted to do because it would improve their position in the market, but they didn't have the tech to do it.
Interested in exploring the capabilities of cloud gaming. The goal for Google Stadia in its earliest phases centered on creating a platform for AAA developers to easily ingratiate themselves in, one capable of rendering more immersive and realistic worlds.
Yeah.
According
It's a
to
great idea.
Bakar, roughly 18 months of time and effort produced a prototype whose functionality connected standard broadband to Google data centers. Continued iteration eventually yielded a demo that reliably ran Doom 2016. An
Impressive.
internal showing of the demo at a Google engineer's home helped sell the potential of game streaming to higher-ups. The subsequent backing of company leadership allowed the cloud-based gaming crew to scale up, though rumblings about their objective wouldn't hit the airwaves until 2018.
You worked at Microsoft, at Atari, at
Okay.
Sony, and Stadia is already earning the nickname the Netflix of gaming. Is that really the right analogy?
That's probably what they were going for. But like Asmund said, the technology wasn't there to support it.
Who the fuck said that? I love how these news articles are like, yeah, this is some nickname that they made. Bro, you read that off of a tweet that had 15 likes, and it was done by one
I mean, to be fair, it's true though. It's a streaming service for games.
of your writers. Nobody said that.
We see it as the new generation of game platforms that combine the world of watching games.
Former PlayStation
And true, he's right about this. Again, they're right. Google was right about Stadia.
and Xbox executive
Yeah.
Phil Harrison joined Google in January 2018, assuming the role of vice president and general manager. Specifics regarding Harrison's duties were kept under wraps at the time, yet the public later learned that Google hired him to captain its new gaming vertical. Chatter about the conglomerate dipping its toes into the games industry initially surfaced
Never
days
trust the
after
bald
Harrison's
dude.
appointment,
Shut up.
courtesy of a report via The Information. The publication claimed Google had spent 2 years designing gaming hardware and a streaming service codenamed Yeti, with an earlier version of the technology built to function alongside Chromecast.
Just gonna pause it here because I gotta do something on my end. Okay, let's go back.
Reporting from Kotaku offered more insight several months thereafter, when the outlet cited 5 sources who alleged that Google's gaming initiative involved a 3-pronged approach. Apparently, the strategy emphasized a streaming platform, new hardware, and an intent to acquire and recruit talent from across the industry.
That's smart. That's actually the way they should have gone about it. I think they may have done it like a bit late, and it wasn't marketed properly with this.
The pursuit of recruits and development partners began with 2018 trade shows, specifically that year's GDC and E3 events, at which Google officials courted multiple publishers. Sources familiar with Google's operations likened Project Yeti to NVIDIA GeForce Now, wherein the technology offloaded a game's processing power to data centers, thus permitting even the most basic PCs to seamlessly run major AAA titles. However, not everyone felt
What I think they should have done was try to incorporate this more into cell phones, if I'm going to be honest.
confident in Google's...
It's like, that's again, it's too, and like you could see how somebody who doesn't really understand gaming that well would come to that conclusion. You see what I'm saying? Like they would come to that conclusion because they did. Yeah, it's a logical step that you could take if you didn't understand why those two things were different.
ability to pull off such a feat. Developers who spoke with Kotaku anonymously expressed concerns over many consumers lacking access to high-speed internet. Others tempered their expectations based on the company's less than stellar track record of investing in...
That's also kind of true, now that I'm thinking about it. Like, a lot of people who have, like, access to really high-speed internet, like, you would you need higher than average internet for streaming games. Because it's not like a movie, you're actually interacting. There's inputs. So, for those kind of people, it's like, you probably already have a decent gaming PC. Let's be fair.
fresh ideas. Google accepted the challenge all the same, unveiling Project Stream in October 2018 as a technical test to solve some of the biggest challenges of streaming. A partnership with Ubisoft positioned Assassin's Creed Odyssey as the demanding application that would assist in achieving these ambitious ends. Starting on October 5th, a select number of participants were given the opportunity to explore Odyssey's ancient Greece setting from a Chrome browser, so long as their internet met connection requirements of 25 megabits per second.
Isn't this like a single-player game?
Yep.
Like I'm not sure. I never played it. This looks like a single-player game. Yeah. Again, bro. Like they did. Oh my god.
To be fair, they should. If they can't even get single players down right, they shouldn't even bother. Like, they have to start with single players, and once they get that right, then they can move on multiplayer.
Yeah, bro, if they had them do Dark Souls, I bet they would have seen what the problem was.
Barring a few hiccups, the general consensus from early impressions suggested Project Stream offered a relatively solid experience. People were dazzled by the service, acknowledging the need for improvement on some fronts, but believing Google had set the stage for a game changer. While the streaming platform's full reveal generated plenty of excitement, its eventual rollout left much to be desired.
Okay.
I don't know about others, but when I tried it, it was like there wasn't that many games, and I don't know. It just didn't feel like why would I buy it on Stadia when I had it on Steam? Like that's another thing. Like I really wish they would have had it where you could somehow link your other game accounts together and somehow. I don't know. Like it doesn't really make too much sense, but at the same time, it's like on the end user end, like my end, like I just didn't want to buy a game that I couldn't play on Steam afterward, like on my normal PC.
Notable Assassin's Creed producer Jade Raymond departed Ubisoft in 2014.
How the fuck did they ever make an Assassin's Creed game with a Viking? Like, y'all ever wonder about like that? How the fuck did that happen?
I don't think anyone cares. I'll be honest.
Because it's like, that's the last thing. Whenever I think of an assassin, like, maybe the game was really good, but it just doesn't seem like it's not Assassin's Creed. That's like Pillager's Creed. or something like that.
Later founding EA's Motive Studio in Montreal. After leaving Motive in late
Barbarian's
2018,
Creed,
the producer became vice president of a
Berserker
then
Assassin.
unknown Google endeavor. Within a week of this news going public, Raymond's role and Google's plan for the future of media streaming gained clarification during a GDC 2019 keynote. Raymond joined to head up Stadia Games and Entertainment, the company's first-party studios division designed to craft exclusives for Stadia. The all-new streaming solution eliminated the need for a next-gen console or...
I'm so fucking sick of exclusives. They're so annoying.
Yeah, it's
high-end gaming
freaking
PC.
annoying.
Instead,
Exactly.
letting users navigate interactive adventures via...
Like, I really want to play Demon Souls on my PC.
internet connection on a wide variety of platforms. Stadia additionally promised seamless connectivity between devices, exhibited with a GDC demo in which someone playing on a Chromebook switched to their phone and later a PC, picking up where they'd left off in-game during each instance. Worldwide data centers powered the service in 200-plus territories.
And like, again, you can see how if you're showing this gameplay to people that aren't actually playing it, the input delay and the added like millisecond latency that it creates would not be like the people sitting in these chairs can't notice that. They're not going to know because they don't see whenever his hand is hitting the buttons.
Streaming data through millions of miles of fiber optic cable, onlookers were especially intrigued by Stadia's supposed output capabilities. Google VPs Maj Bakar and Phil Harrison swore the architecture could support games in up to 4K HDR at 60 frames per second. Bakar added that future targets for the technology included 120 frames per second and 8K resolution.
Nobody needs 8K
A dedicated
resolution.
controller represented the platform's sole hardware component. State-of-the-art streaming technology and a gamepad could only offer so much without the backing of quality content, however. Hence the significance of Stadia Games and Entertainment. During Stadia's GDC reveal, Phil Harrison insisted Google would supply developers with full access to its data centers. The results of such assurances later proved underwhelming. Only 12 launch titles were announced the week ahead of Stadia's November 2019 release. The Tomb Raider reboot trilogy constituted 3 of the 12. AC Odyssey, Mortal Kombat 11, and Red Dead Redemption 2 helped fill out the lackluster list. It didn't escape public notice that all of Stadia's Day One experiences were older third-party titles that many had already enjoyed elsewhere. Yet, the promise of Stadia Games and Entertainment beefing up the content offerings with exclusives held a lot of sway, especially on the heels of Division head Jade Raymond unveiling Google's first game studio. Oddly enough, when Stadia's launch day finally came, the dearth of new content counted among the least of an early adopter's worries. Stadia dedicated Reddit threads, previously filled with enthusiasm, turned into sounding boards for disgruntled customers overnight. Many who...
That sounds like basically every single video game release. Everybody gets, like, the game is liked. It's like there's an inverse relationship that people have with video games, and this is especially true with MMOs. It's like a fucking reverse paradox. The less you know about a game, the more hyped you are for it. So, like, if they only announce the name of the game, you're like, oh my god, this is going to be so fucking good. Like, look at the Riot MMO. They don't even have a name for it, so people are even more excited about it. They haven't seen anything about this game. They don't know anything about it, so they could just put all of the stuff that they could have imagined inside of the game. They're like, yeah, it's going to have open world PvP, and it's going to be super cool. It's going to have really cool raids, and it's going to look awesome. And, you know, then whenever the game comes out, and you're like, oh, okay, so it's not going to, all right, so it's going to look, okay. I mean, I guess we'll play it. And then you play it, and it sucks. It's like, I fucking hate this shit. That's what happens every time.
Pre-ordered the hardware and access codes with the Founders Edition didn't receive their goods on day one. Meanwhile, release day buyers obtained their account information on time. Such circumstances proved particularly problematic because Google awarded unique display names on a first-come, first-served basis, meaning numerous would-be owners of the Founders Edition weren't prioritized as promised.
That's kind of funny.
Early adopters further faced issues related to poor visual quality and latency troubles that made the likes of Mortal Kombat 11 unplayable.
Yeah, the multiplayer on Stadia was just god awful. It also, like, at least for me, like as a gamer, like I have my computer and stuff, like, I don't know. I think it was for like on the go stuff, right? Like I don't really know exactly who the Stadia was really meant for. I don't know.
The absence of wireless controller support and achievements exacerbated the problem in the eyes of day one customers. As the weeks wore on, the broken promises sparked questions of whether Stadia's turbulent arrival had put a blight on its chances at success. The realization that Destiny 2 and Red Dead 2 failed to operate at true 4K resolution didn't inspire much confidence in the platform's long-term health either. But the streaming service enjoyed its fair share of wins. The first of such victories manifested in Google's Typhoon Studios acquisition in December 2019, a purchase that occurred before the indie developer released its debut project, Journey to the Savage Planet. The studio founded...
I don't even remember that game at all. Yeah, I don't remember that shit in any regard.
By Ubisoft and WB Games veterans Alex Hutchinson and Reed Schneider, most impressed Google's growing gaming division because of its AAA team and ability to build a high-quality game in under 3 years. According to Jade...
I think a lot of these big companies put too much emphasis on AAA anything. Nobody gives a fuck about AAA. Nobody gives a fuck about any of that if the game sucks. The gameplay for a lot of these games is bad. They look great. They have interesting stories. They're historically accurate in certain ways. But
yeah, they needed more games like Vampire Survivors. Like Game Pass is actually a really, really smart with what they did. Microsoft's Game Pass. Like if Stadia had Microsoft's Game Pass library, like I think it would have it'd still be around.
But the game's not fun to play. So get that right first.
Exactly.
Typhoon merely marked the start of Google's acquisition plans. In March 2020, Stadia Games and Entertainment added another firm to its stable, an outfit built from the ground up in Playa Vista, California, with former God of War studio head Shannon Studstill involved as studio director. That same month also saw the division join forces with Gears Tactics co-developer Splash Damage on an unspecified Stadia exclusive. And Stadia updates throughout 2020 ensured an even greater number of users would have the opportunity to experience the fruits of Google's investments.
Okay.
For example, non-Google smartphones received Stadia support in early 2020. Stadia playability made its way to iPhone and iPad several months thereafter. Yet, a long-predicted blow to the games and entertainment vertical effectively negated every step taken towards securing the platform's viability.
You know, this is something people may have heard about, but people understand this was so important to Phil that you moved your family over to the States from England because you're so excited about this project and what it represents for, I think, the future of the gaming industry. I'm really excited to sort of hear from you.
On January 27, 2021, Google VP Phil Harrison contacted staff via email, praising Games and Entertainment's great progress. Harrison's message further touted Stadia as the best game streaming technology on the market, and promised that details regarding the 2021 budget would soon be shared.
So I don't know.
This so-called rallying cry quickly revealed itself as the calm before the storm, an arguably misleading show of hope where none existed. Just 5 days after issuing the email, Harrison hosted a virtual meeting with in-house Stadia developers in which he informed them of the games division's closure. Sources who spoke to Wired said many were puzzled, given the messaging delivered a few days prior.
Yeah, really.
Kotaku heard from sources claiming Harrison openly regret.
He's like, guys, everything's going great. I'm so happy. Listen, we're going to let you guys know about what's going to be happening next year really, really soon. It's like, all right, you guys, come here with me. Yeah, we're shutting it down. That's
basically what happened.
Read the misleading email in a follow-up Q&A session. When pressed about what had changed between January 27th and the closure announcement, the VP allegedly admitted higher-ups knew the end was nigh. Naturally, this answer did nothing to quell the confusion of hundreds of workers who'd uprooted their lives for Stadia, hoping for stability the games industry seldom offered, only to get laid off a year or two later without sufficient explanation.
You got to keep in mind, like, a lot of people probably moved their family or moved down there. You know, they bought a 1-year lease or 2-year lease. They bought a house down there. And now the shit is not going to happen. It sucks.
It's bullshit.
Obviously, that's life. You take a risk, and sometimes you lose. That's how it goes. But it's still sad to see.
Harrison's statement on the Google blog noted that because AAA development's high costs continue to grow exponentially, the company thought it best to refocus by expanding on the proven technology of Stadia. Achieving such ends necessitated a long-term sustainable business, which Google believed infeasible if its efforts remained split between game production and technology. Something had to give. Stadia Games and Entertainment got the axe. As a consequence, every work-in-progress Stadia exclusive immediately fell to the cutting room floor.
Well, it's like, also, I'm pretty sure they had released some of them, and a lot of people probably didn't care. Like, you've got to look at it from their perspective. Like, if you're one of the Google executives and you're pumping billions of dollars into this, and none of these games are popping off, yeah, of course they shut it down. No shit.
Yeah, doesn't make sense not to.
A few people familiar with the situation insisted the studio closures and subpar communication exemplified how poorly Google managed its gaming sector.
I mean, that's probably true. Just to say.
Thank you all for joining us. I suppose I should start out with a confession. I'm actually not a big gamer, though I do.
No way. And that is the problem. I think that is probably an explanation of, like, I would say like 50% of the issues, maybe somewhere around there. Whenever you have the executive leadership that doesn't know what the fuck is going on. You guys ever had that happen at your job, where you had the leadership of your project that's never done your job or anything even remotely close to it? And so they say, well, why can't you just program it in one of those AI things and just have the video game make it to where it's like a fucking like a procedural generation trees and some shit. I mean, you do that in like an hour. Like, why is it gonna take a month? What are y'all, lazy? Yeah, it's just sad. CEO, not gamer. Yeah, just code it. Yeah, what do you mean? Just do it.
FIFA 19 quite a bit and really enjoy how immersive it is.
Upon taking the stage at Stadia's GDC 2019 unveiling, Google CEO Sundar Pichai joked of how little he knew about games, a confession that later provided the perfect segue to his introducing industry veteran Phil Harrison. The latter boasted of the 100-plus teams who'd received Stadia access, then promoted Stadia Games and Entertainment as the new division that would craft groundbreaking exclusives.
And it's like, if a lot of companies do this and it's not really a big deal. Like, it's different than, like, for example, if you're not very passionate about video games, maybe you shouldn't really try to push a video game space in your company, because it's not something that you really understand. You don't have like a fundamental like fucking understanding of like what the consumer wants, because you're not a consumer. And it's not a bad idea to go and hire somebody that knows way more than you do, right? Because that's a smart thing. It's like, you want to diversify and build in a new industry. It's like what Microsoft did with the Xbox. Like, they probably hired a bunch of fucking video game people for the Xbox. But that didn't mean that the guys at Microsoft didn't know anything about it. You still have to know a good amount about it in order to know if they're doing it right or not. To know what the values are, to know what the goals are, to know what the things that the consumers place value in. It's common sense.
Make sure they're doing their job.
But according to former employees interviewed by Wired, Google didn't hire a lion's share of the developers needed for its initiative until after GDC. Developers recruited during what was essentially the 11th hour had no choice but to work with technology years in the making. This order of events created discordance between Google engineers and gaming hires, the latter of whom quickly discovered where the corporation's priorities lay. That Google operated as a tech company first and foremost hardly helped. And even with the appointments of Harrison and Raymond, the newly minted team seemed unequipped to foster content creation roles in-house because similar postings didn't previously exist. Adjusting to the unique demands of game development proved yet another challenge. For one, Google's arduous hiring process made it difficult for lead developers to recruit staff in a timely fashion. Company policies were often at odds with the standards of game production too, such that security concerns reportedly forced Google to withhold permission for the use of certain software. Barriers of this nature further complicated an already complex ordeal. And when the necessary resources finally fell into place, COVID-19 stifled any chance at forward momentum.
That's
Google
probably
froze
true.
hiring attempts mere weeks after the Playa Vista studio opened its doors in spring 2020 because of the pandemic.
Yeah, bureaucracy
An internal
problem.
memo
Yep,
from
there you
Pichai
go.
reasoned that slowing recruitment would benefit the continued support of a small number of strategic areas. Stadia wasn't part of the club. Several key departures followed in the wake of the games and entertainment closure. Chief among
I think like one of the main fucking points of this too was that a lot of people didn't really use or like Stadia. Like, you can talk about like exclusives and like all these theoreticals, but from everybody that I talked to that used this or had any experience with this, it was problematic. It was either laggy, like there was fucking screen tearing, there was like what the guy said, like resolution issues. You couldn't see what the fuck was going on. It wasn't very good.
Yeah, exactly. It was just a poor experience compared to what else you had access to. So there's no reason to, and the problem is like you can't take your Stadia games and put it in Steam.
So that's the real reason why it died. Like, for example, if Stadia came out and it was seamless cloud gameplay, everybody would be using it. But they're not, because it wasn't. It's just that simple. And again, this is something that in the future it will solve. This will be solved in the future. And I think the version, like a version, fucking 12.5 of Google Stadia is going to happen in 50 years and it's going to be great. But it's just not there yet.
them being Jade Raymond, who left to establish the now Sony-owned
Well, I think the Steam Deck is already doing this, right? I could be wrong, but I thought they were similar.
Haven Studios. At least 6 more staffers joined her a few months later.
Yeah, it's getting better.
Still, Stadia trucked on throughout 2021, with news that Xbox players could stream Stadia games through the Microsoft Edge browser, serving as its most noteworthy high point for the year. By the following year...
Does anybody here use Microsoft Edge? Yes, I do. That's a good amount. All right, that's... I expected nobody to say yes. I feel like, yeah, a lot of people probably use Firefox or Google Chrome. That's it. I heard Edge is good, actually. I find it to be very funny that Internet Explorer just had such a bad reputation that they had to rename it. They should have started with something that didn't start with E, though, because then maybe people would have given it a new chance.
Even small victories were in short supply. The start of 2022 brought reports of the service's rebranding from Stadia to Google Stream, a desperate strategy Business Insider claimed would see Google licensing the technology to parties such as Capcom and Bungie. In August, Nerf Report's Bryant Chappell provided evidence that Google had begun testing cloud gaming integration across its search engine and Amazon Luna.
And I think that's another issue, is that people don't want to have another fucking subscription. Like, am I crazy to think that unless you have like a ridiculous offering, nobody wants another subscription? Come on, man.
Any last-ditch effort to save the struggling service soon proved for naught, since Google announced in September 2020
that, and you would compare the, at least I did when I saw the subscription, I compared it to Game Pass's subscription, and it wasn't even a comparison. Like, you just felt like you were being dumb by subscribing.
that all Stadia services would cease on January 18th, 2023. In the end, The skeptics were right. Stadia amounted to little more than another of Google's speedily forsaken interests. Sure, revolutionary technology was squandered
I
on...
think it's great that Google tried to do this, though. And like, nobody should really meme on them for it, because they tried to actually advance the way that people play video games. They tried to do something new. It didn't work. That's the way it goes. But it's a...
Yeah, I think they jumped the gun a little too early. I think if they waited another, like, 20 years, maybe more, like, it would have gotten a lot more success.
Cool idea, and I think one day it will.
Under the weight of mismanagement, and genuinely compelling experiences could have spawned from the first parties. But as is often the case in the games industry, hundreds of designers, artists, programmers, and producers suffered the most. And because of leadership's incompetence, they have nothing of consequence to show for it.
I mean, it wasn't just that, but yeah.
Yeah, the leadership should have known this better.
Mm-hmm.
People lose trust in cloud services, though.
Like, they should have really nailed down the quality of the stream before even getting games onto it, and even before announcing it, really. Like, if they can't get their things to run really good on it, even on, like, a okay connection, like, it was going to be dead on arrival anyways, so.
I think a lot of people already have that.
Thank you for watching. We'd like to take this time to thank,
Let
by
me link
name,
you guys this
the
video. This is a
generous
great
patrons
video.
who have pledged to our Hall of Fame reward
I
tier.
will also say that this seems like a like the tone of this video is like the same tone that I would have expected for a documentary about, like, that spaceship, the Columbia, that blew up.
Yeah.
Like, this, it makes it sound like,
dark
and
and
after
dour.
the end of it, they sacrificed all of the developers to the blood god. And they had to just go ahead and make that sacrifice so they could start the next venture.
Exactly.
Like, yeah, it's just, am I crazy? I feel like it was just, like, super, super serious.
Alex
It was
Moretti.
funny. You can't
and those
prove they
currently
didn't.
subscribe to our producer
Yeah,
reward
there you
tier.
go.
Brock
There's the video.
Pibiroto, Darirap Sigurdsson, GetWrecked.com, Jonathan, Kira May, Landy K. Hayes, Mario Herrera, Milkshake. If you enjoy our content, please consider subscribing to our channel and
God.
backing us on Patreon.
Yeah.
Milkshake. What is this? This is the new cast of Aqua Teen Hunger Force. Holy fuck, man. Oh my god. At Patreon, I'm just so he says Kachi Bass? Yeah, something like that. Candace Nuts. Just, I feel like that's probably worth the money to have him say something like that. That shit's so funny.
That was a good video. I don't know about Broken Promises. Did they promise stuff? Like, I didn't really care. Like, I don't think that has anything to do with it. It's just that it just wasn't good. Like, but TLDR, Stadia did not run well. So people didn't use it. That's about it. Okay, next video I want to take a look at is Genshin and Pizza Hut collab. I think Genshin collab with anyone is going to be crazy. Like, it's just going to, especially in, like, Japan, or I guess China is where Genshin's really big.
Let's see this. Genshin Impact.
This is the Pizza Hut current. Okay, so what is this video? So this is the Pizza Hut current state in China, right? It looked really cool. They put a waypoint in here. Wait, look at the wall. Wait, look at the wall. Wait, they decorated.
Bro, this is a Pizza Hut? That's a nice place. Like,
yeah, much
that's
nicer than
nuts.
ours.
Like, you know what our Pizza Hut was? There's like it's just it's dark, it's dank. Like,
Yep.
and I liked it. It was a nice place. But yeah, Pizza Hut is 5 stars in China. What the fuck? I had no idea about this shit, man. That is crazy.
I've heard about that. Like, for some reason, like, our, like, fast food places are actually, like, really good in other countries. kind of messed up. Like, why do we get the shit ones? Is it more expensive there? I don't know.
They did really well. They actually decorated really well. So this is the Amber. Wait, I don't remember there being a Eula Amber Cup. Wait, they didn't announce the cup, right? Wait, did they announce the cup? Wait, I thought it was only the boxes. That was Eula and Amber. I didn't know there's a cup. Oh, this is the Amber. It looks so good. Chat, I'm flying to China right now to get a Pizza Hut.
Holy shit. Oh my god.
Like, if this is their like announcement trailer or, you know, commercial, it's actually really good.
What the?
You got a bunch of cosplay.
Oh my god, this is the big ass scuba. Chat, this is the big ass scuba.
That's the American representation.
So this is the one at
I really hope that like Genshin Impact does like a they do a collab with like Waffle House.
Yeah, that's not gonna happen. Let's be fair.
Yeah, with
of all the
Waffle House
places
in America. Yeah, it's like a PvP server.
It's a freaking do world PvP at a Waffle House. Oh my god. You know, like half of the Waffle House like regulars would probably get a heart attack. You get like 20 people in cosplay showing up.
I would love that. Like if they ever do something like this in America, I'm gonna go to like the most popular like restaurant of this, and I'm just gonna record what it's like to be there on like opening day of one of these events. I think it would just be hilarious. Waffle Impact. Well, you're not too far off.
Ding. PogChamp.
Wow.
Damn, I wish I could be in China right now. Oh, this looks insane.
I remember there used to be a Pizza Hut in like on my campus in college, and I would get pizza there very regularly, and it was like $6, and they would only give you those little pizzas. Did y'all have that at school too?
I did not.
Like I was just like I was pissed. Personal pan? Yeah, fuck that. And that was like almost 10 years ago. Not quite. First day for
Yes, like it.
Oh my god.
Dude, what is this? Oh wait, look at the amount of people lining up.
Holy shit, man. Look at this.
Jesus.
1 hour? Not bad. Only 1 hour? So this is the Eula box.
Oh.
1 hour actually isn't that bad for that kind of wait time.
Oh wow.
I would expect at least like 2+.
This is the Amber box.
Waifu boxes.
Only 1
great.
hour? Yai Miko main, Zhongli main, Chio main, Klee main, Xiao main again? So many Xiao main. What?
It's crazy how much like how much cosplay and everything they do over there. I've never seen somebody dressed up like this in real life. Like, unless it's either Halloween or a convention here in America.
Yeah.
Traveler main? That's... Oh, wait, no.
But then again, I don't think we really have things like this where there are collabs with games or anime that I know of.
Oh, that's Fenty. Zhongli, Ayato, Wu Tao, and Chio, and Zhongli.
Oh my god.
Kazuha. Xiaomi. So many Xiaomi.
Are you
He's
36
asking
stars?
if they have 36 star, and every single one of them are saying they have not 36 star.
Is 36 star like? Is that like? How much money does that cost?
No idea.
Oh! That's the hard See, this is why Overwatch is making a PvE mode. Is because all the people that get really into Overwatch, they're not
That's
really
what
that
he was
good at the
talking about.
game, but they like the game, they like playing it, so it's like, you know, they don't have any, it's a skill issue. Yeah, it is what it is.
Still no 36 star. Oh, she 36 star. She 36 star.
Okay.
She 36 star. Xiaoming can't 36 star. I wonder why. Skill issues. So this is a.
How long would it take for me to do that? Like, if I wanted to beat the hardest level of Genshin Impact, how long would it take?
Well, you have to go through the worlds and stuff like that, I'm assuming. So it'd probably take a while because there's a lot of grinding. But then again, Yasmin might spend money on it, so probably not that long.
2 weeks? No way somebody says a year, bro. Like, nah, no shot. It's time gated. Oh.
They're going to a different Pizza Hut now because that one was like full. That one was like full, so they're going to a different Pizza Hut. Oh, those are the posters. Those are the posters.
Why are you touching your fucking head?
Yeah, that was uncomfortable just to watch.
What is just get your fucking hand off the quest marker? What is this? Yeah, what are you doing? It's his girlfriend?
Someone
Oh,
scan this QR code. Chat, someone scan this QR code.
Wow. It's a headband.
That's a quote from the Pizza Hut collab. It's like from it's like
is
good taste from the
crazy.
other world or something like that. Wait, you have to do quests? That's what the QR code is? The QR code bring you to a website that actually gives you quests. He has to do this for 10 seconds to get the poster.
Wow. I don't think I'd be able to do that, to be honest. Yeah, no, I'm good.
Oh my god, you gotta do your Pizza Hut dailies.
Dude, he's speechless.
Pizza Hut dailies now. Holy shit. Bro, like, this is like a way that technology is gonna evolve, and I don't think anybody was ready for it.
You have to shake your head for 10 seconds to get the poster. And then he get the so he got a quest where he has to do that for 10 seconds, and now he get the posters. Find the secret.
To be fair, like, doing this would actually be really good content.
What?
For like stream, but like I couldn't imagine going and doing this for free, you know? It's LARPing? Yeah, I bet
Oh,
it
that's
is.
easy. Wait, what? That's so easy. You just have to say a phrase. Chat, you guys saw the Pizza Hut? Oh, there's the actual pizza. The reason why the
What
Eula
the
and the
heck?
Amber cosplayer are not allowed
What the
in
fuck?
is because they haven't done their COVID test yet. So apparently, you have to get a COVID test on site to get it.
What's
Chat, doesn't
wrong
it look
with
fun,
this
to be
guy?
honest? Doesn't it look fun?
What are they like feeding her? Oh my god! Oh wow! I want to feed cosplayers too. Yeah, apparently.
I would go for like a day at least. All these
Oh my
fucking
God.
people are like, Genshin Impact is dying, and then you look at this. Surely Genshin Impact is dying. Surely.
Well, this is no indicator on whether it's dying or not, because this could have been something that's been in the works for a while now.
Oh, these are the girls.
他狂想抽。
It's a Pizza Hut quote? What the? Oh, that's
Oh,
the thing.
you have to. One of the quests is to do the Eula dance. Oh, that's why they're doing it. Does Pizza Hut Amber have the helmet?
That's pretty impressive.
Is that why? Wait, does Pizza Hut Amber have the helmet?
Oh my god.
Wait, what? Wait, why does everyone wear the helmet? Oh, it does have a helmet. It does have a helmet. Why does it have a helmet? Oh, it's because. Oh, it's the motor. Oh, I get it. It's because of the
Oh my
motorcycle.
God.
It's because of the motorcycle. Oh my god, it's more Eula dance. It's just
pretty
more
good,
Eula
yeah.
dance.
That looks like Napoleon Dynamite, okay?
The beginning did. Oh my god, I didn't even think about
It's
that.
like if
until
I
said
saw
it.
somebody doing this like here in Austin, they're on meth. And that's the only reason that they would do that. That's it. That's the only reason.
I mean, for me, it's like if I was out and about and I saw this, I was like, is there a convention that I didn't know about? Like, okay.
Reason. But I can't imagine. This is
Wait, I wanna look at the food.
crazy.
Wait, is that a hot pot pizza? I think I used to have those.
What?
I think I ate those before in Hong Kong, chat. I actually.
Bro, like, why can't people just have pepperoni? Why they always gotta do this weird new shit?
I think I ate those in Hong Kong. For people who doesn't know, I'm actually Chinese. I'm actually Chinese. So I actually had those before. Oil, chat. Doesn't the box get oily?
Oh,
I think about doesn't get box get
my
oily.
God.
Fucking rude. All right, last video
What
for
the
real.
fuck is this?
Oh my god, it's Amy. So I don't understand what are those posters. What are these posters they keep getting? I feel like these are like these posters.
wow.
I saw it in a different video, but I don't know what they are. No one ever showed them.
It's a pizza Hawaiian pizza, maybe. Wow. This is crazy.
Alright, Skipperino. Translation? Why do you guys see translation? You guys just look at the booba anyway. It's whatever officials say.
I really think they need to do one of these here in America. I really hope they do that. Because I want to see what it's like.
Yeah, I'm trying to think like what brand though they could do it with, because I'm thinking like none of our fast food places are that good, to be honest. So In-N-Out, I think would be pretty cool. I know a lot of people really like In-N-Out, so I think that would probably be the best bet. I think Chick-fil-A probably wouldn't be doing it with how religious they are. So I don't know how they view anime, but probably not in the best of lights.
Yes, yeah, I want to see, like, is this just something that's going to happen in China? Is this going to happen also in, like, America? Like, are there going to be fights?
Japan.
Like, who's going to show up? What do those people look like? Like, I want to find out, man. I want to know. Is it going to be like, because, like, and, like, whenever I go to the card shop, it was just, like, a bunch of big, hairy, balding men with beards that had T-shirts of, like, Thor on them. And that's it. And so it's like, do these guys now they play Genshin Impact or what? I don't know.
Maybe the next generation of them did.
Pepe W?
What's that effect? Oh my God. Amy, please marry me. Oh my fucking God, bro. Like, I'm gonna be honest. Like, the reason I want them to do one of these in America is so I can stream it.
I think for a lot of people, I mean, I'd go just to see it. I don't know if I'd ever stream something like that, but it's like, why not? Like, it seems like it'd be fun.
That's the only actual reason.
At the very least.
I think it'd be such good content. It would be amazing. Oh my God.
I wonder if she was like nervous, like you're cosplaying and like people are like getting kind of crazy with it.
Oh my God, this is Chunin. That's a Chunin line. Wait, but I want to see the pizza. Wait, chat, I want to see the pizza. I don't want to see Fisho. I want to see the pizza.
Let's see it then.
Okay, so what are these posters? What are these posters? Are they like signing posters?
They didn't even really look like posters.
I'm gonna say
to be honest.
something. Why no one listen?
Chat. Do you guys know what they're saying?
I am really surprised about the ratio of male to female. Because like I expected, like with Genshin Impact, that it's just a bunch of like, 30-year-old dudes. Like that's it, with like their waifus, and like they're gonna show up there. It's like, yeah, this is like 1-to-1. Why? I don't know. It's just what I expected. Okay.
I mean, of course you guys know. That's what I'm here for. I'm here to translate.
It's one-to-one,
Fisher was like,
yeah.
"Hey guys, listen up," with a megaphone, right? With a megaphone. "Hey guys, listen up," and then they start screaming, "Buff Kaching." They start screaming, "Please buff Kaching." Wait, how do you all of you guys know? Wait, what? Are all of you Chinese? That's a Pizza Hut quote for the Genshin. Eat. Paimon hungry. Wait, that's not a pizza? That's not a pizza? What is that?
That's a chicken.
That's a fried chicken.
When they have...
Alright, any other video?
Bro, when they have chicken over there?
Donzo.
Like, when they sell chicken,
how you guys like Pizza Hut? How do you guys like the Pizza Hut collab in? Oh my god, my entire feed is just Pizza Hut now. So the main reason I want to do these kind of React Tuesday is because one of the big thing I think is like people underappreciate Genshin, especially in the CN. So one of the main thing I want to showcase as always is like what is the current state of CN, especially with all of these big event or
I always love watching real life like nerd events. They are like infinite content. There's never a time that a real life nerd event isn't fucking hilarious.
Out there doing, and I feel like they're definitely very fun to share. And so for the people on YouTube watching this after, let me know how you guys think. I really want to share these things with you guys because I feel like not a lot of people share about it. You guys might not even know where to find it, but of course, as I'm natively Chinese, it's a lot easier for me to find or react content to like these. And so the main thing for me is just to be able to share like the state of how it going, because as you can see, it is a lot of fun and a lot of stuff are going on. So let me know what you guys think. We do React Tuesday on my Twitch at twitch.tv/1010games, where I just watch all kind of videos, including meta discussion videos or you know, these kind of videos. So it's open to viewer submission, so you guys can submit video and I'll watch them.
Yeah, I don't really care about the meta stuff, but like the IRL stuff, especially in like other countries, like it's always like really cool to see.
With that being said, as always, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe, and buy YouTube. Thanks,
that was
guys.
a good video. I like that one. Yeah, hopefully we see more of these. This is fucking hilarious, man. I love it.
Well, I don't know if Asman knows, but like Japan has like a lot of them, anime cafes and stuff.
Yeah, I'm telling you guys, like Waffle House Genshin Impact collab. That's what they need to do. That's what's really gonna kind of seal the deal. But like people said that Genshin Impact doesn't have PvP, so I don't know if it would really work. I just like after the KFC event, to be fair, like there was relatively no degeneracy in this one. Like I personally don't think this was like really degeneracy or anything like that.
Yeah.
It was just like, you know, people dancing, feeding them the pizza through the window was a little bit fucking that's a bit of something special, you know what I mean? But like other than that, it was just fuck yeah, it's just wholesome fun. Yeah, exactly. Like nobody's getting hurt, you know what I mean? It's like an out of season anime convention. Yeah, there you go. A lot of girls play Genshin. Most girls I know love it. Wow. That is crazy. Okay. Speaking of Waffle House, what's this here? When Waffle House got lit. Oh, I mean the thing is like people love that shit. Because like now, I heard that one woman that had the chair thrown at her from Waffle House got fired because of it. Can y'all believe that?
What
like
the
I
hell?
saw somebody like link this to me on Twitter or some shit. And it's just like, why the fuck would you do that? Like I don't even understand.
Serious?
Doesn't make any fucking sense to me.
I
Yeah,
went to
why?
Waffle House, so I don't know what you're expecting like sense in a Waffle
I
House.
don't know. Yeah, she's banned from Waffle House. What the fuck, man? Yeah, she was defending herself. She got fired once for simply not showing up to work for 6 months. Yeah, I got fired once for simply not showing up to work for 6 months. Yeah, I know. She threw a salt shaker, bro. Who gives a fuck? The thing is, like, here's what I think. I think that if you assault an employee and they come back at you and they throw a frying pan at you, tough shit.
Yeah.
Too fucking bad. Keep your hands to yourself. Don't throw something at somebody with a frying pan next time. Yeah, that's a deserved situation. It's like the person who starts that shit is always the one who's wrong. Yeah, they fucked around, then they got found out. So I don't feel bad about that at all.
Yeah. I mean, in general, though, I really like the video. Like, it's, like you said, it's really cool when this kind of stuff happens. People come out in cosplay, which is always like, I don't know. I always find cosplay like impressive with the amount of work they usually put in. Even if they just buy it, like, I think it takes a bit of courage to actually go out in public like that. So, alright. Next video here. This one I've seen a few people react to. Idiot streamers who got caught cheating. And actually, I'll save this one as well because I don't know if I reacted, or not reacted, but already seen this one with Asman. Like, I don't know. So we'll just move on this one. Justin Roiland situation is awful. If I remember right, this is the guy from Rick and Morty. I could be wrong though. Well, let's take a look.
Rick and Morty fans got jump scared with some of the worst news they've received since the Szechuan sauce riots of 2017. God rest all those lost souls. With some very serious troubling news that broke about Justin Roiland. He was arrested on felony domestic violence charges as well as a false imprisonment charge for an incident that took place in 2020. Now, much like everyone else, I was very surprised by this news. I think most people were shocked. This isn't a situation where there was a lot of people wiggling a finger saying, I told you so, you should have listened to us. This was something that caught most people off guard. These are serious charges he's facing, and a lot of people, myself included, were also confused on what a false imprisonment charge is in this situation, because I think most of us assumed that was something that only a law enforcement officer or someone in that position could be charged with. So I had to look it up myself. And to be fair, you have to have a pretty high IQ to understand false imprisonment charges. So in this case, he's being charged with false imprisonment by way of menace, violence, fraud, and or deceit, which bumps this from a misdemeanor up to a felony. It levels up the charge here. It goes plus ultra, and it basically boils down to keeping someone against their will by intimidating them, scaring them, threatening them.
I thought that was kidnapping, but maybe it's like a different scenario.
What have you. So it's a very serious thing. That's not some like joke charge by any means. And of course the domestic violence charge is the one that catches most people's eye because that is just fucked up. Especially because it's a domestic battery with corporal injury. Now the victim here is an anonymous person who is remaining a Jane Doe for this case. A lot of the details of this case are being kept private and won't be released to the public. But basically, it was someone that Justin Roiland was dating at the time, and this incident occurred in 2020. He pled not guilty to the charges, also posted a $50,000 bail, and this has been an ongoing legal battle ever since. He's gone to very many hearings about this. He recently went to a pre-trial. The trial date hasn't been set yet, but this is a very serious case which carries real jail time, should he be found guilty on all of these charges. Now, Justin did plead not guilty, and his legal team seems very confident, stating, "It's hard to overstate how inaccurate the recent media coverage of this situation has been. To be clear, not only is Justin innocent, but we also have every expectation that this matter is on course to be dismissed once the district attorney's office has completed its methodical review of the evidence. We look forward to clearing Justin's name and helping him move forward as swiftly as possible."
I mean, to be fair, would they say anything else? Like, even if, I don't know, like, from their lawyer, they want to be like, is this going to be a real hard one? They have some really good evidence against our client here. It's not looking good. Okay, we're going to have some sleepless nights.
So they seem to believe that this will just be dismissed pretty soon. I am a little confused on what inaccuracies they're talking about when people are just saying, like, hey, this is going on at the moment, which is kind of provable, right? Like, he did get charged with these things. He just hasn't been found guilty of them. I'm all for shitting on journalists and the media coverage of things. They can gargle the dirtiest part of my butthole. But in this case, they're kind of just stating, like, this is an ongoing thing, which it is, which you're also confirming. Yeah. So I don't exactly know what specific inaccuracies is being referred to here, but it is important to note that he has not been found guilty on these charges or anything like that at the moment. This was actually just the first of many dominoes to fall in a very bad week for Justin Roiland and for just general fans of his work. A lot of news was breaking about Justin Roiland having a pretty predatory past in terms of how he talks to fans through DMs and shit. None of the text messages and DMs that have been leaking have been completely confirmed as real or verified as of the moment, so I won't really bother showing them. They are turbo cringe, and I, again, don't know if they're real or not. But they're out there. There's a lot of them.
If it's real, it's not going to look
good.
good.
But one thing that is confirmed is
for
that
this
his
trial.
game studio, Squanch Games, did actually have to settle a sexual harassment lawsuit back in 2019. No, that's news to me. Justin Roiland had some more shit come
not a
out
good
today.
look.
Uh-oh. That's no good. He's going to need a Mr. Meeseeks out there ASAP to do some damage control. Also, it just came out that Squanch Games.
It's like, it's a coincidence when it's one time. What is it when it's 3 times? Like, all within a few years of each other.
Was sued in 2018 for sexual harassment, discrimination, and wrongful termination. Goodness gracious. Jeez, Rick. Oh, yeah. Justin Roiland's Squanch Games quietly settled a sexual harassment lawsuit in 2019.
Yep.
Oh boy, Rick. Sounds like things were getting a little too swifty over at Squanch Games.
Oh my god. Rick and Morty.
That's no good. Yeah, they glorbed right out of the trick hole on that one, huh? Jesus Christ. All of this coming out all at once with Justin Roiland. The floodgates are fully opened. Overall, the whole situation's extremely sad. Even if you don't like Justin Roiland, this isn't something to celebrate. This isn't something that anyone should want to see. Because if he's found guilty on these charges, that means there was a very real victim who suffered greatly.
For me, it's not want to say, but it's more like, if it turns out this is all true, this is a good thing. Because finally, it's getting the light exposed on it, and this... Like, obviously, if he's innocent, that's another thing. But if it's, like, guilty of on almost every front, this guy's a monster.
And that's horrible. Now, I'm not a huge Justin Roiland fan these days. I don't dislike Rick and Morty. I haven't watched it in a couple of years, but I always enjoyed it. I just haven't really felt like watching it recently. But I didn't like High on Life. I dropped it after a few hours. The writing just became an actual headache. And I'm no fan of fourth wall breaking. I don't find it extremely comedic. So when you like press pause in the beginning of the game and then you unpause and it's like, you just paused the game? You just paused the game during a firefight? Are you dumb? How could you just pause the game? You just paused the game during this gunfight? Oh man, we got a real stupid guy here because you just paused the game during a firefight because you weren't thinking, pausing the game. I can't believe you paused the game. Just droning on and on and on. I couldn't deal with it.
That sounds annoying.
So I didn't really like High on Life, but I did like Rick and Morty. And I'd say on the whole, I was pretty tired of that just over-explaining every single joke, stuttering on every single joke. It very much wore off on me, and I stopped enjoying the shtick. So even still, as someone who's not the biggest fan of his recent works, I don't want him to have been someone that beat and falsely imprisoned the person that they were dating. And if he did do that, I'm hoping the victim gets the help they need to get through this situation, because that shit is traumatic, I imagine. So I'm wishing them the absolute best. It would be a disservice and downright criminal of me not to mention the memes that have spawned from this whole situation. With so many people being pretty tired and exhausted of Justin Roiland's style of writing, as well as High on Life being extremely divisive, people have taken the opportunity to just go hog wild, making jokes about all of this, referencing Pickle Rick, talking about how this is the wrong Justin Roiland. The Justin Roiland that's, being talked about with this domestic violence charge is actually Justin Roiland of Universe C-137. That's Felon Roiland. Shit like that.
Jesus.
Just a nonstop waterfall of memes. A lot of people have wondered, if he is found guilty, what it means for the future of Rick and Morty. It's such a cash cow. A lot of people, like myself, think that they'd probably try and continue it without him, but
yeah, it only makes sense. They probably just try to reach or get people who have a similar sense of comedy to.
Then it would just slowly whittle away and die, just slowly ferment and rot. Because not only is he the main voice actor for Rick and Morty, he is also a writer on it. So if he is found guilty, I don't know how you replace him.
The voices should be relatively easy. There's a lot of people who have been, who worked on that voice to actually make it good. So to me, that part of it wouldn't be that difficult. I'm assuming, of course, but it just makes sense to me that wouldn't be difficult to replace, to get voice actors for that. As for the writing part, I mean, it's hard to say. I don't think he was the only writer. And now that his style of comedy is pretty mainstream in a sense, Like, I don't think it'd be that difficult either to find someone who has a similar comedic brain, I guess.
The show's quality would be in the shitter and it'd
More
fall
than
off
likely.
really hard. But I do think they would try and continue it without him, but it wouldn't be successful. That would be my thought if he's found guilty here. But of course, the main thing to focus on isn't necessarily the future of Rick and Morty. It's on whether or not someone was
The
truly
victim.
beaten and falsely
Yep.
imprisoned by this guy, because that is absolutely fucking horrible. Yeah, I just wanted to kind of go over this situation a little bit here, since it's one I've been glued to for the last few days to see any new developments and what's going on with the whole.
Yeah, I've heard something, like I did see some things here and there on it, but I didn't really want to look into it at first because I'm like, okay, well, let's wait a bit. And it's similar to this, like, I don't know if he's guilty, don't know if he's innocent, so time will tell. And yeah, I mean, if he's innocent, great. You know, no one's really hurt too much other than, you know, obviously him having to go through all this, but it's like, how did they get him to court without any evidence? Because it's not as easy as it used to be from my knowledge of it. So
whole thing, it's a pretty sad set of circumstances overall, and yeah, just wanted to talk about it a bit. That's it. See ya.
They say it. They say it takes 20.
This week, Rick.
Takes 20 years to build a reputation and 5 minutes to destroy it, but that isn't the case here. Streamlabs, who we're going to be talking about today, which is a streaming platform, they have a wide variety of products. It came out today that they have been trying to destroy their reputation for years, trying to start this fire, testing their luck to see how far they could take it, stealing, cheating, and lying their way to the top. But
oh. Okay, I was just grabbing something to drink, so let's go back. There it is.
But only just now has it caught up with them. And yes, seemingly in only a few minutes, most of the streaming and YouTube community have suddenly found out what a complete pile of flaming trash this company is. I myself have used Streamlabs products in the past, both their alerts and their broadcasting software, but after today, I will never be using it again. Now, this situation has been evolving.
Like, I've known for, like, since the beginning that they've, like, stole OBS's stuff. My thing was, like, I saw that they added a few things to it, so I'm like, okay, like, I don't mind it if it's like that, like, you're adding things to it. So, but I guess they did something way worse, I'm assuming.
New companies are coming out of the woodwork to throw more fuel on the fire. So we're going to cover all of that for you right now, because this is a hot mess. Ex-CEOs are getting involved. The FTC violations are now suddenly being brought to light. CSGO Lotto somehow rolls into it, of course. So we're going to break that down for you all right now. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the $10 million studio. I'm your host, CoffeeZilla, the internet detective. Now, all of this started, this whole drama with Streamlabs. You may have heard a little bit about it, but I'm going to break it all down for you. Streamlabs is a broadcasting software. They're a company that produces things for streamers, and a lot of people use them for their Twitch alerts, as well as a fork of OBS, which is a common software that people like myself use every day to record videos or to stream live. Yeah. And Streamlabs has produced a version they call Streamlab OBS, or SLOBS. And due to the similar names, many people have thought that these are similar companies, or there's a partnership between them in order to use the same name, OBS. I myself thought that, but this is absolutely not the case. It came out today that Streamlabs has been copying and stealing people's work for years now, and companies are hopping on left and right like it's a damn Avengers movie to dunk on Streamlabs and put the final nail in the coffin. Now, it all started with Lightstream. Lightstream is one of many live streaming tools, and they posted, hey, can I copy your homework? They're talking about Streamlabs' new product, Streamlabs Studio. They say, yeah, just change it up a bit so it's not obvious you copied. Clown bet. And what they post, I don't know if you can see this, is two things. One, it's their Lightstream like software copy, and then right next to it is the Streamlabs version. And as you can see, they're exactly the same down to the wording itself. Like right here, level up your Xbox and PlayStation streams. Level up your console streams. How does it work? How does it work? And it even goes down to the very layout of these two pages. They're nearly identical. And so obviously this made quite the buzz. Nobody likes when somebody is copying other people's products. But that's when OBS, which is probably the world's most popular broadcasting software, lit the match and set fire to SLOBS. OBS in a post said, near the launch of SLOBS, Streamlabs reached out about us using the OBS name. We kindly asked them not to. They did so anyway and followed it up by filing a trademark. We tried to sort this out in private, and they have been uncooperative at every turn. Now, again, this is a OBS is open source, and so I mean, like, yeah, you can fork the project, but you can't literally call yourself the same name as the thing you're taking from. You just put your name in front of it. It's not suddenly yours. And OBS goes on to say that they've faced confused users who don't understand that there's even a difference. And I can attest to this because having used both software, I didn't know that they weren't affiliated. I assume one was just one that like incorporated Streamlabs into it, and it totally had the seal of approval of OBS. Now, something that many of you may not know is that Streamlabs then fired back and said, that is not true, OBS project, and you know it. We asked, and Jim said yes, proof attached. This was the former owner of Streamlabs, and you better believe we're going to get to him because the history here is wild. But you can see here they list an email where they're talking about a Streamlabs GitHub repo, and they're talking about the naming of a GitHub repo. They say, we are setting up the GitHub to make the code available for everyone. We're wondering the right name to choose, and we're thinking about this one, Streamlabs OBS. And above it, the OBS team says, sure, that sounds fine, Eddie. I don't particularly mind. Now, I don't know why a GitHub repo's name is equivalent to naming your entire project after the team OBS, like naming your whole project Streamlabs OBS instead of just a GitHub file. But apparently these guys think so. And not only do they think so, they think it's okay to then file a trademark for Streamlabs OBS. And why is this a big deal? Well, basically, we came to figure out that not only was Streamlabs OBS lazily copying people, but they were also trying to poach traffic using the fact that the two names are very similar, OBS and Streamlabs OBS, and people might mistake them for being affiliated. For example, when you type in OBS to Google, I think they just removed this ad just today because of the backlash, but Streamlabs was running ads on the keyword OBS, so their thing would pop up even though the real open broadcast software is down here. Again, these are not affiliated. I can't believe that I still have to point that out, but I feel like people are still going to be confused, right? Because if I all of a sudden take the McDonald's franchise name and I call it Coffee's McDonald's, and maybe I copy their interior layout and make a couple changes, right? You're going to assume that those two things are affiliated. And especially if I run ads on McDonald's and show you my McDonald's thing and I do all the same things. I don't know. I'd say it's fair to say that I'm trying to use the McDonald's name in order to profit off it. Now, obviously, it's a little bit different because OBS is an open source project. But nevertheless, I don't think anyone likes the fact that Streamlabs OBS is trying to basically poach their notoriety and then monetize it. Because, yes, ladies and gentlemen, that's a big part of the story. Streamlabs...
I wonder if that's the legality of that. Like, can you just steal open projects and then monetize it, even though the original is not? Like, I don't know how that works.
Has been endlessly trying to get money from their users, while the actual OBS has been free to use forever. This is just another wrinkle in this whole story. Streamlabs apparently was even signing people up to subscribe to their like premium service or whatever without even letting them know, and then making it extremely hard to cancel. So yeah, these people have been doing horrible things forever.
That's funny because I actually thought about signing up because they have it where you can stream on multiple platforms, which I was like, okay, you know, streaming to more people is probably better, but I just didn't, I don't know. I just felt like them steal it because I've known about it for a bit that Streamlabs was stealing from OBS. So I'm like, I'll just stick with OBS. Like, they seem to be doing all the work, so.
But that's only the start of what's been going on here. And I hope you understand why I'm like so crazy mad about this whole thing, is that I literally supported this company. I downloaded their product literally due to their lies, right? Or their, you know, implied lie about being Streamlabs OBS. I literally thought they were affiliated, and many people like myself thought this too. Now, the stories kept coming out after OBS and Lightstream told their story. It was pretty much all the companies getting together like a superhero movie. Here we have Warp World saying that they reached out to us when our startup was barely born about our cryptocurrency donation service, OneUpCoin, with a let's collaborate to bring this to more people tone. Only then to take everything discussed and doing it themselves as pioneers. So we feel this. And then Elgato jumped in the fray as well, saying that they also got copied by Streamlabs. They create the famous Stream Deck, and Streamlabs copied it with control your live stream from your phone with the Streamlabs Stream Deck. So Streamlabs, pretty much their MO is they take other people's products and innovation and they attach Streamlabs in front of it, and then they make money off of it. That's the whole thing. Oh, and here's another example, and I know it just seems like everyone's just dunking on Streamlabs, but this is what happens when you try to steal people's work for years and get away with it. Streamlabs also reached out to this guy. He has a company called Join Combo, which allowed you to like create Twitch clips on the fly and turn them into TikTok videos. He says they were also copied, that they basically asked a lot of prodding questions about Join Combo, only to launch a copy of their product a few months later. Not only that, then Streamlabs employees started coming forward and saying that people in the company started talking about how bad these situations were internally. And what did Streamlabs do? They fired them. They fired the people talking about how aggressive and manipulative these practices were. This is from one of their employees. Apparently, so many people in marketing were reprimanded, put on PIP plans, and fired for speaking up against unethical business practices to the point where they basically got rid of the entire marketing team by late 2018. By the way, the irony of having to fire the marketing team, who are usually the most aggressive in pushing towards, you know, like crazy
Unethical.
claims and stuff like that,
Yeah.
that when your marketing team's basically saying, hey, we got to be kind of honest. That's when you know, that's when you know you've gone too far. But this could have something to do with the fact that when Streamlabs was acquired by Logitech, they were given compensation based on meeting certain revenue goals. So we know they were pushed to go ahead and go out and, you know, generate X number of dollars so that, you know, the CEOs and whoever owned it would get compensated. This was actually pointed out to me by a user named Shannon on Twitter, and here's the source. An additional payout of $29 million may be made if Streamlabs meets certain established revenue growth targets. This is right after they were acquired.
Ooh, I don't know how good this is going to be for Logitech. Like, this coming out, like, I don't know how many people would still be interested in using Streamlabs. I didn't realize it was to this degree that they were just literally yoinking everyone's stuff and just like, nope, it's ours.
Acquired. So pretty much from the get-go, all the wrong incentives were there. People were getting fired for speaking up. And pretty much this company has had a practice of stealing other people's work and trying to monetize it and profit from it. Not only that, poaching other people's traffic. But honestly, it goes back even further than the Logitech acquisition. See, and this is where the rabbit hole really starts. It actually goes back to 2016 with the FTC. See, before Streamlabs was ever known as Streamlabs, they were known as something called Vulcan, okay? And apparently, their owners were doing some really shady stuff. According to this FTC complaint and eventually settlement, what Vulcan had done was basically they bought out a mobile game company, replaced it with their own like Chrome extension, and were bypassing Android security features to install a bunch of products people didn't want onto their phone. And they eventually settled the charge
So it's like a Trojan
with
virus.
the FTC basically admitting guilt. These are their founders. That's what they were doing. The game was called Running Fred. And according to the complaint, quote, they used it to install a different app, commandeer people's computers, and bombard them with ads. So actually, if you're hearing about this news, it turns out it's completely consistent with these people's MO. Signing people up for subscriptions they don't want, stealing other people's work, and then trying to backpack on top of that in order to make money and steal traffic. This is literally what they've been doing from the very beginning. It's just coming out now that it's the same company and they've been doing it to everybody. So yes, ladies and gentlemen, even though I'm not usually the type to take a big grand stand about something like this, and frankly, it's not that big of a grandstand because, you know, Streamlabs OBS is a terrible piece of software. Anyways, it's way behind where actual OBS is, and there's a ton of alternatives also to their alerts system like Stream Elements. But I would make a stand about something like this either way, even if Streamlabs was the best game in town, because honestly, you can't put up with something like this. This company, it's not like it was a bad employee. In fact, it seems like it was the opposite. They fired all their good employees and left all the bad ones who didn't question their unethical business practices. I cannot support or have my company even tangentially affiliated with this. So I personally am removing myself from their ecosystem. I think I still have their software still installed on my computer. I'll be uninstalling it. And I encourage everyone to do the same, because this is not the case of, you know, a joke told 12 years ago that has nothing to do with the company. This is the company's core product. This is the company's core values. This is the company's core business practices for literally years. I mean, all of their products, a lot of them you can trace directly back to somebody else's work and them just stealing it. Now, real quick, I want to jump in here and also add, I forgot it in the first recording of this, the CSGO part that I mentioned earlier. See, Vulcan, back when it was their name still, this is once again back in 2016, reports came out that they actually bought or co-owned the CSGO jackpot thing. and they lied to people about it. They said, no, we didn't.
What the heck?
But they're allegations that, in fact, they had a strategic partnership running some of these CSGO websites. Now, I want to just say, for fairness, that it is true that the co-founders who started Vulcan and eventually Twitch Alerts, which eventually became Streamlabs, are technically gone from the company. But you've seen the same practices going on where they're getting into the shadiest stuff, denying it until they can no longer deny it. I also want to add that Streamlabs did issue a formal statement saying the following: "We are taking immediate action to remove OBS from our name. Streamlabs OBS is built upon the top of the OBS open source platform. Streamlabs OBS is also open source, and our code is publicly available. We take responsibility for our actions and support the community." So there you go. Not really an apology. They don't say sorry, but also not really enough either. At least for me personally, this goes much beyond just the use of Streamlabs as a name. And also, you could have taken responsibility for this when OBS originally asked you 3 years ago not to use their name and confuse people. It seems like literally this statement is only because they got caught, which of course it is. It's always about that, right? And I think, as Epos Vox
Probably made the
mentioned,
money
he's
they
a
wanted
great
already.
YouTuber. You should go check him out. He always talks about OBS, streaming, stuff like that. He mentioned that, look, I mean, how do you really take accountability for a lifelong practice of stealing work, right? What are you going to give it all back? Are you going to undo all the Logitech deal, right? So it doesn't really make sense. And for me, it's really unsatisfying. So yeah, just wanted to add that quick context back to the video. So to say I'm disgusted
That does make sense,
would be
though.
an understatement, but it's pretty amazing to watch this thing go down. And again, I know internally they're probably going to blame it on, oh, this is cancel culture, man. This is just, you know, people wanting to witch hunt. I think I saw their CEO or former CEO talking about this. No, this isn't a witch hunt. This is people finally becoming aware of who you've always been. This isn't losing your reputation in 5 minutes. It's people finally figuring out what you've been doing all along. I mean, literally since your inception. So that's basically it. What a wild ride this has been. I'm sure, given how much has come out in the last 24 hours, we'll be seeing more come out. And
Oh, this was from like a year ago. Like, honestly, I was like, hasn't this been known for a while? So I've known about this for like at least a year. Yeah, I didn't even realize this was an older video. Oh well, I mean, it's still like interesting. I didn't know a lot of this stuff. I knew about just OBS. I didn't know they did it with like a bunch of other people. Aren't they called Streamlabs OBS still? I don't know. Like, I thought that was the case. Okay, well, good video.
And I'll
We'll
keep
just finish
you
it.
guys in the loop about that. If you want to subscribe, pump the stock. Anyway, thanks for watching. See ya.
Yeah, no, definitely a good video. So let's actually, I wanted to see this one, I'm gonna be honest. So Genshin 3.4, the Exquisite Night Chimes and Endless Suffering trailers. Okay, so we got 2 trailers. Or is it just one trailer?
A little get-together between friends, sipping the finest tea and watching lanterns float into the sky, bidding farewell to the past and embracing the present with joy.
Is that right?
Leela will be hosting a Lantern Rite Music Festival this year. As a musician myself, how could I possibly resist the temptation to
Oh, I don't know if I like that as his voice actor.
I cannot look at this game the same ever again, knowing that they did the KFC collaboration. Every single character in Genshin Impact, I just imagine their face next to the Colonel. I
That's
cannot
funny.
look at the game the same ever again. Like
I was gonna say, like, just picture them with a bucket of chicken.
big fucking bucket of chicken with one of these characters on it. That's every single one of them. I imagine them on a bucket of chicken.
take a look. If we actually manage
That's
to
why I
make
started wanting to play
Iridescence
the
for a
game.
Lantern Rite Grand Concert a reality, do you think I'll let anyone else perform the opening act?
A Lantern Rite Music Festival?
If the sound of music can flow like the rivers and streams, perhaps the souls of those who've gone before us will hear the song of a new era. I wondered whether the melodies will be to their liking.
You mean, what am I doing here? I did a performance for
The
everyone.
fuck? Is that a rabbit? my god. It's like, bro, what is this, like anime Pikachu?
I mean, Pikachu is anime.
That's nice. Nah, guys, it's like if you have a kid in a game, it doesn't automatically make it a lolly thing. Like, please do not dilute the people that are trying to actually sexualize girls of questionable age by saying that any girl that's on the screen is bad. You completely dilute it.
Yeah. That and it's like, just because it's a character in game doesn't mean that you're trying to sexualize them. You just, I mean, like any movie with a kid in it. It's like, oh yeah, that's a like freaking pedo stuff. It's like, no, it's just a kid. Like they're not like putting them in like freaking a bikini and stuff like that.
Not a kid. I'm just saying in general.
They're just wearing normal clothes.
Isn't that nice? What the fuck happens now? It's only like a minute
From
in.
violating matters regarding human evolution to attempting the forbidden and fearing none.
Jeez.
Listen to this again.
That was some heavy stuff.
From violating matters regarding human evolution to attempting the forbidden and fearing none.
Ancient alien astronomers assume and believe that the Mayans actually were able to construct a spaceship that would allow them to go up to the stars and interact with different deities and gods. I feel like this is exactly the way they began every episode of Ancient Aliens.
The 6 cardinal sins are the origin of all evil in this world.
Filthy outsider! Your coming was foretold.
It's like a nightmare that I can't
Egyptian themed? That's pretty cool.
The Elden Ring tree.
And the best guise is when you believe your own lies.
It's called the Streamer Special. Oh wow, they added a male character. That's weird. Wow.
The process of elimination.
Drown in endless waves of monsters. You will all pay for your ceaseless arrogance.
That's pretty cool.
That's a really cool boss.
I don't know. That's badass. I like that. Why aren't they flapping?
It's all frozen.
This is a time stop situation?
I wonder what that's supposed to represent.
Okay. That's cool. So they put phone games in the phone game? Okay. Smart. Am I assuming this right, that the different colors of the numbers imply the element type of damage? Yes, okay. Oh, this is good.
Pet battles?
They have like 2 different little small animals fighting and killing each other. I don't know if anybody's ever done that before. That's a good idea. I like that. Okay. Oh! Well, it's like Minas Tirith. Look at that, because that's a white tree. It's different from the Elden Ring tree.
New outfits. Invite 4-star characters.
Okay.
New weapon.
Wow, it's incredible. Okay.
Doesn't seem like much,
That's
to be
the
honest.
first one. Now let's go ahead and watch the second one. The second one came
Unless
out
that was
9
supposed to
hours
be
ago.
just
Here we go.
Like a small update.
Evil takes on many forms, but always carries a karmic curse. It spawns monsters that lurk in the mountains where the Adepti dwell, preying on the living for decades. It manifests as devastating pestilences, scarring the world for centuries.
This is pretty intense.
It is the sworn duty of the Yaksha to purge all evil. But after millennia of bloodshed, karma takes a toll. A moment of complacency, and I too will succumb to the darkness.
Okay.
An instant of negligence, and it will turn me into one of the monsters I swore to purge. After millennia of suffering and endless slaughter, I now see things for what they really are.
This is like a fucking, this is prime 8th grader power fantasy. Like if I was in 8th
Chuny,
grade,
yeah.
I would fucking love this. This is so good. This is so fucking amazing. I would just, oh wow. Yeah, and then it's like wake up, like you have to turn in your test. Okay, you still don't know how to do, yeah, okay, so you still can't do algebra. Got it.
Nothing's changed.
Is it two dudes or is it him with the mask?
He waking up again?
You slept
Is
the
this
whole
Inception?
day through, you know. Good thing you're awake. You're just in time for the lantern rite.
I carried you here on my back.
Oh my god.
I'll go get you some medicine now.
Most enthusiastic retail worker.
Well, she's dead, right? She's like a ghoul or something.
Oh, he's gone.
I think he's gonna be a favorite. Like Zhongli. I think that's who it is, right? Zhongli. Earth King. Or
Did I scare you?
deity of Lu Wei.
This mask is to scare away monsters. It really works. You don't need to be afraid. Huh? Are you okay? You look tired. Grandpa, give him some rice wine pudding.
Well, hello there. Care to join me for a drink on this fine evening? Huh? Oh, you started celebrating already. Any rice wine for me?
Sorry. Tonight. I just want to rest.
Very nice. It's good to take the mask off once in a while. Even just for one night.
I'm gonna have to play the game, the story for this game and see like if it's actually good or not. Because every single time
It's
it
not
just
bad.
seems like there are these character interactions in these cinematics that like maybe this means something
It's he's a god.
to somebody who plays the game
Or deity,
but to
whatever
me,
you wanna
it's
call
like,
it.
I don't even know, is this like his fucking sister? Is this like an alter ego of himself? Like I
Nope.
have really no fucking idea what any of this what any of this really is.
These
I think
people,
that they
it's
do
his
this a
dad,
lot
it's
with
his
these
wife.
cinematics where it's very hard
It's
to
so funny.
understand like what the fuck is going on unless you play the game. So I will go and I will try the game. I will play this and I will play the entire story to the extent that I don't hate it. If I hate it, I will obviously stop. But you know, if it's okay and it's decent, I kind of want to see what this is. The reason why is that I want to know why so many people like it.
Yeah.
You
It's
know,
a really
like,
good game.
I want to know why it's so popular.
I think it just wears you down with like the crap they put in there.
I think a lot of them actually care about these characters. Like, I remember I called one of the characters in a Genshin Impact cinematic a pussy, and I had people tweeting at me about this. This is like 6 months ago or a year ago.
That's
I don't
funny.
remember. But yeah, I was like, oh, it looks like a pussy. And they're like, you can't call him that. Spent $400 to get that character. It's not a pussy. He's great. Oh man, I don't know what to say about this. But check the League cinematic. Yeah, I've saw the recent one. I did. Story is super bad. The only good thing about the game is the exploration. Yeah, but like Rings of Power is like, I've watched like half of Rings of Power so far, okay? And I will say that there are some dumb things about it, and apparently it gets a lot worse. But I do think that fuck, what's the dwarf's name? The dwarf in Elrond. That arc is actually pretty good. I like them. I think they're great. Yeah, Durin. Yeah, Durin, of course. Durin's Bane. Yeah, of course. Yeah, I actually think that's pretty good. I like it. I even like his wife. You know, the black fucking the dwarf, like his wife. I think she's nice. I expected it to be like weird or something.
I
like
did
that.
not see any of it, so I have no idea what you're talking about.
Durin and Elrond is the only good arc of the show, sadly. Yeah, I expected it. To be honest, from what I've seen so far, it's not great. Sure, it's not great, but it's not as bad as people have made it out to be. But I haven't finished it yet, so I have no idea. But I wanted to watch it because it's like I want to know like what's really going on here. Like, let's actually see this and see why it's good or not. You know, like I've watched a lot of movies because they're popular, and I want to know why they're popular. That's it. You watch House of... No, I have not watched House of the Dragon. I have not. Writing in general is just god-awful. The narrative of the story is not great. I think that the entire halfling, or whatever the fuck they're called, halfback? No, that's football. I forgot what they were. Hobbits, yeah. Basically the Hobbits.
Halflings?
Yeah, there you go. Harfoot arc. I feel like everything about that sucks. There's not a single good part about it. I'm trying to think, is there anything interesting that I like about that at all? No. Nope. I just think it's like... It's like, you know, it reminds me of like whenever you watch the Avengers and it's like you're watching it in the movie theater and you've got to take a piss and you wait until Hawkeye or Black Widow come on camera because then you know nothing important is going to happen. You can leave and you won't miss anything. I feel the same way about the Harfoots.
That's kind of funny.
That's where I'm at. I'd watch more shit, but it's 8 a.m. And yesterday I went to bed at 10:30 a.m. Today I want to go to bed at 8:30 a.m. I'm going to hang out with you guys for like 5 or 10 minutes, and then I'm going to go to sleep. It's 8. Yeah, I'm going to try to I'm going to dial it back by an hour every day, hopefully, or, you know, an hour every other day. And soon I will not be a vampire. It's very unfortunate, but yeah. Check Necrit's video. I'll watch that. I just went I went hard as a motherfucker on Valheim today. Like tomorrow, I don't know if I'm going to finish the game tomorrow. Probably not. I probably got realistically 3 more days of gameplay. And then I have like 5 other games that I want to play after that. If I can't manage to fix my schedule, I'm just going to reset it and just stay up all day.
I've done that before. That or like it doesn't really reset it, but at least it gets it, like, sometimes going an hour earlier, like, over and over, just doesn't work. So you just go endless hours over, and that gets you at least closer to where you wanted to be.
Hey, remake that switched main male into main female character. I'm okay with new movie or story. Well, I don't think they added any.
So this is definitely one of the videos where it's like the video itself, his reaction to it is like over here is when it kind of ended, and then just like extra.
Female characters in the Lord of the Rings that weren't there, like, or switched any characters. I don't think. I have no idea. How do you finish Valheim? Well, you beat the last boss, you get all the weapons upgraded. You know, there you go. Did you see what happened to the Hawkeye actor? Yeah, it was fucking horrible, man. I hope he's okay. Yeah, I mean, I think he played a great Hawkeye. It's just that Hawkeye's, I mean, like, he's like level 5, and like everybody else is like level 60, okay? Like, I mean, there's just not a lot he's gonna do. It's not even his fault, right? Yeah, I mean, it is what it is. He might lose his leg. That's awful, man. Fuck. Just a normal guy, yeah. TV show wasn't that bad. Did you watch Chainsaw Man? What do you think about it? I thought it was fucking great. I loved it. I'm actually gonna read some of the manga that the
I haven't seen it yet. I've been debating if I even want to watch it because it's like seems like really weird. And it's like when I'm watching anime, I don't really like watching the like messed up stuff. But it's the action, like the actual fighting and stuff. That looks really cool. So I'll probably see it.
I forgot his fucking name. Starts with a T. That fire punch. I wanted to read that. I think it's really interesting. I'm not gonna read ahead in the Chainsaw Man manga though, or manga, whatever. Fujimoto, yeah, there you go. Will I do grade 6 Belshaza? I might, I don't know, it depends on how much time I have. I have no idea. I want to do some other stuff too. It's just hard to find people for gate 6.
Damn, and that's coming from like a popular streamer.
Chainsaw Man manga S tier, definitely worth reading ahead. Well, I just don't want to, that's why. Buy a Fire Punch box set, it's complete. Yeah, I haven't decided how I'm gonna do that, but either way, yeah, I watched Chainsaw Man. I thought it was really good. I liked it a lot. I know that some people were not big fans of it. They thought it was like, you know, it's like it's got too many titties in it. I didn't have a problem with that.
A lot of. You didn't have a problem with that, Asmund?
That was totally fine. Hell yeah, brother. Yeah, exactly. You wait for Genshin Anime to come out and stream the game for maximum visibility. Well, I mean, you do. I mean, like, if the anime comes out, I mean, it would be really cool if they let me watch the anime on stream and do a watch party for it. Because that's what Arcane did, and it was massively successful.
Yeah.
So, if they did that, I would be very happy. It'll be free because Genshin's free? Yeah. Nobody spends it. Yeah, Genshin, you don't have to spend any money unless, you know, it's a free game. Everybody spends thousands of dollars on it. Coming for Dark and Darker? Yeah, me too. Who's the best Chainsaw Man girl? I mean... yeah, probably Power, I would say. Yeah. You don't even get a sexualized waifus in Genshin are getting scammed. Yeah, but that makes them sexualize them even more. Yeah, think careful. Yeah, Jimeno. I mean, I think she's good, but I mean, she did fucking throw up on that. I mean, like, listen, I know the real life version of that girl, and it's not as hot as you would imagine. Exposer,
Yeah.
yeah, it makes her even better. Yeah, maybe. Power looks like she stinks of fish. Well, I can't smell. I have no sense of smell. I do to an extent. I don't have no sense of smell. I do have a sense of smell to an extent. It's very, very minimal though.
I know some people had that happen with COVID.
You play the new Vampire Survivors DLC? Not yet, no. Explains a lot. Rat alarm clock? No, I can smell dead animals and different types of poison. That's all I can smell, really.
What the heck?
Sometimes I can smell steaks. Can you smell a dick in a salad? If I could, I wouldn't have played Shadowlands. See a doctor, maybe? Why? I think it's an advantage. Like, I don't ever have to worry about a bad smell bothering me or invading my life. Because, yes, I can smell some good smells, but most bad smells I can't smell at all. I don't know why.
Well, at least
Brain tumor? I've always been
that's
like this.
better than the opposite, I guess.
Can you taste? Only some things.
What?
Best anime girl? Maybe Mikasa. I would probably say her. If I had to just off the top of my head.
Isn't it
Albedo?
Attack on Titan?
She's a robot. I mean, I don't know. She's a succubus? Yeah, that is a positive. That's what I'd have to guess. If I had to think of any of them. But if I would, yeah, maybe. See how many, I don't know what that is, man. I have no idea. Not even a robot, she a program? Yeah, what do programs run on? They run on robots.
Machines. I see what he's saying.
Did you ever play the Sly Cooper games? Yeah, I used to have this kid up this fucking street, man. It's my friend's little brother would always come over to borrow Sly Cooper. Kid pissed me off so fucking much, I just gave him the game. I said, don't fucking bother me again. You can have it.
I mean, was he like borrowing it and not even finishing it before returning it? Like, what the heck?
Did you watch Shield Hero? No, I haven't. You miss using a Walkman? No, and anybody who does is a fucking idiot.
That's a weird thing to miss.
You know, I went to like I went to 2 high schools. I went to, you know, kind of like a high school with like a bunch of like rich white people. And then I went to a high school with like all my friends in it after that. Right? And, anyway, whenever I went to this first high school, there was like this guy who had a $200 CD player, Walkman, and I remember listening to it and asking him if it skips, and he said no, and I put it on, and I listened to it, and I walked around, and it skipped. It was fucking garbage. They were all fucking garbage. Of course it skipped. Absolutely. Walkmans were trash.
Yeah. As long as you weren't like really moving with them, they were fine, but kind of defeated the purpose of them. So that really went off. I might break that video up because it didn't make sense. Anyways. So Square Enix crypto plan is massive. Lose to YouTubers, Switch Pro leak, and more. This part, I don't know what this... I've not heard of anything here. Okay, well, let's take a look, see what it's about.
Well,
And of course, this is by Bellular.
Welcome back to the roundup, where I've got a whole bunch of real fun stories. We have even more fraud, which of course I know Matt cannot wait to get into, but I'm going to start it off with a very, very, very silly move. And that is the Death Stranding thing that happened on Epic. So, Death Stranding, it was a redeemable Christmas Day giveaway. And I mean, given the Death Stranding 2 announcement and people being pretty jazzed about that.
I didn't even know about that.
Good move. Yeah, good move. People were really, really down on it. Now, the problem is, whenever the giveaway was announced, the director's cut was on offer. Then the store fell over. So, nice one, Epic. But then the store came back online again, and it was no longer the director's cut version, which confused a hell of a lot of people. So, a little fun mixture of Epic Store fell over, and then a bit of old human error, because Epic made a Weibo post, which, I mean, yeah, of course, we'll all see it there. Xputer spotted it, though. It just turns out an intern added the wrong product code. That was it.
That's...
Snow story?
Yeah, I mean, I feel so bad, because that's the thing where if that were just entirely in-house, you go, okay, we've eaten a bit of a loss. Oh well. The intern's going to have a really bad time, a stern talking to, probably not get any further than being an intern. However, the fact that there's like the contract involved between Epic and 505 on that probably means that there's going to be a decent bit of fallout overall. They're going to have to start and go, okay, well, what's like the projection of, do Epic have to pay 505 a little bit more for that? So it's just messy. It's just messy. It's unfortunate, except for people who managed to get the director's cut.
Yeah. Sure is. And now we have another story and another lesson. And that lesson is, if you are doing a fan remake of the game, announce it 5 minutes before you upload the EXE, and just pray that the EXE gets to enough places where it'll just be torrented for all time and your work will get out there. Because, well, Capcom have pulled a little bit of a Nintendo. And the latest example of this is Capcom shutting down a Code Veronica remake project that was based on assets and models from other Resident Evil remake games. So it's kind of weird. The developers actually got two.
I did not hear about this at all.
Because obviously one was clearly not enough. Now, the first one, they said, was actually very kind, and it asked for details and model sources. But then the second one was hostile with a more aggressive tone. Capcom allegedly cited copyright factors and licensing agreements as reasons why the project could not proceed. Now, per Kotaku, those developers not willing to share their emails, but they did say that this stuff went down in December, and there's obviously been quite a lot of speculation, as there tends to be.
Yeah, this is the frustrating part, right? Because, there's the code saying Capcom cancelled it out of pure evil since there are no signs that an official Code Veronica is coming from them. And this is the awkward part where you kind of go, yeah, to call that pure evil, they're protecting their own asses, because they're talking about like licensing stuff, especially like, they got the models for Resident Evil. Maybe they outsourced them. So maybe it's not even you're stealing from Capcom. Maybe you're stealing from someone else to use this, and then Capcom will get in trouble because they got out through their game, and then that might impact how much their like outsourcing companies are willing to deal with them in the future. There's all of these, I guess, these really annoying, frustrating parts that keep happening.
Yeah,
and you go, yeah, in an ideal world, obviously, go make the Code Veronica remake, and Capcom don't have to bother with it because they probably won't. And everyone's just happy and like, hey, there's more video games and you've got to do good work. In an ideal world, maybe Capcom say, hell, come and do that for us. But that's just unfortunately, because that would be like a big enough budget project, have to fit into their plans, and maybe even throw the Resident Evil release plans off by like 2 years if they want to do that. It's a lot more complicated than the best version of the world, where it just happens really nicely. And it's unfortunate to see Capcom, who generally are just like winning on all fronts, have to actually take a public L in this case of, oh, that was cool, you've turned it off.
See, it's one of those weird things where it's like, do we all like, we all like to see that work exist? Yeah. Yes. But I think we also know that like, this is not unsurprising. I mean, what you want to do is just, you want to say, oh yeah, everyone should get the thing that they like, right? But like, it's not theirs. Resident Evil's not theirs to play with. They, you know? Yeah. And then if Capcom don't defend their copyright, then that, or like their trademarks and stuff, that is also not good for them. And that can come up to bite their ass.
Yeah, because you even like, for an insane example is, right, because obviously in video games you talk about remakes, you talk like remakes and fan remakes and all that kind of all of the fun fan made things. You go, well, that's harmless, right? So even as an example, say the Code Veronica remake did be fine and it's good, and maybe it's not even great, but people go, well, it's not Capcom who made it, so that's not like a damage to the brand or whatever. But then they don't protect it, and they go, oh yeah, we actually think that's fine. You can use our IP there if you want, because you're making a cool project. And then suddenly some off-brand pachinko parlor has a Resident Evil machine that's printing money, and Capcom go, that's our IP, take that down, that's our money. And then they just go, well, you let the game happen. You have to let our pachinko machine happen. And obviously, you know, I imagine there'll be differences there in the court of law.
Yeah, I don't think
but like
that
a principled
actually
angle, you
makes
have to go,
sense.
you kind of have to defend yourself, because as soon as you let, like, you know, what's the whole thing?
I don't agree with it, but at the same time, it does. I think it more sets a precedence of, do they want this to happen? And the answer is like no, because it makes sense why they wouldn't.
You know, give them an inch and they'll take a mile. And it might be, you know, you're giving the inch to these nice developers, and then some other rat bastard just takes a mile.
Yeah, it's kind of weird because I then just think like, it's a risky proposition. But then, you know, there is like Third Age Total War that's, you know, that's really great and seemingly is still alive, even though loads of Middle-earth projects have been killed. So it's kind of weird to think about, but that's what's happened, and to a lot of people, it's them acting a little bit like Nintendo.
Yeah, we have to just go back to the old.
I mean, Nintendo though is way
where
worse.
this works is you don't tell anyone about your remake. You don't make it public. Obviously, people want to, you know, the press jumps onto stuff because it's, you know, oh, here's a great Resident Evil remake. You want to go play it, a lot of collects, etc. But you just kind of have to stay in the underground and don't talk to anyone about anything.
Yeah,
it's unfortunate, but
speaking of Nintendo, we do have something Nintendo related, which is, did you know gaming? Right, they had a lot of bullshit, but the good news is that, well, here's the message from YouTube. In accordance with the Digital Millennium Copyright Act, we've completed processing your counter notification. The following videos have been restored. So they have actually won. Their Heroes of Hyrule video is back. Because ultimately, right, the stuff that they were showing off was NDA'd, but it wasn't an NDA that they signed. Right? Yeah. They are not subject to that NDA. The person who breached NDA is the Nintendo staff. So really, them talking about that is, I mean, it is a totally fair game. So these overzealous Nintendo lawyers basically, they went in, they struck the video. The counter notification seems to therefore have been uncontested. Yeah, because that's the way that this works. So if Nintendo don't contest this, and then, you know, YouTube, like, you know, agrees. Basically, it's the way that, you know, you contest it, and then if you cannot reach a resolution, then I think like the only next step is some sort of like legal thing. So yeah, right. Basically, they've got away with it. That's really good.
Yeah, it's one of those things where I think it worked because Did You Know Gaming are large enough that you could kind of go, the lawyers will go, oh, hang on, maybe there'll be a PR issue if we actually do this unfairly. We have to kind of take the L on this, and it's pretty good precedent going forward for, I think, a lot of reporting on, especially like old and kind of cancelled projects and stuff, where it's like, yeah, of course, stuff that didn't make it, like, there's going to be no impact on this being shown, realistically.
Yeah.
So outside of, you could maybe argue, oh, how much money is Nintendo wasting by having this stuff made and not come out, whatever. You could maybe argue that from like a stock perspective or like a information perspective, but generally it's like, this is reporting on stuff. Of course it should be. Of course it should happen.
Yeah, it's completely insane. Of things that should definitely happen, yes, the Switch Pro is one of them. And it turns out that per Digital Foundry's podcast they released before Christmas, there actually was a Switch Pro at one point. It was a real plan. It was not the OLED Switch. This has been confirmed by multiple unnamed developers to Digital Foundry, but that plan has been cancelled, which to explain the sense of it, basically, when the Switch was released in 2017, well, it was released in 2017. By the time the new consoles came around, it was 3 years old. That's roughly when a refresh kind of would have made really the most sense, or a lot of sense. But the problem is 2020 is also when we had massive chip shortages.
Yeah, I remember when that happened. I'll be back. Okay. Man, this keto stuff is really killing me, man. Let's see, where were we? Yeah, listen to Bellier.
And that, I think, just ended up meaning that they just wouldn't have been able to fulfill their original plan without having to change things. But the thing then is, Switch was still selling really well, even with those consoles existing. In 2021, Nintendo said the Switch is in the middle of its lifespan, and they keep on selling it on the thing. Now, this is something that, as a player, I think is really frustrating. As a developer, I think it would be obviously very nice if there was a Switch Pro that could be targeted. Right, that would be able to run a hell of a lot more games, of course. But like ultimately, I the only games that I'll play on Switch are indies that'll run at 60, first party Nintendo games that'll run at 60.
It's only first parties, because even third parties, they just run better everywhere else. So if you've got the luxury of having other ways to play things, why do it? But that's where they win, is just people only have a Switch because it's very cheap in the market. And it's handheld, so you don't even need to buy a TV or use a TV in a family living room or something, and off you go. But I think a lot of it is, I
don't think that was one of the main selling points. I mean, it could be, because it's also selling to kids. So never mind. I just thought about that.
They're terrified, right? Almost every time they've made a transition between generation, it's gone horribly.
Yeah.
So obviously the Wii, right? I can't believe I'm saying this, anyone old enough to remember the Wii from being an adult when it launched or close to an adult, and seeing how successful it was, how, I guess, revolutionary it was. Let me know in the comment if you get that. But it was revolutionary, and then they made the Wii U, and then it sold nothing, and Nintendo went, oh shit, how did we so firmly had the ball, and we less dropped it and more just fired it out the window at full speed.
I think it was just because it was a Wii U, so for a lot of people, they didn't even realize there were two separate systems.
And now we've got the ball again after the Switch.
Excuse me.
One of the most successful, I think, probably the most successful console history nearly. And this absolute powerhouse. And everyone bought one during the pandemic as well, which it was not long ago. And they're like, okay, well, how do we follow it up? How do we replace that? Because we can't. We probably have to go for backwards compatibility, especially because we've got a lot of our new games developed for the Switch, because obviously there's going to be a Mario at some point in time, because we haven't seen one since Odyssey. Tears of the Kingdom's out this 2023. So you go, how do you follow this up? I guess they're just they're still figuring that out.
It's hard to say. I'm thinking about it, myself, and it's honestly, a more powerful version of the Switch is the only thing I can think of, because it's that, or try to go back to the roots of the Wii. I'm not sure. I'm sure technology has come a very long way since the original Wii, so I don't know though, because you're basically with the Switch, you're playing it that way when you're not in handheld mode. But even in handheld, I'm thinking about yeah, it doesn't it's the same thing, so it's already there. Honestly, I don't think they should look into the Switch itself. Maybe add-ons to the Switch, which they've probably already done as much as they can there. Yeah, other than just a more powerful version of the same console, which obviously may not sell well. I think they should just focus on releasing more games for it at this point, until maybe a technology comes out that they can incorporate into a new system. Because that's what basically PlayStation and Xbox do, in a sense, is either new technology or the system becomes obsolete for new generation games. But the problem is the Switch, that is their starting point, which really sucks for them. But I think they just need to take that loss and just release a Switch with a more powerful version. And I have no idea how they would go about it. It probably wouldn't even sell well, because everyone still has their Switch. So, I don't know.
But the Switch Pro probably just wasn't worth it because it was during the pandemic. And they're like, okay, well, this just isn't going to... The Switch sells and is going to cost too much, so why bother? We can just make the Switch OLED, and that's sold like the sales figures, and that's crazy. You wouldn't expect that to be a marginally more powerful refresh with a nicer screen, but people bought that shit like crazy. So it's hard to know what they'll do, to be honest, outside of probably drop the ball again. It'll be a Switch 2, and it'll be slightly bulkier, and no one will buy it.
Yeah, it's weird. Phones are so much more powerful than a Switch these days. They should be able to cobble something together
But that's the problem, the price,
retains.
right?
They should be able to do something that retains that form factor, given all the things that they don't have to do because it's not going to be a phone.
Yeah, but all the same, that like entry level price point that they're so happy with is going to be hard to get with a lot of performance, I think.
True.
Maybe.
Like,
We'll see.
I think partially true, but like also you don't have to go with as expensive a screen.
Yeah.
Like you don't. I mean, there's
Except you kind of do,
like,
because the OLED did
here's
really
like-
well, because the screen's really important.
Well, I mean, here's like Asus coming in. Well, okay, yeah, fair. I mean, they
I mean, he kind of, yeah. He, as soon as you're like, the screen's not that important, he's like, dude, we just talked about it. It sold extremely well.
could get away with is probably a better way to put it. But you look at say Asus with like their ROG Phone 6. It's got like a freaking 6,000 milliamp hour battery that lasts like longer than a Switch will. It's it has like a screen that's high refresh rate. It's just, man, you wonder what they'd be able to do. But to move on then to Square Enix, we've got two stories. One of them hilarious, the other one hilarious and a little bit sad because they are really still going full steam ahead into the blockchain space. They still love NFTs.
Yeah, well, at least the president does. Yeah. But first, we have to talk about Yuji Naka arrested for crimes against video games for creating Balan Wonderworld, or at least that's how people will like to discuss it. As I've seen people say, that's it. They think they're getting him on fraud, but it's actually just because he made that awful piece of shit. And then as soon as he leaves Sonic Team, they make Frontiers, which is a fantastic game. It's so many ways. You're like, okay, very good. But ultimately, he's now actually been charged. He's now been charged for buying $834,000 in stocks in A-Team Entertainment just before, and this is very funny in hindsight now that the game's actually gone, but based on insider information that they were making the first Soldier, the FF7 Battle Royale, I believe that one was. So there you go. Just buy 144 million yen in stock based on insider information. No one will catch you. I cannot believe how stupid these people were.
Yeah, this is...
Yeah, it's like it's almost as obvious as you can get.
Like, you'll get caught. It's so obvious.
Oh my god!
Like, there's not much else to say. Square Enix are cooperating, and they're likely going to get in a hell of a lot of trouble.
Yeah. The good thing is Yuji Naka is now not involved in video games anymore.
Yay!
Because he's going to be in prison. That's, as much as that's a horrible thing to say about an individual, when it comes to you see what people said about him, you see the output, and you go, you know what? This is good for video games. That's where it ends.
Unlike this. So, their president has taken his New Year's letter as an opportunity to heavily advocate for blockchain adoption, for NFTs, because, well, blockchain tech takes up approximately half of his letter. He reiterated the work on a medium-term business plan where the biggest of the three areas is blockchain entertainment, to which we have devoted aggressive investment and business development efforts. Now, of course, going aggressively into this sounds hilarious given the myriad. I mean, there's Terra Luna, there's FTX and all the fallout from that. There's even been questions being raised about Binance. It's all craziness. But it is worth taking into account some Japanese context. So I'm fairly sure that there is regulation that has somewhat prevented FTX-like situations happening in Japan. Also, the Japanese cabinet signed off on the Priority Policy Program for Realizing a Digital Society, which, great name. And that does include basically creating a broad environment for promoting Web3, I guess having early adoption of that. I mean, they're probably thinking, hang on a second, we used to be real leaders in this whole technology thing, and our economy hasn't grown since it blew up a while ago. Let's try something. Maybe that's it.
Maybe.
But the argument that he made is that after the great volatility of 2022, that this will lead to the creation of rules and a more transparent business environment that will be good for the growth of blockchain entertainment. That is actually, I think, a broadly agreeable statement. The likes of
Yeah, it's agreeable, but at the same time, I don't think anyone believes it's true.
FTX happening will spur on regulation that will then probably lead to a business environment that involves less craziness. Because, I mean, even outside of the very public things that we will all talk about, within the crypto space, there have been so many altcoin pump and dumps, so many, pre-sales that are sketchy, like the ICOs that are transparently just trying to print money, and then obviously, you've got all the hype, stories everyone knows about, like with CryptoZoo, because of the recent CoffeeZilla videos. It just, it is all kind of craziness. Now that said, something a bit like CryptoZoo, what it was pitched as, or Axie Infinity, that is probably the sort of thing that they're going to be interested in.
Almost certainly, just hopefully with a little bit less of the exploitative nature involved, maybe, if that's possible.
Yeah. Now, he did recognize that the profit-driven, scam-laden efforts of the last 2 years have created basically content that is based in monetization rather than being creative or artistic. I think in many cases that is very fair, and we can all agree that technology, it is what it is. It's then how do we use that technology, right? You can split the atom and create a bunch of energy. That'll be good. Or you could split the atom and blow people up. That's bad. It's like this with so many things. And I mean, even like with the AI art thing, take the AI art thing, has that unfortunately been, it's as if the kind of get rich quick crypto bros have immediately decided, okay, away from this, now we're all artists. And that's very unfortunate, because now the whole AI art conversation is just dominated by all of the kind of kickback or, annoyance to that. Whereas there are actual applications of a lot of this AI stuff that can save people a really tremendous amount of time and really superpower them at work. And I do think that there is a role for using AI in someone's creative process, which, by the way, we've all been doing sort of for years anyway. Content aware fill tool, the AI based object selection tools in Photoshop, lots of things like that. But the step change is going to happen. We are able to do this now, but it's just one of those things. Is the technology really cool? Yeah. Does it then get used in a really annoying, get rich quick kind of schemy way by a bunch of people? It's extremely annoying and sort of poisons the well. Yes.
Yeah, and that's, I think, exactly what people expect from Square Enix here. Because obviously, they're talking about new experiences and excitement to customers, but considering their last live service attempts have been Chocobo GP, which we covered early in 2022, being a mobile-first game that went to Switch with egregious monetization, and that was canned within a year. FF7 for Soldier, where Yuji Naka got arrested, so that game maybe wasn't worth nothing, immediately thrown in the bin as well. Babble.
Yeah. I was with the Soldier thing, I'm like, that thing hasn't even released, and this dude's already gonna probably do jail time.
That's all. We all know that story. And then Default,
like you said, I think it was canceled too.
Sorry, gone, canceled. Linear. They're making terrible games, trying to get that kind of thing rolling. And then the worst, and this is just I'm gonna have to go off and want to get about it again. Symbiogenesis, where Square Enix say, "Here's Symbiogenesis," and everyone goes, "What's that?" And they don't say anything for a while, and everyone's like, "That sounds pretty. That's Parasite Eve. You're going to make a new Parasite Eve. It's been a long time. Their birthday wasn't very good, but we kind of trust you now. You're good at making your core franchise games." And then they turn around and say, "It's a new franchise. It's an interactive NFT Web3 project. This will be an interactive browser game that we launch later next year." And everyone goes, "Why? Why are you like this? We cannot, for all of the good possibilities, Square Enix have shown that they can't be trusted." And that's where I have to call back to yesterday's article from Tyler Wilde on PC Gamer. Good job, internet. You bullied NFTs out of mainstream games. And basically the gist is, obviously goes over everything that went wrong with NFTs in games, but also just a lot of it is people don't want it, and most companies are starting to listen. Square Enix, not just yet, which is unfortunate, because they do such a good job sometimes.
Yeah.
But other times they just do shit like this.
There we go. That's it for today's episode. I always love recording roundups, actually. It's fun to
they're
just
great,
get
yeah.
it's fun to get into the meat of a whole bunch of different stories. And if you'd like to keep on doing that, I'd recommend checking out our Worst Publisher 2022 series, where we go through the report card of every major publisher. So check that series out. Few hours of free entertainment there.
Square Enix will be a doozy there.
Oh yeah. And yeah, we'll catch you next time.
Yeah, Square Enix is such a hit or miss with their stuff. It's like either they're knocking it out of the park, or they're just like putting like their own junk in front of the ball. Like it's pretty sad. At least they're not completely like messing up to like their other games. At least like that's the most you could say about it. So it's better than nothing. All right, next game, most played MMORPGs in 2023. If I had to guess, it would be World of Warcraft, of course, Final Fantasy 14, Guild Wars 2, Albion, RuneScape, ESO. I think that'd be it, right? Am I missing something? I can't think of anything else.
Game, and that's even more true when it comes to MMORPGs, as half of the content in these games straight up don't exist if there's no players to group up with or compete against. So in this video, we're going to list the most played MMORPGs going into...
People spent thousands of dollars to kill that goat. This was a very expensive goat. Too loud? Excuse me, sorry.
2023, the MMOs that receive the most updates and are most likely to maintain a solid population throughout the year. For this video, I will not be using any of the data from the website mmopopulations.com, as this has to be one of the most misleading websites I've ever seen, and the data makes no sense. Look here, for example, this donkey website says that Ashes of Creation has 30k daily players.
Huh.
That's interesting.
I don't think that's accurate.
Oh yeah? You don't think so?
Yeah.
That's so
the
funny.
Game literally isn't playable. It says New World has between 250 and 450k daily players. Wow. When we can see the data on Steam charts that it's nowhere near this number. Most MMOs don't actually disclose player numbers, so I'll be using various other metrics to help me rank the games in this list. The most important thing, though, is that all of the games...
Is it too loud or not?
...don't actually disclose player numbers, so I'll be using various other metrics to help me rank the games in this list. The most important thing, though, is that all of the games mentioned in this video have a large enough population size for you to fully experience the game, join guilds, and beat the content.
Mate, what are you doing in my video?
I do think, however, before we go to the sponsored segment, I do 100% think that population does matter for an MMO. Because if the game has a bad population, then there's not going to be new content for the game.
Yeah. It's why a dying MMO is like one of the worst things that can happen to it, like getting that stigma, is because fewer people will play because they're assuming, no one's going to play it. And the fewer people playing it, the less content, thus making those people who did stay not want to stay. Thus, it's a vicious cycle.
Go back to where you came from.
Hey, what about my world?
What's wrong with it? Aren't you from a children's game?
That is not true. Hero Wars has vibrant graphics, cool gameplay, and a user-friendly interface.
Okay, let's give it a try.
I recognize that voice. Where do I recognize it from?
Hero Wars is an idle RPG with a character for everyone, from cyborgs to aliens, vampires, and of course, furries. I've been playing it for a bit now, and I've just assembled my first full team. Next, I'll unlock Chabba. He's an awesome tank who literally devours his enemies. But Celeste is real S tier. She can switch between DPS Dark Form and Hero.
I've unironically wanted to try out one of these games just to actually see what they're like. Because I hear about how bad they are all the time, but I've never played one. And it's like, I kind of want to see what it's actually like. Am I crazy? It's like, for example, I've thought about doing crack before. Not because I like the idea of it, but because everybody says it's so bad. It's like, well, how bad is it really, Well, let's find out.
light form, which makes her useful in any situation. Bonus points for the sexy outfit. Hero Wars is a relaxing game that you can play anywhere, anytime. It's very easy to start playing, but it's also a skill to build effective team compositions to counter your enemies. For example, Mojo the Shaman can't heal Darkstar the Elf as efficiently as the good Grandma Martha can. Hero Wars is a—
Can you imagine that if I unironically did a Raid Shadow Legends video and I played the game, not sponsored, I want to play it and actually see is it really bad or not. There's actually a big part of me that kind of wants to do that. That would be so good. Oh my god, that would be insane.
Wait, what do you say?
The Shaman can't heal Darkstar the Elf as efficiently as the good Grandma Martha can. Hero Wars is a—
Can you imagine that if I unironically did a Raid Shadow Legends video and I played the game, not sponsored, I want to play it and actually see is it really bad or not. There's actually a big part of me that kind of wants to do that. That would be so good. Oh my god, that would be insane. I'll have to plan it for April 1st.
World with 6 unique modes,
That's such a good
300
idea.
plus skilled
Holy
war
fuck.
servers, and 100 million players. Before I forget though, here's a question for you. Where can you get 30,000 coins, 600 emeralds, and 5 awesome heroes to start dominating in Hero Wars? The answer is in the link in the description below. Play Hero Wars now. Star Wars The Old Republic is a theme park MMORPG with a tab target combat system that released all the way back in 2011. Since then, the game's had 8 notable expansions, with the most recent one, Legacy of the Sith, releasing in February 2022. SWTOR has done a great job of maintaining quite a steady player base over the past 10 years.
Twitch views average 150. The big 150. Not looking good.
The game is reviewed extremely well with 89% positive reviews on Steam,
That's pretty
and the
fucking
game has a
good.
lot of content. Expect a mix of both PvP and PvE with group dungeons, solo dungeons, raids, quests, PvP arenas, battlegrounds, PvP Galactic Starfighter, outfit collecting, daily missions, events, a main story with multiple choice dialogue options, and player housing in the form of strongholds. When it comes to player numbers, no exact numbers are published, but based on a few stats, I'd personally estimate SWTOR has a concurrent player base in the region of 10 to 20k.
That makes sense. SWTOR, I think one of the biggest problems they did is that they focused more on the individual stories for your class, which there's nothing wrong with that, but the problem is like some of them are actually really good, while others are kind of meh. And if you get the one with the meh one, it's really boring. And that's like a big part of the game, so...
Certainly enough players to find groups to experience all...
10 to 20k concurrent players for a video game is really good. Yeah, that's actually really, really good. I'm surprised there's not more people that are watching videos about it.
The content, but it's undoubtedly on a decline. If you want to fully experience this MMO, I'd say do it sooner rather than later, as this game might not make this list in the future.
It's dying.
EVE Online is the oldest MMORPG on this list, and it's still going incredibly strong to this day. Thanks to EVEOffline.net, we're able to see accurate concurrent player numbers in real time for each of the game's servers.
Okay.
And as of making this video, EVE ranges from between 20k and 35k players online at all times.
That's really
Very
good.
impressive for an MMO that
Yeah.
released all the way back in 2003.
Absolutely. I think the people that are looking for the experience that EVE provides will not be able to find it in any other game. It's not like you go from like, I really like playing EVE Online, and now I'm playing World of Warcraft.
Over the years, EVE has received so many updates that it doesn't even look like a 2003 MMO.
Yeah, this looks
It's highly regarded as the #1 space sandbox MMORPG, and the game has a rich history with stories of legendary battles where players lost millions of dollars worth of spaceships.
Yeah, I've seen
EVE
some of
Online
that.
is a very niche MMO. You'll either love it or hate it. Luckily, it's free to play though, so there's no barrier to entry if you want to find out if it's a game for you.
Yeah, I think this is, like you said, it's super niche. This is like one of the few MMOs I have quite literally zero, what's the word I'm looking for, interest in playing this game. Like, at all, don't want to even try to install it.
RuneScape 3
Which I've
is
done
another
for...
MMORPG that we have accurate concurrent player data
Oh,
for,
3.
and it
What's
usually
this?
ranges between 20
I know OSRS, and I think I know
to 35k
the normal
players online
RuneScape,
at all
unless that's
times.
RuneScape 3.
For those of you who
not
are
too
unaware,
bad.
there's two different versions
Yeah.
of RuneScape: Old School
Oh, okay.
RuneScape and RuneScape 3. RuneScape 3 is the least popular of the two, but still popular enough that it's receiving regular content updates and is likely to be
Doesn't RuneScape 3 have more monetization, so there's like more ways they can make money with it? I think if that's
Yeah.
the case, that's probably why it keeps getting updates. Yeah, there you go.
around for many years to come. RuneScape 3 is a very different game to Old
Less
School
players, but
RuneScape.
maybe more money.
Different combat system, more updated graphics, animations, and effects, different skills and quests. It's more heavily monetized, and overall, it feels like a near completely different game. Personally though, I think RuneScape 3 is still quite a good MMO, and where it shines the most in my opinion is in the fully voice-acted quests, which are some of the best in the MMORPG genre, and the sense of progression you get from leveling your skills. It's a chill MMO that can be played on your second monitor, and
I mean,
it's
it does
no
look like
surprise
crap,
to me that
though,
it's made
to be
this
fair.
list.
That's cool.
Guild Wars 2 is one of the easiest to recommend MMOs out there. It's the perfect game to drop in and out of.
Yeah, the good thing about Guild Wars 2 is the same thing about
like New World.
Is
Yeah.
that Guild Wars 2, you
Buy
spend
once.
money, you buy the game, and then that's it. You don't.
Other than expansions, like if you want to play the new expansion, you have to buy the new expansion. New World, it's hard to say if they're gonna go that route, but it would make sense.
Need to fucking pay a subscription. You don't have a crystalline aura or anything like that. If you buy this game, you can come back and play it
multiple times throughout the year, due to progression primarily being horizontal and not vertical. Whenever you come back to the game, it's easy to pick right back up where you left off, and you never feel like you're behind. As for player numbers, there's no disclosed information about this. The Steam chart numbers are useless since most...
I had like a real life friend, Austin, who played Guild Wars 2 like crazy, and I watched him play Guild Wars 2 probably collectively for 40 hours.
Jeez.
Like whenever I say I'm not, the game doesn't really appeal to me, like I'm saying that after watching him play this game from fucking behind his computer for 40 hours.
People use the launcher, and the number on mmopopulations.com is just pulled from thin air.
Oh, people said that... No, I think that if you explained what I said, like that the number is used to indicate a trajectory, I think Lazy Peon would agree with me instantly. I never made a statement that the number from Steam charts is indicative of the total number of players. I only said that the trends that the Steam chart indicates are indicative of the entire player base.
Yeah.
That's what I said.
I'd estimate Guild Wars 2 to have between 30 and 50k
Nice
players
try.
online at all times. If you go to guildwars2mists.com, you can see that there's a number of EU and NA servers that are straight up full, as well as multiple that are listed as very high. Anecdotally, whenever I play this game, even at 3 AM, you still get 50 player groups forming for the map meta events very
pretty
quickly. The game just feels populated. As for content, Guild Wars 2 has an amazing ongoing main storyline, dungeons, raids, equalized PvP arena, large-scale world vs. world battles, fashion collection, the best mount system in the MMORPG genre, and epic map-wide meta events which usually end in a giant world boss.
What's funny is it's like not even really close. Like Guild Wars 2 has like the best traversal, I think,
fight
I'm
of any MMO.
This is fucking badass.
And epic map-wide meta events
Look
which
at this.
usually end in a giant world boss
That's
fight.
really fucking cool.
Definitely a game that's still worth playing. New World is an MMORPG that released in 2021 with a peak of 1 million players.
Imagine
Shortly
that.
after launch though, the game's player population plummeted for months.
Yeah.
Yeah, they really should have delayed New World by at least a year. Like it blows my mind that they released it in the state they did.
due to numerous issues such as game-breaking bugs, poor game design, a lack of content, and a damaged economy.
Also duping.
Thankfully, since the Brimstone Sands expansion that released in October 2022,
They're gonna make this a
New
raid,
World has
apparently.
clawed its way back from mixed
The big
to
worm,
very
yeah.
positive reviews on Steam, and it's
Yeah, I would say so. I think that most people that play New World right now actually like the game. New World is a lot better.
Yeah, it is.
player numbers have soared from 13k average concurrent to around 50 to 60k. Due to the fact this game is only available on Steam currently, the Steam charts numbers are an accurate representation of New World's actual player numbers, which isn't the case for most MMOs on this list. If you've never played New World before, this is an open world action combat MMORPG with one of the best gathering systems in the MMO genre. A solid crafting system, voice-acted main quest line, classless combat system.
There's actually a lot of the secondary quests in the Brimstone Sands that are also voice-acted. I do plan on coming back and playing New World again sometime very soon. I just wanted to finish up Valheim.
System PvP in the form of open worlds, arenas and battlegrounds, and PvE in the form of event world bosses, dungeons, and elite mob open world farming spots. I predict New World will go from strength to strength with each update, and this time next year will probably have even more players than it does now if it continues to release positive updates.
New World, also another good thing with it is if you buy the game, you can come back and play it whenever you want. It's the same as Guild Wars 2. It's buy to play, no subscription.
Elder Scrolls Online has been one of the most played MMORPGs ever since it released back in 2014. It's an MMO that receives frequent updates, it's reviewed very positively, and receives plenty of coverage from content creators on YouTube. As for content, it's got stuff for both PvP and PvE players. You've got Cyrodiil, which is a massive open-world PvP zone with territory control and siege mechanics.
Yeah, I did that once. I thought that was pretty cool.
It is kind of cool, but it's also like, it's stupid. Like, at least to me, when I tried playing it, like, one, I didn't really know what to do too much, and then I got, like, deleted by someone. Like, one person literally killed me in, like, half a second, and I was just like, okay. And I played some more, and then it happened again, like, 3 times. I'm just like, man, this game sucks.
Solo dungeons, group dungeons.
Like, there's, like, the meta is just, like, too hardcore.
Raids, crafting and gathering.
At least in PvP. I don't know about PvE.
Player housing, an immersive main story for each zone, as well as world events. This game basically has something for everyone.
I never really got into Elder Scrolls. Like, I never really played Skyrim.
Yeah, I've liked all the Elder Scrolls, like Morrowind, Oblivion, Skyrim. I don't really like, what is it? Was it Oblivion or Morrowind? I forget which one. It was like Potato Face. Like, that's the only one I couldn't get into too much. Just because it, like, you know, it's an RPG, but it was hard looking at the characters' faces. Because they looked really rough. But man, I played the crap out of Skyrim. Jesus. And I play it every now and then. Like, when I see a mod that looks, like, really interesting, like, I'll go back. But, yeah.
Oblivion a little bit. And then after that, I didn't play any of those games. Yeah, I'm serious.
Elder Scrolls Online falls into the theme park MMO category with an action combat hybrid system which some people find to be quite polarizing due to animation cancelling and weapon swap mechanics.
Yeah, I've heard animation
As for player numbers, it's hard to get an accurate concurrent player count because this game is available on multiple different platforms and launchers. It's on Steam, but most people play through the ESO launcher, and it's also available on PS4, PS5, Xbox One and Xbox Series XS. I'd personally estimate ESO to have between 75 and 100k players online at all times across all platforms.
I would probably say ESO is bigger than New World. Yeah, I would agree with that.
Most importantly,
it's
though,
been
the
around
game
longer,
feels
that's for sure.
populated when you play it, and it's easy to find groups and guilds. Old School RuneScape is the most popular of the 2 RuneScape versions, with between 57k and 107k players online at any given time, depending on the time of day. OSRS is a game that I personally love, and it's an MMO that you can literally spend thousands of hours in to try and max out your account to experience all of the content. Old School RuneScape.
I think the graphics was what stops me. Like, I don't know. I'm not really a graphics snob for most things, but if it's really bad, like it's hard for me to get into it.
It also has, in my opinion, the most top tier content creators on YouTube out of any MMORPG, with Settled's Swampletics series possibly being one of the greatest MMO video series ever made.
I've actually never watched that. Maybe one day I'll take a look at it.
Old School RuneScape is
Yeah,
all
I've never
about
watched
creating
it
your own
before.
goals. It's a sandbox MMO where you choose what stats you want to level, what order you want to tackle the quests, and what restrictions, if any, you want to place on yourself. I've heard from many people that playing OSRS as an Iron Man where you can't trade with other players or receive help is one of the most satisfying MMO experiences you can possibly get, and it's something I plan on trying out myself really soon.
I don't know if I'd like that.
OSRS is available on both mobile and PC, and even
I mean, that's, to be fair, they say that about almost every game that has like a hardcore mode, and then you try it and it's just like, nah, I'm not really interested in it. Like, it seems like the Iron Man mode or whatever it's called, like that seems like an insane time sink.
Even in 2023, it's a super easy game to recommend. This isn't just
Like maybe if another COVID comes around, but that, other than
talking,
that,
by the way, it's objectively one of the best designed MMORPGs ever created. Albion
It also has a lot of people that play it too. I mean, like, that's a huge factor. A lot of people play the game.
Online is one of the most successful MMORPGs to come out of crowdfunding, and since releasing cross-platform on mobile, the game's player population absolutely popped off. The latest numbers we have is from June 2021, where the game reached 271k daily active accounts.
Wow.
And since then, the game's had numerous
That's pretty crazy.
massive updates, which could have caused that number to go even higher. When
Holy
it comes to
shit.
daily concurrent player
I
numbers,
feel like it probably didn't go higher, because if it went a lot higher, they probably would have said so. But, you know, I could be wrong about that.
I remember I jumped in on Albion Online. It actually seems pretty cool for what it is. It's just like, basically to me, this is like a RuneScape with graphics that are acceptable, but it's also like a really crazy time sink game, so that's why I couldn't get into it.
I think a fair estimate would be between 60 and 120k players online at any given time. Whenever I play
I hear
Albion
good
Online, I
things
go
about
to
this
a main
game.
city, and there's so many players that not all of them even load in. This is because the game has one mega server, so every
You mean like every single MMO in history from now on should have one mega server? Not a bunch of other
Yeah.
bullshit servers where it's like, oh, I'm on this server and it's a dying server and this other server's overpopulated. Nope. It should just be one massive mega server. Servers are a technological limitation, and they only serve to divide players in a game where playing together is one of the highest values.
Everyone from Europe, North America, and
Servers
Asia are all
suck.
playing together. Now, this is great for the purpose of having a thriving economy and a world that feels rammed with players, but depending on where you live, the ping can put you at a disadvantage, with servers located in Washington, D.C. Albion Online is a true
It's kind of a
sandbox
weird place for it.
MMORPG. All of the gear in this game is crafted by the players. There's certain areas of the world that have full loot PvP, and players can even buy the crafting stations in the city and get a tax kickback whenever somebody uses
New
them.
World has that too.
Over the years, Albion has added so much variety of content to the game that there's something for everyone. Solo PvP, group PvP, high risk PvP, zero risk PvP, and the same can be said for pure PvE players. I'll cut my rambling about Albion Online here, but TLDR, it's a highly popular MMO that has something for everyone, constant, massive updates, and it's definitely worth playing.
That's cool.
Black Desert Online.
Yeah, I think good for them. I mean, obviously, I haven't played the game before, but I have strongly considered it. Same with Black Desert. I played this game on release. I went super hard. I was on the leaderboards for, like, highest level. I think it was called Growth at that time. I don't know if it still is. Like, you know, who has the highest level on the server. Anytime I logged on, I was on that fucking list. And I played the shit out of this game. I quit before they even added in Awakenings.
Love it or hate
wanted
it,
to go back and
this
try it again.
MMORPG is absolutely huge.
Yeah, I also want to, like, I've played a little here and there, but I always, like, end up quitting when I run into the RNG stuff. Just because it's like, I don't want to get into a game that has that. I just feel like I'm going to waste my time in the long run, but I think the combat being as solid as it is, like I should at least give it a try.
The only data we have for this game is the Steam chart numbers for NA/EU on PC, but that doesn't take into consideration that most people don't play it from Steam. The game's available on PS4, PS5, Xbox One, Xbox Series X, as well as multiple regions such as Korea, Southeast Asia, Russia, Middle East, and South America.
The way that you the way you upgrade your gear in BDO is like, imagine if you want to get a new phone, okay? So let's say you want an iPhone, let's say 9. I don't know which iPhone they're at. The way you get an iPhone 9 is you take 2 iPhone 8s and you beat them against each other, and there's like a 50% chance that they both break and you lose both your iPhone 8s. But, you know, there's a 50% chance that those 2 phones come together and they become an iPhone 9. That's the way this game works with its upgrade system.
All platforms and regions, I'd have to estimate
Pretty
that
much.
Black Desert Online
Yep.
has at least 100 to 175k players logged in at all times, possibly even higher. BDO is a Korean sandbox MMORPG with the best action combat system in the MMO genre. In this game, you'll spend a lot of time mob grinding, PvPing with other players for your grind spot, leveling your life skills, building your worker empire, and trying to figure out the best way to make money on your 2,000 plus hour grind to maxing out your gear. At endgame, you'll be partaking in PvP node wars, castle sieges, dungeons, boss challenges, praying to the RNG gods for a tier 10 horse, or decorating your instanced player house for ERP underwear parties.
Oh, wow.
Is BDO still worth playing? Honestly, that depends on 2 things. 1, have you got anything better to do? And 2, how big is your bank balance?
True.
Lost Ark is the most popular top-down MMORPG by far. This game exploded on Steam when it released in the West in 2022, reaching highs
It's
of
a really good
1.3
game, so
million concurrent
not
players.
surprising.
Lost Ark on release was absolutely fucking insane. People were going apeshit on that. 500k cap? No, this is probably accurate. You're not, like, he says average daily concurrent players is 500k to 750k. That's probably true. You have a massive Russian server. You have massive Korean servers.
And that's not even mentioning Korea, where the game is also absolutely massive. Since launch, Lost Ark's player numbers have dropped, with one big reason being the devs constantly trying to combat bots, which some players claim account for 50% of the numbers we see on Steam charts.
I think that's an understatement.
In 2022, Lost Ark saw 260k concurrent players on the Korean servers alone following a big update. So all things considered, I think globally across all servers, a conservative estimate without bots would be that Lost Ark has between 300k and 600k real players online at any given time across all servers.
That's impressive.
EU, Korea, Russia, and Japan.
I would say that's
now,
probably
that number
accurate,
could be
sure.
higher, but I think it's reasonable to put Lost Ark as the number 3 most popular MMORPG.
Final Fantasy
So is the
14
game
and
any
WoW.
good? Yes. As much as some people slate Lost Ark for being pay to win, I think by
It is.
Korean MMO standards, the pay to win isn't nearly as bad as other games.
Which means it's very bad. Yeah, I do think that obviously Lost Ark is a great game. I think that it's very sad to me that Lost Ark is in the position that it's in, because it wouldn't be that hard, in my opinion, to make the game amazing. It's just a few degrees off of amazing. Just change some tuning and change some percentages, and you're done.
Yeah.
Like, the gameplay is great. The raids are great. The combat is great. Like, a lot of the systems, like, you know, getting the little seeds and your fucking skill point potions and the masterpieces, I think that stuff is great. There's just a few things that are trash.
In fact, I think you can fully enjoy Lost Ark completely free to play, or just with the optional subscription. As for content, the game has a ton of horizontal progression, collectibles, completionism, equalized PvP.
Yeah, a lot of these things he's mentioning is like are really good about the game. Like the PvP was meh, like it was kind of boring. But the like collectibles, islands,
The arenas, the best isometric action combat system in the MMO genre, some of the best raids in the MMO genre, fashion collecting, daily bosses, minigames, mounts, and player housing in the form
If we get to, then we wipe.
The game.
It's a shame that not many people do the raids in Lost Ark because it's just too hard for most people. Like, I know a lot of people diss on the LFR or looking for raid, but honestly, it's like, well, then again, it's Lost Ark, so more than likely it's just, to be fair, a bunch of like hardcore gamers maybe, so
Game actually has
maybe it's a higher percentage doing the raids. I wonder if they will ever release those numbers.
Yes, it's worth playing.
Yeah.
Of like how many of the total player base are actually doing the raids in Lost Ark.
Final Fantasy XIV. It's extremely difficult to even estimate the average concurrent player numbers for this game for the following reasons. The Steam chart numbers represent a tiny fraction of the player base that actually play via Steam. The game is available on PlayStation 3, 4 and 5, as well as being available in multiple regions, and we have no official numbers by the developers in regards to how many people actually play this game daily.
And that's smart. You shouldn't release those numbers.
Given the fact that Final Fantasy XIV made $511 million gross revenue in the year during the Endwalker release, we can roughly estimate that the game has between 2 to 2.5 million monthly subscribers. The game has a $12.99 monthly sub fee, they sell various services and cosmetics on the MOG store, and the new expansion costs $40 to buy, so with a little bit of napkin math, I think those numbers are somewhat accurate. To break,
I think maybe somewhere around there. It's very hard to be sure about this kind of
There's
stuff.
no way to be sure.
Really,
yeah.
You're always just playing a guessing game. But how many average concurrent people log on to Final Fantasy a day? I would say probably between like 500 to 2 million, somewhere around there. Like I'd say 2 million on expansion releases, maybe something like that. And, 500 in like lulls and content.
Yeah.
This down further into concurrent players, each server in Final Fantasy XIV can handle a maximum of between 6 to 10,000.
See, this is the PvP in Final Fantasy XIV. It's actually, it was pretty fun for a while, but I think I just got bored of it.
Players online at any given time. The game has
but it's more interesting than like Lost Ark PvP.
69 servers across multiple regions, so a maximum concurrent player count of between 400 and 700k players online at any given time seems reasonable. During the Endwalker expansion release, a lot of the servers had logging queues in the range of 15 to 20k.
Yeah, this was really bad.
So at its absolute peak, the game had well over 1.5 million people trying to play the game.
There it is.
None of this really matters though. What really matters is that Final Fantasy XIV is a highly social, active MMORPG where you'll easily be able to find guilds, groups, and people to hang out with at any time of the day. If you're a fan,
yeah, think of like all the games he's talked about. Like if you're looking for like the kind of traditional MMO experience of like joining a guild, making friends in that guild, like I think Final Fantasy XIV is like the best chance for that. Not that you can't do that with the other ones, but I think they just make it much easier and much more of a fluid transition to that in Final Fantasy XIV than the other ones.
Fan of cat girls and trying to nice guy your way into the pants of another guy role playing as a female character, then there's no better MMO.
But the thing is, like, a lot of girls do play Final Fantasy, so that actually might be an actual girl
out there for you.
That's what
People
I hear.
generally consider Final Fantasy XIV to have top tier raiding, top tier story, top tier fashion, and top tier roleplay. If you're a PvP player or fan
I think
of
Final Fantasy is like kind of the foundation that you're going to see a lot of other games emulate. That it's a single player game that has multiplayer MMORPG aspects. And we're seeing more games do that.
Sandbox MMOs and don't care about story, it might not be the game for you though. The last time World of Warcraft published official player numbers was back in 2015 when it hit an all-time low of 5.5 million subs during the Warlords of Draenor content drought. Now that was 7 years ago at this point, but with the release of WoW Classic TBC, Wrath of the Lich King Classic and Dragonflight, interest in WoW seems to have had a bit of resurgence in recent years.
I think a lot of people are back excited about WoW again because Dragonflight is good and Old War is coming out. It just makes sense that people are going to be excited about WoW again. And
exactly.
Also, I think that you have to remember that so many people have played WoW over the years that like the amount of people that are interested in the game and want to see content for it is tremendous. It's fucking huge.
It is the biggest MMO that's ever existed.
To the game for classic servers, but stuck around and transitioned to
that
retail
axe.
when they burned through all the classic content.
Which is good.
Anecdotally, all of my WoW friends returned to the game for Dragonflight, which seems to be one of the most well-received expansions in years so far.
It's like one of the few ones that it's like, so far, I've had like little to no complaint on the mechanics in the game.
Yes, it is. Dragonflight is the first expansion since I don't even remember.
The only thing there's few things I would really wish they would change. Maybe I'll make a video on it. Actually, that sounds like maybe something I'll do at a later point. Just like things I would really want them to change to make the game just honestly 10 times better, but like much better, at least for me.
When that the game comes out and like it's not worse because of the expansion.
Yeah.
Additionally, someone made an estimated WoW Classic population chart by extrapolating data from raid passes, which puts the Classic population...
Legion on release was horrible. It was absolutely fucking horrible.
That's funny, because I never played Legion on release. I played it like, it's because of the previous expansion. I was just like, man, I'm just going to wait a little bit, see what my friends say. And they said, oh yeah, it's kind of bad, so I like stayed away. But then they're like, oh yeah, it's been getting really better, like, you know, a lot better. Like 3 months after release, so I'm like, okay, fine, I'll play it.
People hated it.
Or 3 months after release, or maybe 6 months, I don't remember.
I don't know how many players WoW has in total, but it's probably somewhere in the region of 4.5 million subscribers with 1 to 2 million daily concurrent players. World of Warcraft doesn't seem to be going anywhere anytime soon, and as of making this video, Blizzard recently released a roadmap for the current expansion for the first time ever.
Yeah, the Chinese one, they definitely took a hit from that.
Blizzard and World of Warcraft have been generating a lot of Ws recently, and community sentiment around the game seems to be quite positive. If there was ever a time to play World of Warcraft, now seems like the best time in years to jump into it. But that's it for the most played MMORPGs heading into 2023. I really did my best to give some somewhat realistic player population estimates during this video, as the
Yeah, I think it's important to keep in mind that like any of these estimates or anything like this, like nobody really has any fucking idea. We're all just kind of guessing.
Data that's constantly referenced in websites such as mmopopulations.com and activeplayers.io is clearly off by a lot.
Yeah, it's just bullshit.
Maybe my numbers are slightly off in this video, but what I'm quite confident on is the order in which I've placed these games. Honestly though, past a certain point, player numbers don't really matter.
No.
If you're playing an MMO that has 20k concurrent players on a single server, but only a total of 60k daily players, you're going to meet more players out in the world than an MMO with 1 million subscribers, but with servers that can only support 5 to 10k concurrent.
That's a lot for WoW. I would say that, you know, there's a lot of people that play WoW, and like you don't see enough people out in the world, I think. I think the sharding in WoW really hurts the game.
Yeah. Like I think it's necessary to a degree. Not so much now, but back then when they kind of first introduced it, I think it was in a way. So you're not fighting over like resources and stuff. And that's fine to fight over resources in an MMO, but I just don't like it when it's like a lot. It just feels like you're just wasting your time. But now that it's just so much better, they've made everything like, even if you run into people, it's no big deal. Like you can, as long as you're tagging the monster in any way, like it still counts to your kill. So I think like they can honestly just pretty much get rid of it at this point.
What really matters is that you're able to beat all of the content and find players to group up with to do that. Once that becomes too time consuming, then the game will start to feel dead, even if that isn't necessarily the case when you look at the overall data. If you enjoyed this video or found it helpful, then help me out with a like for the algorithm gods, and let me know in the comments below if you think this list will be slightly different heading into 2024. Shout out to Hero Wars for the sponsorship today. Click the link in the description below to download the game. Social media on screen. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next one.
That was a pretty good video, I'd say. I think those estimates are pretty accurate. I'm gonna go
I think they're as accurate as you can get.
Go ahead and link it to you guys. We've watched a lot of Lazy Peon videos over the years, okay? You guys know him. I do too. I've been watching his videos ever since he was the Lazy Peon because he was a WoW-centric YouTube channel. That was quite a while ago. That was back whenever I was starting out on YouTube too. We'll give it a like. This is a good video. I think it was accurate too. Let's see here. They banned me for cheating when I didn't. Yeah, I don't know what happened there. I have no idea. Are there any casual MMOs? I liked Lost Ark, but it honestly felt like a job with alts and daily stuff. I think
New
WoW
World
is a really good casual MMO right now. I don't know about Final Fantasy. I haven't played it. People say it is.
It is.
New World's pretty good for that. I mean, I don't know. That's,
Most
yeah, I'd go with
MMOs
that.
are.
Yeah, how about there? Guild Wars? Yeah, I don't play Guild Wars 2. I don't know. I have no idea.
It is.
But yeah, I mean, I'm looking to probably go back and play like New World.
Might be
a
the
bit
most
more,
casual,
like,
now
get
that I'm
back
thinking
into
about
Lost
it.
Ark, do that some more, and just in general, keep up with a lot of these games. I enjoy them. I also plan on playing more like single player games and other stuff like that. Like, you know, just not just MMOs. Final Fantasy is casual, but the thing is, you pay monthly. Some people rather rush content while they're paying monthly, though. Yeah, I think that over time we're going to see more and more games go towards the Lost Ark payment model. Not pay to win, like, I mean, probably with that too, but like, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking
Free
about
to play.
how, like, you can play Lost Ark for free, but you just have a lot of handicaps that if you pay a subscription, those handicaps disappear. So I think that more games should use that, because the truth is that so many games nowadays are free to play. It's very hard for a game to make a value proposition that's compelling enough for people to pay a monthly subscription. That's the truth.
True. Yeah, that's definitely true.
Yeah, RuneScape membership, something like that. Exactly. We try Throne and Liberty. Absolutely. I'm really excited to play it. I can't wait till it comes out, and whenever it does come out, I'm going to play it. Yeah, I'll play every new MMO that comes out. I've said that before, but I will say it again.
Yeah.
What handicaps would you add to WoW? I don't know. I'd have to...
I don't know about every new MMO, but definitely ones that are like of that vein of like action RPG or like that. Because like EVE Online, like those kind of MMOs, I'm just not interested.
Think about it. I have no idea. Why? Then it's all just monetized to shit? Well, because the truth is that that's the way gaming is going. Because every other game is like that. Like these, like MMOs don't exist in a vacuum. They exist in a gaming ecosystem with hundreds of other games that they compete against. It doesn't matter whether, you know, you think the monetization is shit or not. If this is the prevailing method that's making the most money and retaining the most people.
Yeah, so like those two things are like super important for MMOs. Other games is not like as important other than like making the money part. But even then, making money like isn't as important because MMOs are just way more costly when it comes to development, and that includes like their expansions and stuff. So they really do need to care about the income and the retention. Like they're way more important to an MMO than any other game.
Then
type.
That's all that's going to matter. That's what's going to happen. Enjoy games like Lost Ark, but you can immediately notice the difference in quality if you're paying for something $12.99 for something like Final Fantasy 14. Yeah, I thought that until I played Shadowlands. Handicaps like Value Pack and BDO.
Damn.
I don't know yet.
That's
Will
funny.
you do a Cyberpunk playthrough? Probably not. I don't think so. Maybe one day I will, but it's not something I'm planning on, okay? Yeah, anyway, I'm going to call it. I'm going to go get some sleep. Tomorrow, I do plan on going live. Tomorrow's Wednesday. No, it's Sunday. And we're probably just going to do Dark Souls 1 whenever I go live, and I'll do the Deathless run, because I didn't really have time to do it today because the Valheim stuff took me so long. Oh, today, yeah, well, tomorrow for me is still Sunday. You've got to keep that in mind, guys. Yeah, that's my tomorrow. Dark Souls 1 with mod or vanilla? Vanilla. Base game. Deathless run.
I have to see that. I don't know if Asman like has the patience for that.
Very good Albion video. I don't want to look at that right now. Couldn't sleep. I was pleased to see your stream. Well, thanks, man. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Sekiro? Play Sekiro again? Yeah, maybe one day I will. Did you beat Valheim? I did, but in the process, Valheim also beat me. It was a extremely annoying fucking last boss. Like, I was so fucking pissed, man. God, that last boss was awful. I didn't die, though. To be fair, I did not
That's
die
funny.
to the boss.
I haven't beat Valheim. Like, I got to, like, I think the second boss? I forget now. But I just kind of got bored, to be honest.
Nax gearing before Old War. Yeah, I probably should do that too. Maybe in the next like day or two, do a Nax run or something like that. I wish you could just go like, can you skip to Kel'Thuzad yet, or do you have to do all the other wings?
All right, so I'm gonna stop that there, just because he's like, I'm noticing his videos. Like, I don't know why exactly they're having like this extra stuff. I mean, I don't mind it. But I think they should have had it in its own separate video. You know what I mean? But, yeah. I mean, I might as well just finish it. It's like a few minutes, right?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Because, like, they added that later on, but I don't know when that's going to happen. You have to do... There's no skip yet? Oh, fuck.
Just wait for the skip, then. Then again, Older will probably be out by then.
Yeah, thanks for streaming. Play Dark Souls 3, please. Yeah, maybe. We'll see what happens. You have it, but next phase you can farm... you have to, but next phase you can farm gear in heroic mode? I don't think so. I think it's probably still going to be better to just do normal mode. But I don't know what weapons I'm going to use or anything like that. I'll figure it out. I'm not stressed out about it. Speedrun the whole thing in 1.5 hours? Yeah. But we're probably not going to have a good group if we're just like randomly getting a stream pug. Think you can do the Deathless run? I have not played Dark Souls 1 since 2021. I will give it my best shot, okay? How about that? Mr. Queen killed, I'm watching the VOD. Yeah, thanks. It was just so fucking brutal to do it. It was awful. Like, the fight wasn't... Like, at the end of the day, the fight wasn't very fun. And I didn't like it at all. I think that, as I said with Mistlands, I think Mistlands does a great job accentuating all of the inadequacies Valheim has. And it does a good job of like suppressing every good thing in the game while simultaneously like fucking promoting every bad thing in the game. The Black Knight weapon.
Not making me want to play it, to be honest.
I could always roll off the edge of something. The way we went in was the least optimal. How is it the least optimal?
So I'll just stop here because I have like super little experience with Valheim. Just like I said, I think I've only made it to like the second boss, and honestly, probably just the first boss. So I'm literally just sitting here like listening. Like I can't really say anything. So, but still, really good video. Most played MMORPGs. Yeah, I mean, exactly what I thought. I think the only one I missed was RuneScape 3. But I mean, it's like OSRS is even more popular, so I don't know why. Anyways, so I think I'm gonna call it for today. Like, I'm getting pretty tired, so alright. See you.